Alrighty. Well, morning everyone. It is the top of the hour. It is 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central. Now, I want to say one thing. Two things, actually. First off, I apologize for not being on earlier. As yes, there were tornadoes that have occurred over the past 30 to 45 minutes, including one that was over here near the town of Newton. There's actually reports of large trees down across Highway 80. So there actually is tornado damage over here in portions of Newton. You can actually see it actually had some pretty strong rotation with it too. Look at that. So pretty strong there. Apologize for not being on earlier. So for the people who got impacted, I pray for you. All I can do now is just try and hope that the areas that I cover today, I'm able to cover it, so that way we can continue to get information out. All right. If you're watching this after the fact, okay, this is live and this has probably been recorded by this point. This is at April 5th, 2022. Once again, at the top of the hour, 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central. So I highly recommend going on to my channel and finding more current content, whether it's videos or live streams that you may be able to use. So that way you guys may be able to see what the current weather is that could be impactful within the North American continent. For right now, we have 2 tornado warnings that are in effect. Neither of them are confirmed, but they are moving through areas that are relatively populous. So let us start with the furthest most northern tornado warning here, which is for Lauderdale County, and that'll be in effect until 8:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So another half an hour here, and this is moving right over Meridian, moving along I-20, and moving off towards areas near Tumsuba. Now, it seems as if this area here specifically cannot seem to get a break at this point, because they are getting consistent severe weather activity every single week. So at this point, if you live along I-20 here, from Jackson all the way through to Utah and Tuscaloosa, I mean, you really shouldn't be surprised at this point. You really shouldn't. But, you know, you guys know the drill. All right, whenever you hear a tornado warning get issued for your area, that is when you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. All right, so once again, Lauderdale County here near Meridian, Mississippi. This is actually right along the border of Mississippi and Alabama. And that'll be in effect until 8:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you know anyone that lives near Tumsuba, Lauderdale, areas near Meridian, Mississippi, and then eventually off towards York, Cuba, and Livingston, Alabama, as well as the Leda and Ward in Alabama, I highly recommend telling them to go ahead and take their proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We're also starting to get a little bit far away from the radar, so the radar coverage is going to be a little spotty. I acknowledge that, and we're just going to have to kind of deal with this as this moves on through until we get towards central and eastern portions of Alabama. But there is a tornado risk here, as there is a tornado warning in effect for that general vicinity. Moving further down south here towards the Laurel, Mississippi area. This is further along south along I-59. This is a tornado warning here for Jones County, and that'll be in effect until 8:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. There is some tornadic rotation with this storm. It probably would be easier, however, if we used a different radar, so we are going to do that. We're going to go to Mobile's radar. And let's go over here. We do have some tornadic rotation with this. You can even see the hook present here with our reflectivity. So we have a lot of rain that's being wrapped around over here north of Ovet and south and east of Laurel. So there is some rotation here. This is going to be heading off towards the Waynesboro general vicinity as well as into Winchester. So if you know anyone that lives near Waynesboro and Winchester here in Mississippi, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We're also getting reports from some people, not just in chat, but on Twitter as well, of damage that is over in Newton, Mississippi from a previous tornado. the National Weather Service actually called that a large and extremely dangerous tornado within some of those areas. So there is a lot of stuff here that is going to continue to just show up for the most part. We're going to get a lot of stuff here as this evolves throughout the day. So we're going to continue to watch out for that very closely. Very closely. But if you guys have anything that you want to share with me, or if you find anything on Twitter, you find any damage pictures and stuff like that, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. You can see me here. That is my Twitter account. And I will be retweeting all the stuff that I find, as well as what you guys send me. So please be sure to do that. Link is in the chat if you want to. I'm doing great, Winter Queen. I'm living off of, what? 4 hours sleep? 3 hours sleep? Something like that. So doing all I can. This is Iron Man live streaming right here. Yeah, we do have the Masters golf tournament a little bit later on, and apparently tornadoes are a big fan. That is true. Because that stuff is happening there, so we'll watch out for that very closely. But this right here, this cell near Myrick and Tucker's Crossing here in Mississippi, this does look like it has some tornadic rotation. A lot of turbulence with this too, guys. Look at this. Looking at the spectrum width, and that basically tells us how much turbulence is in the atmosphere. We see that indicated with some of the oranges and even yellows, and you can see the scale on the left-hand side. The further up you go, the more intense the actual activity is within that area. You can see we do have some yellows within that general vicinity. A lot of oranges too, a lot of bright oranges. So that is something to make a note of, that there is something tornadic within this general vicinity. So one thing that I do ask of you all, whether in any stage of the stream, is please be sure to help share this with as many people as possible. We did a very good job of doing that last night for Southern Dallas-Fort Worth. All right, Southern Dallas-Fort Worth had some quite a few tornadoes that moved on through, and you guys did an exceptional job helping me spread the information over there. And so, if you guys would, once again, please be sure, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we can continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible. Because I guarantee you, no one this early in the morning is going to be thinking about tornadoes. All right? They're going to be thinking about other stuff, like breakfast, other activity, going to work, maybe even work, and stuff like that. And so if we continue to try and get the information out here that we're doing live coverage on this more than likely tornado outbreak that is going to occur today, which you only need 6 tornadoes in order for you to classify it as a tornado outbreak. So that's something interesting. But if we continue to try and get this live stream out to as many people as possible, we'll be able to continue to do our job. And by hitting the like button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. Yeah, there is a bit of rotation here still. The actual reflectivity aspect of this is kind of a little bit flat. Might be a lot more of a strong damaging wind threat that's moving on through, so that's something interesting. Just got a report here near Collins. This is 3 miles north of Collin, a tree on a home and power lines down in Salem Church Road. So that's the other tornado that occurred about, I'd say, 50 minutes ago. And this entire line of storms is continuing to show up here. I want you guys to kind of see the kind of environment ahead, what the convective outlook is here for some of these areas. And you can see here, if we take off the radar, this right here is basically giving us an idea as to what the severe weather scale is, what the weather could be like on a severe weather scale. So we have a 1 out of 5 in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, and a 3 out of 5 here in the orange. And the areas in the orange really need to watch out here today, all right? Because you have not only the threat for strong damaging winds, as you see you have a red area and a pink area there, which stands for a pretty high chance for some severe wind gusts across the area. But you also have the chance for tornadoes elongated within this general vicinity. A 10% chance for tornadoes here from the border of Mississippi and Alabama, specifically to where the activity is currently at right now, from Waynesboro all the way through to Montgomery, Eufaula, Enterprise, Dothan, all the way through towards Albany, Statesboro, and Savannah. And along that area, there is a significant tornado threat too. Significant tornado threat for areas here in this silver area. So that's what we're kind of expecting here today. The potential for significant tornadoes is possible. And we're going to want to continue to watch out for this as this moves on through. Trying to pull it over here. Yeah, that's really interesting, Chris. I'm looking at that now on the side screen. That is quite some damage over there in White House. New tornado warning just got issued. Listen in.
Tornado warning for southwestern Choctaw County in southwestern Alabama, northwestern Washington County in southwestern Alabama, Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi.
So there you go. There is your new tornado warning right there. This is, once again, for Choctaw and Washington counties here in Alabama, as well as Wayne County in Mississippi. And that'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, so we got to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, so once again, serious situation here, because anytime a tornado warning gets issued, there is the threat for tornadoes to spawn. All right, that is always a given. It's going to happen, that there is a chance for them to happen. It's just how prepared you are so that we may be able to get this information out to more and more people. All right, that is the main thing there. So we got to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. And in this instance, the people that are going to be impacted is areas over here in Waynesboro and Winchester, Mississippi. Waynesboro, big populous area over there. You can see that there is quite a few people who live off into this general vicinity. So Waynesboro, Winchester, Clara, Chicora, as well as Denham here in Mississippi. And then areas over here near Silas, as well as Columberg and Milry. All right, if you know anyone who lives over there, now is the time for you to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if they haven't already. Tony with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate your support. Says, hey Nate, Saturday I catch my first supercell in Italy. It was fantastic and fast. Oh, jeez, I can't speak this morning. Fantastic. Thanks to your videos. You learn a lot. Also see Mammatus clouds. That is pretty cool. Wow. Congratulations, Tony. I'm glad it didn't really impact a whole lot of people. So thank you so much for the super chat. Really does mean a lot to me. And glad you saw some activity over there. Glad you saw some activity over there. But yeah, this is a pretty interesting situation here with that cell that is heading off towards Waynesboro, because there is still some rotation on this. All right, you see you have a lot of reds and pinks moving away from the radar. You have some greens moving towards, but there's nothing really super consolidated at this moment. Nothing really confined pixel to pixel, gate to gate shear. So that is something to make a note of. It is pretty broad at this time, compared to if we were to look at this a little bit earlier when it was near Laurel. There's a lot more confined here within this area, and that would have told me that there was probably a tornado possible within this area. So that is something good to hear from what I am seeing on the radar. But that does not mean that if you're in Waynesboro, and you hear what I just said, that you say, oh, the event's done, it's not producing a tornado, I can go outside. No, that's not what it means. All right, you have to go ahead and continue to monitor this very closely, and you need to get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building. All right, that is the way to go every single time. All right, so please be sure to share this with friends and family and on social media. Especially if you know people who live within these areas. If you know people who live within these areas, you need to get them out. Get them into your safe space. Or get them into their safe space, I should say. Yesterday at Updraft, Felicity almost maxed out over Sun. Later this morning, hopefully that was just the HRRR being bullish. Otherwise, yikes, yeah. Yeah, that was quite some activity over there. Let's actually see what the latest HRRR says. I'm kind of curious. HRRR. I'm slurring my words. Blah, 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 blah. HRRR. Oh no. That is not nice. Let us see. Full radar view here. Simulated radar. Okay, so some of the cells out in front of this here. Let's see. 14Z is what? 10 my time. 11. 12. So there's like a supercell that moves over through here just to the west of Enterprise. And then there's a couple other supercells that form over here north of New Orleans, near Slidell, even north of Slidell. So that's interesting. And then big line that continues to move on through. That's relatively consistent. So that's interesting. Mamma mia, that's one spicy rotation. There it is. When is this expected to kind of die out? 8 or 9. So at around 9, we'll be live streaming more than likely for 12 hours here today. 12 hours. Yep. That's gonna be fun. That is gonna be fun. Did I get some sleep? Yeah, I got some sleep. And when I mean some sleep, I mean like 3 hours worth of it. Maybe 4. 4 at best. But we definitely stayed up for quite some time. That's a tough call. Could be a new area of rotation developing over here due west of Waynesboro. There seems to be some rotation that's developing over there. Once again, due west of Waynesboro. Inside the tornado warning. Yeah. There is some rotation right within there. The interesting thing here is I think it's mainly because of the scattered thunderstorm that is, moved off into the storm. You see how we backtrack here. You See, we have this thunderstorm right here. I'm not sure. It actually did have rotation, which is kind of the interesting thing here. But then as it moves off further towards the north, it kind of merges with the line here. It merges with the line. I am not too sure if this thing is going to congeal with the line. If it does, we could be talking about a tornado right over here that's heading straight for Waynesboro, or the northern portions of Waynesboro. So that right there is something to make a note of. Liz with the 5 says, lots of lightning and thunder in Atlanta. Awesome job. Love your podcast. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, I don't foresee a whole lot of stuff heading towards Atlanta here. I'd say today, tomorrow, you're going to get a lot of activity, though, more than likely. Or at least I'd like to think you guys are. I should probably look and see what's happening for tomorrow, too, now that I'm at it. Just to have an idea as to what's going on. Yeah, there's a lot of showers and thunderstorms that form off in that general area. So that is something to make a note of as well. Yeah, that's Waynesboro, Mississippi. Waynesboro, Mississippi. Not Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. Because if that was the case, I need to get into my safe space like yesterday. Because it's probably moved through my area already, and I'm probably dead. But I'm not. Yeah, this cell over here near Waynesboro. This is something to watch out for very closely. I do think this storm could potentially have merged with the line, and if that's the case, it's producing some pretty significant rotation over here, just due west of Waynesboro, Mississippi. Just a refresher, this is a ongoing tornado warning here for Choctaw, Washington, and Wayne counties. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time. If you know anyone that lives over here in Waynesboro, Mississippi, Winchester, Mississippi, Chicora, Mississippi, as well as areas near Silas in Alabama, Cullenberg in Alabama, and Milry in Alabama, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. Just north of Quitman, could potentially be rotation there. I do see that. Could potentially need a tornado warning later on there for that storm. But that's heading off into National Weather Service Mobile's jurisdiction here. So if they do issue a tornado warning, it'd be for the areas over here in Alabama. I do think that would be the main thing there. Is Baton Rouge good? They are getting a shower and they are getting a thunderstorm over there, actually. Let's take a look here real quickly. Yeah, there isn't really anything super significant at this time with that storm. At least nothing that I can see. So that is the good news. I do think Baton Rouge is good. They can expect to see more showers and thunderstorms, though. I will say that much. They can expect to see more. Is Florida Panhandle looking to get some PDS situations? Excuse me, I apologize for yawning. I can't really say for certain. I do think they're going to get more activity as this continues to arise towards the afternoon. Afternoon, evening hours is when you guys can expect to get more and more stuff. More and more activity. It's just right now, probably not as much. Waking up after the adrenaline crash last night. Power's back on here. Everyone's safe today. Yep. Once again, glad you guys are okay over there, Aaron. Glad you guys are okay. Yeah, I do yawn all the time. It's weird. Regardless if this thing is producing a tornado or not, this thing is creating some very strong damaging winds across the board here. It is getting closer to Waynesboro. It's getting very close to Waynesboro here in Mississippi. It's approaching the border of the Mississippi-Alabama border. The border of the Mississippi-Alabama border, there it is. That is a quote and a half. That is how you speak English, right there. Anything else significant that happened last night? Not really. There was tornadoes that formed just about 40 minutes before we went live, however. Including one significant one, apparently, that was near Newton. Excuse me. Trying to look here and see if there's any more reports of damage. I don't see anything on the side, but then again, I have to like briefly look over what's happening. Stuff like that. So that is a thing. That is a thing. How does Wednesday look to me? It's really hard to tell. It looks like there's a lot of scattered convection. So if you do get like a thunderstorm that forms out by itself, wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, you had a tornado. Can't really say if it's going to be strong or not because the wind shear is not exactly the strongest. So I would say it'll be more of a just a here's me. General tornado threat. Oof. Need to keep breathing. I'm gonna keep yawning like this over and over and over again until Kingdom Come, huh? Spartanburg, I think they're gonna get for tomorrow. Because there is the risk for severe weather tomorrow as well, guys. I think they're gonna get a lot of scattered activity over there. But I don't think you guys are gonna get really, hit all too significantly. If you were to, though, it would be sometime, I'd say, over in the late afternoon into the evening hours and stuff like that, for sure. Wake up? I wish I could wake up. You guys been on my channel for quite some time. You guys know I yawn a lot. That also is partially because I've been live streaming for quite some time. Excuse me, need to start breathing. Yeah, for people who don't know, we live streamed until like 3 in the morning last night-ish. And then we only got like, 4 or 3 hours sleep before we started live streaming here again. So this is Iron Man YouTube live streaming right here. Iron Man YouTube live streaming. On the road working in Albany, Georgia area. Any idea of when the bad stuff is going to be in that area? It's kind of weird because there's going to be a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms before the main line moves on through. And those, of course, could potentially become tornadic within your area. So the main thing here is that from now all the way up until, we'll say, 4 Eastern, is when you guys are going to see the potential for for storms to form out in front of the main line. The main line will then start to approach you guys at around 3, 4, or 5, sometime around that time frame, depending upon how progressive this line actually is. And that will potentially produce tornadoes along the area. But the main line here, the guarantee is that the line is expected to move on through Albany, Georgia, sometime around, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, give or take. But yeah, there is some showers and thunderstorms that are expected to move on through into your general area, as you can see here indicated within this general vicinity. Yeah, probably would have been a good idea if I actually made myself coffee. Probably would have been a very good idea. uh let's go back to the tornado warning over here in Waynesboro. Let's look back to it. I don't see any consolidation here within any of the areas of the line. I'm looking at velocities to try and see if there's anything tight, compact, or gate to gate, as we'd like to say. And I don't really see a whole lot of it. I see a lot of general rotation. You see a lot of reds and pinks moving away from the radar and greens moving towards. But I don't see anything, completely organized. Anything that's specifically set along the line. Now, there is a couple areas that could potentially be something to watch. So, like areas over here on the northern side of the tornado warning, and areas on the southern side of the tornado warning that could potentially try and spin up over there. So that is something interesting. That is something interesting to note. But I don't see anything too specific here at the moment that tells me, that screams tornado. So that's the good news. How's my sleep? Sleep was not bad. It was not bad at all. But yes, we do have one tornado warning at the moment, and then we have a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. And once again, we're going to be covering this for 12 hours here. All right, so we've already live streamed for half an hour. Half an hour now. And we're expected to live stream all the way up until these storms reach the coast of Georgia and South Carolina. All right, so we have a lot of coverage to go through here today. A lot of coverage. And we're going to continue to provide that for you all as this continues to move on through. So please be sure, all right, to stay tuned if you haven't already. New tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for Southwestern Choctaw County in southwestern Alabama, northwestern Clark County in southwestern Alabama, northeastern Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi.
So we do have a new tornado warning here for the northern rotation. Once again, all right, as I said, I will continue to live stream all the way through until these storms pass through Alabama, Georgia, and even get into portions of South Carolina too. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas, please be sure to share this information. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for north central Clark County in southwestern Alabama, western Wilcox County in south central Alabama.
Yep, so we do have two new tornado warnings here. Let's try and break this down here. Let's start with the one that's along the line and work towards the one that's out in front of the line here. So here's the new tornado warning here that has been issued for Choctaw, Clark, and Wayne counties. That'll be in effect until 9:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's the rotation. You can see the reds and pinks moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Right in the middle, the consolidation is a little bit more on the northern side of the warning, and that would be specifically due east of Huani, just to the south and east of Shibuda, and towards the Matherville area. So if you live along those areas, as well as areas near Gilbertown in Alabama and Toxie in Alabama, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. This is right along the border of the Alabama-Mississippi border, north of Waynesboro. once again, due east of Shibuya in Mississippi. And this is about to cross the border into Alabama near State Highway 17. So if you guys live over there near Silas, I should say, if you live near Silas here in Alabama, north or even south of that area there in Alabama, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here's the reflectivity. You can see all the massive amounts of rain that is falling from this giant line of storms. We'll even zoom out here for you, and you can see how the line extends all the way from I-20 all the way down towards areas near Hattiesburg and Columbia. And this is a pretty extensive line. You can also see how in this portion of the line, it starts to kind of bow out. We call that a bow echo here in this instance. And what can typically happen here on the northern end of bow echoes is that when you have a lot of strong damaging winds that are coming in behind and the line kind of arcs out like this, it can start to kind of whirlpool. You're going to have a lot of winds that filter out on the northern and southern edges of the actual line here. And on the northern edge, that seems to be more where the tornadic activity seems to kind of reside. And so we do have that whirlpooling effect here in the northern edge of the bow echo. This is in turn creating our tornado warning here for portions of Gilbertown and Toxie, as well as Matherville here in Mississippi. So if you live over there, once again, Gilbertown in Alabama, as well as Toxie and Silas in Alabama, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Moving off to the east here, we do have a tornado warning over here for Thomasville, Pine Hill, Yellow Bluff, Camden, and Miller's Ferry here in Alabama. And specifically, this is for Clark and Wilcox counties here in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 9:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. This storm is out in front of the line. This is not associated with the main line. This is a prefrontal supercell that is starting to develop over here in this general vicinity. If I can try and find the best radar here to kind of cover this, it's in the middle of like a bunch of radars, so we're not exactly looking at the surface when we're trying to determine as to what exactly is happening here. Take a storm motion from warning, and this kind of helps actually a little bit. You can see there is a little bit of rotation with this. All right, we do have a lot of greens and bright greens moving towards the radar, and then we have these grays and dark reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, and that is located just to the east of Thomasville, just to the south and west of Pine Hill here in Alabama, moving to the north and east towards the Yellow Bluff and Camden general vicinity. So if you know anyone that lives near Camden, Alabama, Miller's Ferry, Alabama, Yellow Bluff, Alabama, as well as Pine Hill and Thomasville, you guys need to go ahead and take their proper precautions, or tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Looking over here, you can see on reflectivity, there isn't a whole lot to look at. All right, there's a bunch of bleh over here on radar. There's a lot of rain that is surrounding this entire area. And that's kind of what we can anticipate here as this continues to move on through. There's going to be a lot more showers and thunderstorms that are really going to continue to kind of, you know, develop this characteristic to where it's not really going to show you a whole lot on reflectivity. It's not really going to show you a whole lot on radar. You need to take a look at velocities to kind of determine as to where specifically this is going to be. And in this instance, that's kind of what we're dealing with here at this moment. So you kind of just have to take take our word for it here, whether it's the National Weather Services or mine. There is rotation with this cell. It is heading off towards Yellow Bluff and Camden and Miller's Ferry in Alabama. So you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get to your safe space. There is some rotation here indicated from our normalized rotation here. Nothing above any significant standard at the moment, so that is the good news here. But still something to monitor very closely, and it is in a good environment to potentially even intensify further along, so we're going to have to watch out. We're in Byron, Georgia. Got thunderstorms going on right now. Can hear lots of thunder in the distance, but the storms haven't really reached. Yep. And we're going to continue to live stream here, guys. Once again, we are going to be covering for the next 11 and a half hours, all the way up until more than likely 9 Eastern, because these storms are expected to continue to move on through towards portions of central and southern Alabama, as well as into the eastern panhandle of Florida. central and southern portions of Georgia, as well as central to southern portions of South Carolina. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, I highly recommend telling them that this stuff could potentially occur within their general vicinity. All right? And if you want to, even share my live stream with them, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we can continue to try and get this information out. Because we are going to be doing this coverage for quite some time here. Quite an absorbent amount of time. Alma Clark with the 3 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you becoming a member once again. It says, can't believe it's been 3 months now. This Sunday is the 43rd anniversary of the April 10th, 1979 tornado that hit Wichita Falls. Sheesh. That's pretty crazy. But yeah, I can't believe it's been 3 months too. That's been amazing. So thank you so much for your support, Alma. I really do appreciate it. I really do. But yeah, this is going to continue to uptrend here, more than likely. By looking at all these different colors here, we have dark green, yellow, and orange. All right, this is all the kind of the scale for severe weather. All right, so we have the dark green, which is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, yellow on the 2 out of 5, and orange on the 3 out of 5 here. And if you're in the orange area, you need to watch out very closely. Very closely. There's a confined area, a confined threat for tornadoes here, located within this area in yellow, 10% chance for tornadoes. And these tornado warnings that are currently in effect right now are actually in that area. And so we have a 10% chance for tornadoes indicated in this yellow area, 5% chance in the brown, and then 2% in the green. So areas, in my general opinion, and my honest opinion, what I always say is that if you're in the 5% or in the 10%, you always need to watch out for tornadoes, okay? So that includes areas near Atlanta, Columbia, Charleston, Macon, Tallahassee, Pensacola. Even portions of New Orleans is in the threat as well. All right, so they all need to be weather aware throughout the majority of the day, okay? But areas specifically in the yellow right here, from the border of Mississippi, Alabama, near Waynesboro, all the way through Montgomery, Eufaula, Dothan, Enterprise, Atmore, all the way up to Albany, Statesboro, Savannah. All right, this is going to be where the higher end tornado threat for this event is going to reside, and they all have the chance to potentially be a significant tornado. So if you know anyone that lives within these areas, please tell them this could potentially happen into their general vicinity, as we do already have 3 tornado warnings in effect in some of these areas now. Please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by hitting the thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. All right, so please be sure to do that to help me try and get this information out to as many people as possible. So hit that thumbs up button down below. It only takes 1 second. Believe me, it's just you on full screen, you hit the thumbs up button, and then you get back to full screen. And within that time frame, this video will be recommended to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 more people. Don't forget about the cams. Alabama cams, I'm not sure if I'm able to use a whole lot. I'd have to look here to see. Zachary DeBose with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, what do I think about Lexington, South Carolina? Well, everyone, first off, say thank you to Zachary for the generous support to the channel. Really does mean a lot to me. Lexington, South Carolina. I do think they could see some severe weather today. It would be a lot later on today, however. It would be a lot later on today into the afternoon. So I do think that they are probably going to see that. With strong damaging winds. And maybe the chance for a tornado is possible. But I think it's going to be more of a strong damaging wind threat. Let's go back to the tornado warnings here. Let's start here with the furthest most south one. Tornado warning here for Choctaw, Washington, and Wayne counties, and that'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time. The rotation in itself is now kind of a little bit more linear, at least with this tornado warning. That is this giant box here that we are talking about, this red box here. And before, if we actually backtrack here a little bit, there was actually some rotation that was heading off towards the Waynesboro general vicinity that originally came from Laurel. But now it is a lot more linear. You can see how the line is kind of a lot more widespread. And that tells me that things are a lot more of a strong damaging wind risk in that department. Still, regardless, we can still see some very strong damaging winds within this general vicinity. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe even 70 at the most within some of these areas. And that'll be heading off towards the Silas, the Cullenberg, and the Milry areas. So please stay in that sturdy structure if you are still in there, all right? I highly recommend staying in there, especially as this storm continues to move across your area, because there could potentially be, potentially some wind damage within some of these, some of the general areas that I just called due to the strong damaging winds. Just further off to the north, there is also a tornado warning here. You can see a lot larger of a box, or at least a lot longer of a box that extends from east to west, located right within here. And you can see that this tornado warning is mainly for Gilbertown and Toxie in areas north of Silas, all right? That is where the rotation is now starting to head off towards. Within the next 5 minutes, that's pretty much where it's going to be at, all right? So Gilbertown, Silas, Toxie here in Alabama. If you haven't already, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There is actually some rotation here. It is just a little bit further north of the U.S. Highway 84 general vicinity near Melvin. And you can kind of see the reds and pinks moving away, greens and grays moving towards. So right about there is where the tornadic rotation is where I'd find it. It is a little bit broad, all right? It is a little bit broad. But this thing could potentially do something a little bit later on. That's the reason why there's always tornado warnings issued by the National Weather Service. That's the main purpose of them, all right? It's the potential for tornadoes to form is there. And so we got to continue to heed the National Weather Service warnings as this continues to move on through. Very strong damaging winds over here approaching Silas. Yeah, Silas, Cullenberg needs to stay in their safe space. Stay away from windows too. If you want to be safe, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, is what I would highly recommend. Moving off towards the east, there is a tornado warning out in front of the line here. You can kind of see this is where the main line is at, extending from Livingston, Alabama, all the way down to Waynesboro, Mississippi, and then further off towards Hattiesburg and Columbia in Mississippi. And there's this one storm that's kind of just out in front of this that has a tornado warning here. And so let's take a look here. This is a tornado warning specifically for Wilcox County. All right, so the original tornado warning for Clark County, that has now been canceled because the tornadic storm has moved out of that area. It has moved out of that area, which is the good news. But there is some tornadic rotation over here near Pine Hill and Yellow Bluff. So if you guys know anyone that lives over there, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions here in Alabama. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So Yellow Bluff, Camden, Miller's Ferry, Pine Hill here in Alabama. Once again, tornado warning has been issued for your area. There is tornadic rotation with this cell. You can see you have a lot of bright greens and almost blues heading towards the radar, and then you have some reds and grays moving away. So right in the middle, right about there is where the tornadic rotation would be. It is pretty broad at this time. It is pretty broad, so that is one thing to make a note of. But at the same time, this thing could easily try and produce something tornadic later on. So that's the reason why a tornado warning has been issued. That's the reason why we're watching this very closely. And we're going to just continue to watch out for this. trying to look here to see if I find anything on Twitter. Once again, please be sure to copy stuff on Twitter. Send them to me as well. Interesting. Did I sleep last night? I did sleep for about an hour. I'm just kidding. About 3 hours. 3-4 hours. Something like that. Vince is reporting some damage, potential spin up. Kind of not surprised. Maybe a tornado, maybe some strong damaging winds that have moved on through. So I'm not really too surprised. I have no clue where he's at, but yeah. He's definitely getting a lot of activity over there. We'll say that for sure. Real quickly, want to pin this now here. If you guys haven't already on Twitter, please be sure to like and retweet this here because we do want to try and get this information out to more and more people on Twitter. I've already put the link to my live stream on there. So please be sure to like and retweet this thing right here. I'll put the link to this in the chat as well. Put the link to this in the chat. So please be sure to like and retweet so that we can continue to try and get information out to this to as many people as possible. But if you have a Twitter, please be sure to do that. That'd be greatly appreciated. Weather Watcher, what's up? And how's it going this morning? New mesoscale discussion. Yeah, there is. Severe threat for tornado watch 94-95 continues. Actually, I want to. Well, we'll read this first, and then we'll talk about the probabilities for severe weather and tornadoes within this area. Quote, the greatest potential for tornadoes and damaging winds should focus across parts of southern Mississippi, south central Alabama, and western Florida panhandle over the next couple of hours. A small Boeing line of embedded low-level circulations over parts of southern Mississippi will move eastward across southern central Alabama and the western Florida panhandle this morning. Surface-based storms appear most likely where at least mid-60 surface dew points are present. Given the linear nature of the ongoing convection and the presence of 45 to 50 knot of deep layer shear, damaging winds will continue to be the threat in the short term. All right, so short term, damaging winds is more than likely the threat. Other more cellular convection is occurring ahead of the line across southern into central Alabama, where a strong low-level warm advection regime is ongoing or is active. Ample low-level shear noted on recent VWPs from KMOB and other area radars suggests that the threat for tornadoes both within the line and with any supercell ahead of it will also persist this morning as convection spreads eastward across southern Alabama and the western Florida panhandle. The potential for a strong tornado may exist over portions of southern Alabama and far western Florida panhandle in the next 1 to 2 hours, where the best instability and strongest low-level and deep layer shear currently overlap. So basically what they're saying is that the threat for significant tornadoes will start to increase here over the next couple of hours. What's the probability for this weather watch here. It's tornado watch. 60% chance of 2 or more tornadoes. 60% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes within this tornado watch in central to southern Alabama. 30% chance of seeing a strong tornado. So that is interesting. Parts of Missouri is under the risk for severe weather. What can you expect? There is a chance for, potentially a tornado. Small chance for a tornado. And then southern Missouri over here near Lebanon, Springfield, Joplin, all the way over to like Tulsa, Oklahoma, Fayetteville, Arkansas. They have the chance for some hail and then some strong damaging winds from Columbia, Quincy, St. Louis, all the way down to Springfield, and then into the areas that I called out for is also possible. So that is something to make a note of. And that'll be moving off into the afternoon hours. So the afternoon hours is when you guys can really see your activity over there. Late afternoon into the evening, potentially even overnight hours for your area. Excuse me. Let's see. Let's go back to the tornado warnings here. Let's start with the one down over here. I think this tornado warning may expire here soon. It's in effect for another 3 minutes. So that probably will expire here soon. We'll go over it here just to see as to what could potentially happen here. But there is a strong damaging wind threat for this storm. You can see a bowing segment right within here. A lot of wind surging in behind this. And so I do think this is more of a wind threat than a tornado threat. However, the tornado threat would be a little bit further north along US Highway 84 in this other tornado warning here. That'll be heading off towards the Coffeyville areas, as well as areas around that near Silas, Campbell, areas north of Frankville, near the Cullenberg areas, as well as east of Cullenberg. So if you live near Coffeyville in Alabama, all right, now is your time to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Is it still viable for me to use Jackson's radar at this time? Probably not. Probably not. Let's move that over to Montgomery's radar. What software is this map on? This is GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst. And then the counterpart here with all this, all these outlooks here, that is GR Earth that I use. Once again, we're still expecting a lot of activity here today, so we got to continue to try and spread this information with as many people as possible. I will be live streaming for quite a long time. We're already an hour into this coverage, and we are anticipating us to continue to stay on for quite some time. All the way up until more than likely 9 p.m. Central, or not Central, Eastern, when the storms actually move off the coast. So we're going to be live streaming for quite some time. And if you know anyone that lives within these areas here, all right, areas in the yellow and areas in the orange, this is the Convective Outlook here that is issued by the Storm Prediction Center. There's a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, all right? If you know anyone that lives in the yellow or in the orange, specifically in the orange, I highly recommend telling them that this stuff could happen within their general vicinity, because there is expected to be a lot of strong severe weather within this general area, all right? Strong damaging winds and upwards of 60 to maybe even 70 miles per hour. Spotty hail, and even the threat for significant tornadoes is possible. So we got to continue to try and get information out to as many people as possible. So copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. so that we can continue to try and get this live stream out to as many different social media platforms as possible. Because if people don't have power, if people don't have cable, they're going to go to social media to try and figure out what's going on, and that's where we come in. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. And also, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. All right, believe it or not, that actually helps. Helps me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, that's how YouTube's algorithm works. If more people interact with the channel, whether they subscribe or like the live stream, you know, I'm not asking people to, you know, subscribe and stuff like that, at least not during active situations. Although if you want to stay up to date with future severe weather events, I highly recommend coming back to this channel. So subscribing would be nice to have. But by hitting that thumbs up button down below, by hitting that subscribe button and stuff like that, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already with that. I also want to mention here real quickly that there's also a sneaky 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale over here in portions of Illinois, Missouri, northern Arkansas, and northeastern Oklahoma as well. So that's something to watch out for. Near Crestview, Florida, just missed what you said. Around what time is most activities supposed to happen? They're saying that the threat for significant tornadoes here, according to the Storm Prediction Center, quote, the greatest potential for tornadoes and damaging winds should focus across parts of southern Mississippi, southern/central Alabama, and the western Florida panhandle over the next couple of hours. All right, so that is what they're saying here. They think that the potential for a strong tornado may exist over portions of southern Alabama and the far western Florida panhandle in the next 1 to 2 hours, where the best instability and the strongest low-level shear and deep layers shear currently overlap. So that is what they are saying right now. Do I know the outlook for Poplarville, Mississippi? I do. Poplarville is along I-59 here. They are in the, they're right on the border of the 3 out of 5 and the 2 out of 5. You can see the line right here that moves on through. So they are on the 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale at this time. But regardless, you know, whether you're in the 2 out of 5 or 3 out of 5, you need to watch out for severe weather regardless. I do think you guys can see some activity later on this afternoon. So that is something to monitor. I want to go over to this radar site over here. How high are we looking up? 9,600 feet. What if we go over to Birmingham's? 6,700 feet. So this is probably the better way to go here. Let's take a look at the tornadic rotation over here that is approaching Camden, Alabama. All right, so this is a tornado warning that remains in effect for Wilcox County here in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 9:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. All right, so there is a tornado warning right here. And there is some rotation with this. You see some greens, bright greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So there is some broad rotation over here, nothing too consolidated that tells me that there is a tornado in progress at the moment, which is the good news here. But once again, if you know anyone that lives over here in Camden, Alabama, Millers Ferry, Alabama, areas along State Highway 28, State Highway 41, and State Highway 10 here in Alabama near Camden, or around the surrounding areas, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if they haven't already. Dothan or Ozark, Alabama. So at this moment right now, they are currently seeing some scattered showers and thunderstorms. All right, I'll pull the radar up for your area. Here you go. You can see a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms over here in Ozark and Dothan. You guys are expected to get a lot of significant activity later on, probably within the next hour and a half to 2 hours is when your window of opportunity starts to really appear. And I think you guys start to get a lot more activity even after that as these showers and thunderstorms continue to increase in coverage. You can already see with this radar over here from Mobile, we have a thunderstorm over here that's near Monroeville and Greenville in Alabama. You have the other storm that's over near Camden that has a tornado warning. And then you have the big line after that that extends from Linden, Alabama, all the way through until Hattiesburg and even portions of Macomb, Mississippi. Big line that extends all the way through there. So a lot of stuff that's pushing on through with that. Samson, Alabama. What's happening for your area? So Samson is near the Enterprise area. So that's kind of the same thing. About an hour to an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours is your window of opportunity when storms are going to start to increase in coverage. And the potential for some tornadoes to occur within that area is possible. So that is something to make a note of. That is an interesting rotation that is developing over there near Frisco City. I'll have to watch out for that. I want to take a look here. They think that you're going to start to see showers and thunderstorms here, according to the radar, as early as the noon hours. Noon hours is when you guys are going to see scattered showers and thunderstorms. And then the big line is really going to move on through around 1 Central. All right, 1 Central, maybe 2 Central. And then as soon as the main line moves on through, you guys are done. All right, you guys get more scattered showers and thunderstorms behind that, but you guys are done for tonight. I don't foresee you guys getting a whole lot more tornadic activity. I'll take a sounding behind this just to see. And yeah, you guys are done with the tornadic activity for the most part. Over in like Dothan, Enterprise, areas near Samson as well. So as soon as that big line moves on through, that's the main risk. Now tomorrow, there is the threat for tornadic activity in your area as well. So that is something to make a note of. That is something to make a note of. Yeah, HRRR says there's a lot of widespread activity here with these storms. Yeah, it's pretty strong. And they do move off the coast. They start to move off the coast at 8 Eastern. They start to approach the Tallahassee area over here. Around 6 or 7 Eastern. So that is something to make a note of. But yeah, we will be live streaming until 9 Eastern. 9 tonight. So 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So a lot of coverage still left. Hour and 10 minutes into the live stream here right now. We still have a lot of ways to go. So, you know, if you know anyone, once again, that lives within these areas here. All right, I'm going to keep saying this because, you know, we still have a lot of severe weather to cover over. All right, we have a lot of severe weather to cover here. Not just today, but tomorrow. But we'll focus on today for right now. If you live within the yellows or in the orange, or if you know anyone that lives in the yellow and the orange, right within here, all right, you need to be weather aware today for the potential for some very strong damaging winds, spotty hail, and the chance for significant tornadoes. New tornado warning, confirmed tornado.
Tornado warning for northern Clark County in southwestern Alabama, southwestern Wilcox
Big
County
debris
in
signature.
south central Alabama.
Yep, big debris signature. That is a tornado. That is a tornado. We kind of actually saw that there was the potential for this to potentially spin up here near Coffeyville, and there it is. Tornado in progress right now in Coffeyville, Alabama. That is a gnarly debris signature. Yep. So what I'm looking at right now is the correlation coefficient. This is a product that looks at rain versus any sorts of other things that the radar is picking up. We do have that here. You can see that the areas that are in greens and blue, that is debris that is being picked up from the radar. Anywhere that's in the yellow or in the red, maybe even orange. I'll say orange and red, that is more rain. And we do have a debris signature indicated here. There is a tornado in progress that is near the Coffeyville, Alabama area. So this is, you know, kind of what we can anticipate here today, all right? It's not just the thunderstorms that are out in front of the line. It's also the cells that are inside the line that can produce your tornadoes. And that's the reason why we need to continue to try and, you know, get information out to as many people as possible. We need to really watch out for this as this moves on through. So, once again, tornado in progress here. near Coffeyville, Alabama. If you live over here in Clark and Wilcox counties, all right, near Thomasville, Fulton areas near US Highway 43, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Because yes, there is a tornado in progress. We need to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, because we got to continue to try and get this information out to more and more people. And once again, by liking the live stream, by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to do so. Once again, this is a tornado in progress. This is in southwestern portions of Alabama. Southwestern portions of Alabama. You notice this big pink warning right here. All right, this pink polygon right here. This is a confirmed tornado warning right here. Whenever you see that on my channel. The red boxes are just general tornado warnings. And the National Weather Service has indeed recognized that this is a tornado in progress right now. So please be sure to watch out for this very closely. Looking at the debris signature, still the case here. If I were to actually measure where I think the actual debris signature is currently spaced, I'm going to measure it from east to west here. The debris signature here is pretty large. Actually, it's very large here. Very large debris signature from what I can tell. So the debris is being swirled around this general area. And it's about 2.5 miles wide. So that's not how large the actual tornado is. That's how large the rotation
Tornado
is.
warning for Central Wilcox County in south central Alabama.
So Wilcox County, also the northeastern portions of Wilcox County has a tornado warning over there. That's something to monitor as it continues to move on through. But the actual rotation, that's how large the rotation is within this area. And it's slinging that debris all around the tornado here. So there is still a tornado in progress with this storm. This is still going. And we need to continue to watch out for this very, very closely. Very closely. So once again, tornado in progress here in southwestern Alabama. This is near Coffeyville, Alabama. If you live near Coffeyville, if you live near Thomasville and Fulton, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Also, there is a new tornado warning over here. This is for the northeastern portions of Wilcox County, north of Camden. If we go over here to the Birmingham radar and look south, there is still rotation with this storm. It's really hard to tell because we have a lot of this kind of purple junk here. This is basically contamination within the radar that we are unable to see as to what exactly is happening here. But we do have the general rotation. If you can eyeball it, you can see you have greens and blues moving towards the radar and the reds and grays right over here moving away from it. So we do have this counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere within this area. And that does tell me that there is some tornadic rotation. So that is something to watch out for. This will eventually be heading off towards the general vicinity of Montgomery in about an hour and a half. So areas in Montgomery need to watch out for. They're not in immediate danger. But eventually this could head off towards like Sardis, Minter, Benton, areas near Whitehall as well in Alabama, south of Selma. So that is something to make a note of as this continues to move on through. There's also other areas of rotation to watch out for. Something near Mountain Creek and north of Wetumpka. So that is something to watch out for as well. Yeah, something that could potentially be tornadic later on, but I don't see anything right now with that. And then there's also some of these other cells that are over here, paralleling I-65 from Monroeville, as well as areas near Evergreen, all the way up towards Fort Deposit in Greenville. So that is something to watch out for as this moves on through towards the north and east. That'll parallel I-65. Back to the tornado warning, the confirmed tornado over here that is near Coffeyville. Radar is starting to kind of fail us a little bit in regards to coverage, so there's only so much we can do at this time to try and figure out as to what's going on. We'll look at the scan prior to what's happening here. You can see that there was rotation, still is rotation actually, I should say, with the storm. The reds, pinks, and almost even yellows and oranges moving away from the radar. Greens moving towards. Counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere right there is where the tornadic rotation would be, or even tornado. And that is represented with a debris signature. As we move on through and push this off, it's a little bit harder to tell as to whether or not there is a debris signature because you can kind of see this giant line right within here that is going right through the storm. And that's kind of some contamination within the radar, unfortunately. So we can't really tell exactly what's happening with the cells over in Campbell. And there isn't any radars nearby besides the one that we're currently looking at to try and determine as to whether or not this thing is still on the ground. But my honest recommendation here at this point, okay, this thing has had a history of producing a tornado. So if this thing is still on the ground, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, all right? Thomasville, Fulton, here in Alabama. This is southwestern portions of Alabama. You need to go right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado if this thing is still on the ground as possible, which could easily be the case. This thing could still be on the ground. So we need to continue to watch out for this very, very closely. So guys, continue to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. If you have friends and family that lives within these areas, please be sure to send them a text message, even share them the live stream too. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. All right, so it only takes 1 second. You get out of full screen on YouTube, you look for the thumbs up button, and then you press it. And that, believe it or not, helps me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, so please be sure to do that if you haven't already. Still a confirmed tornado warning here. They just updated the warning, and the National Weather Service still says that this is confirmed. So this is 8 miles northeast of Coffeyville at this time, and it's approaching the Thomasville and the Fulton area. So if you live near Thomasville and Fulton, north of Grove Hill, near the Pine Hill areas, you need to stay in your safe space. You need to go underground or in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, because there is still a confirmed tornado with this storm as this continues to move on through, according to the National Weather Service. Still has some pretty gnarly rotation with this here. You can still see we have it. Pink's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards, so right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This storm still is relatively well-defined, I should say. There's also an area down here that's approaching Grove Hill. This might go tornado warn too, if this thing starts to consolidate. You can see the pinks moving away from the radar and the greens moving towards as well. There's even a mesocyclonic signature here, according to GR2, the radar that I'm using right now. And no debris signature at this time, so that is good to hear. But a lot of areas over here in Alabama that are starting to get a lot of activity. So let's refresh here real quickly. All right, this is the risk for severe weather today. We have a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in yellow and a 3 out of 5 in orange. If you live in those areas, you need to watch out for severe weather today. Whether it's by staying on the live stream here throughout the majority of time until the storms pass through your area, or you pay attention to the National Weather Service. Either way, you need to watch out very closely. Okay? There's also this dark green area, which is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, as well as areas over here in the portions of Missouri, Illinois, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. All right, so the big thing here is that there is severe weather anticipated today. And if you're in the yellow and in the orange, or if you know anyone who's in the yellow and the orange, you need to notify them that severe weather is possible today. Whether you copy the link to the live stream and share it with them, whether you stay on with the National Weather Service, I don't care. All right, I highly prefer you share the live stream with them so that they can consistently get, the radar information from me here, so I can continue to give you guys more and more information as to what these storms are doing and where specifically they are. But the National Weather Service is a very good source to try and figure out. You know, they issue the warnings, of course. So that is something to make a note of with that. But we will be live all the way up until 8 Central, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, more than likely. Which basically means that we will be live all the way until these storms move off the coast. Once they move off the coast, then we will be able to end it for today. But that's still a long ways to go here. We've been live streaming for an hour and 20 minutes. It is 10:21 a.m. And still have a long ways to go here. Still have a long ways to go. A lot of severe weather anticipated still. And so we got to continue to monitor this very closely. Very closely. What weather app do I use? This is actually an application for computer. This is called GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial, but then after the free trial, you have to pay for a key. One-time purchase of $250. This is my opinion, the best radar. So if you want to do this long-term, if you like this as a hobby, or if you're trying to become a meteorologist, and you are going to want to do this for a long time, this is the app to go. This is the app to go with here on computer. But a cheaper option that I can recommend is Radar Scope and Radar Omega. They both cost around $10, and they're only one-time purchases as well. We also have a big severe thunderstorm warning with this giant line. So besides the things that are, you know, tornadic within the line, so on top of the tornadoes that are forming within this line, we also have the threat here for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Could even, I would even say, get up to hurricane force. Could even get up to hurricane force winds, possibly within this. So that is something to watch out for. Can I put a link in the description for the app? I sure can. I probably should do that. GR2 Analyst. The website's pretty sketchy. All right, the website is pretty sketchy. I will say that much. So that is something to make a note of. Or at least it's not pretty sketchy. It looks pretty sketchy. But believe me, it is not. There you go. I've updated it so you guys have a link to the radar in the description down below. You can try your stuff over there with that. Michelle Graham, thank you so much for becoming a member. That really does mean a lot to my channel. That's the best way to support my channel too. Putting up $5 a month to help support it. So I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Really does mean a lot to my channel. So thank you so much for becoming a member. What is expected for Coleman? Coleman is a little too far north. So I think they are out of the risk for the most part. They are actually on the border of being completely out of the risk here. So that's the good news. So Coleman should be fine, but it's areas south of Birmingham, south of Tuscaloosa. Even portions of Birmingham and Tuscaloosa could get some activity. But south of that, near Demopolis, Selma, Montgomery, Auburn, that's the areas to watch. That is the areas to watch for certain. There's also a significant flash flood risk. My goodness. Look at all these flash flood warnings here indicated in these green boxes behind over here. So, wow. Lot of activity back over there. Let's go back to the confirmed tornado warning. Does not look like there's a debris signature at this time, so I would say the tornado is off the ground. But I of course am not in southwestern Alabama, so you know I can't really say that with the utmost confidence here. All right. One thing that I do know is that there is a tornado warning in effect for some of these areas here, specifically for Clark and Wilcox counties, and that'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you're in Thomasville or in Fulton, all right, the storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. With that being said, you need to stay in your safe space, or if you're new to the channel and you're from there, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Pine Hill and Yellow Bluff down the line. You still have a little bit of time, but this could potentially be heading off towards your area here in about 15 minutes. So you need to go ahead, start preparing now, and get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, because this thing could potentially produce a tornado a little bit later along the line as well. There's also an area of rotation over here near Grove Hill too. Areas near Grove Hill and north of Grove Hill. So that is something to watch out for. If that thing does produce a tornado, that'll head off towards Fulton and then eventually south of Yellow Bluff and Pine Hill as well. So that is something to make a note of here in southwestern Alabama. There's also a tornado warning. I do think this also expires in 4 minutes, and it does. So that really won't be too much to talk about here. But it looks like that tornadic rotation that came from the tornado warning near Camden is still there. It's just not as strong. But it is heading off towards Montgomery. I have not been up all night, actually. I stopped live streaming at 3 Eastern, 2 Central, something like that. And I went to take a nap, went to sleep. Then I started live streaming at 9 Eastern to 8 Central. And so here I am. Try to get a little bit of sleep. But we're still trying to get as much activity here as possible. We're still trying to cover as much as possible for you all. We're going to be covering this all day, too. All day. So expect more where this came from. How many tornadoes confirmed so far? I think this is the third one. I think this is the third one confirmed today from radar. As I said, Michelle, I really do appreciate it. Strong storm just moved on through near Auburn. Yeah, it did. And you're expected to get more of that, too. That's the crazy thing. So I would just be weather aware for the most part here, Christopher. So let's go ahead and just take a look at the general radar here now. One thing I want to mention here, okay? So we have our 2 tornado warnings. We have the 1 tornado warning with our pink polygon right here. We have another tornado warning here with our red polygon here. All right. So those are our 2 ongoing tornado warnings at this time. If we take a look here at these yellow tornado, or not tornado warnings, these yellow warnings here. These are these severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued. You notice how one severe thunderstorm warning has a lot thicker black, outline than another. And that is a more significant severe thunderstorm warning. All right, this is the damage threat considerable tag, I believe is what it is. Yep, damage threat considerable. And that basically means that 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, or at least an upwards of hurricane force winds possible, is within these areas. You could potentially get that. So that is something to watch out for here. On top of the threat for tornadoes embedded within the line, you could potentially get almost hurricane force winds possible with this. Luckily, not really a whole lot of hail, so that is good. So let us go zoom out here. All right. This is the general radar here as this moves about. These giant red boxes here this is your tornado watch. So we have a tornado watch that's in effect for portions of Louisiana, as well as southern Mississippi, Alabama, and portions of Florida as well. We have the main line right here that is extending here in southwestern Alabama all the way through and towards portions of southern Mississippi, and even as far south as Lafayette. So that's really interesting too. But this line really does extend, and it'll continue to move off towards the east. It'll continue to progress further and further to portions of Dothan, as well as Albany, Macon, Charleston, Savannah. So if you guys live within those areas here, once again, areas in the orange, you need to be weather aware here today. Let's drink a lemonade. Let's drink a Minute Maid. Let's hope it doesn't explode over me this time. There you go. Let us drink a Minute Maid lemonade. There we go. Okay. It seems as if my internet is kind of Monka-S right now, so bear with it. Turn it off, turn it back on. Yeah, it seems my camera or my computer is kind of just running all sorts of stuff at the moment. So that's kind of, you know, that's kind of a thing. There we go. So currently we have one tornado warning at this time. We have one over here. This is for the Thomasville area here in southwestern Alabama. If you guys live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground and lowest and most part of your building if you haven't already. How's Noonan, Georgia looking for today? Noonan, Georgia is in the risk for severe weather. They are in the risk for severe weather here today. Let's see. So let's pull it up. There is Noonan right there. They're right on the border, the 2 out of 5 and the 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So that is something to consider as this moves on through. I do think, let's actually take a look at the simulated radar here for the most part. Let's refresh. Yeah, it looks like my camera's just kind of doing weird things. So that's kind of a thing. I do think you guys can get some activity right around, I'd say 1 or 2 in the afternoon. That's when your stuff can really start to kind of uptrend a little bit. But then after that, that's when you guys are really pretty much done. You can see the line move on through here. So that's kind of what I'm anticipating. I'm seeing how this this all just forms into one giant line here. And then it pushes off the coast here. So that's the good news with that. That is some very good news. Let us go back to the tornado warning. Yeah, no longer a confirmed tornado at this time. That is a good news. No longer a confirmed tornado. According to the National Weather Service. So that is a good news right now. Just have one tornado warning. Once again, will be in effect until the top of the hour. until 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time. It's the outlook for Summerville, South Carolina. Let's take a look here. Once again, I'm going to continue to try and, talk with chat, communicate with chat here. I'm going to continue to try and get information out. Summerville, South Carolina. The outlook for you all is the 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here today. So you guys are in a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. You guys will mainly get your activity in the late afternoon into the early evening hours. That's what I kind of predict for you all. So there you go. This is a huge severe thunderstorm warning. My goodness. Let's just take off regular severe thunderstorm warnings and just look at this giant severe thunderstorm warning. All right, huge severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. Probably a tremendous amount of counties here that have been that are in this area here. I'm actually really interested. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Butler, Monroe, Washington, Clark, Wilcox, and Conecuh County. So that's 6 counties in Alabama. That is a giant severe thunderstorm warning until 10:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. That is huge. That is a huge, huge warning. So that is something to note. Once again, still have our tornado warning here. I was looking up 8,000 feet, so it's probably best. Are we starting to get into closer coverage here with some of these other storms? 9,000. Fort Rucker, that's 15,000, so that's not going to help. Maxwell, that is 13,000 as well. So no, we're going to Mobile. Once again, Mobile is the closest radar at this time. We're looking up at minimum 9,000 feet above ground level. So that is, that is a good 1.5 to 1.75 miles above ground level that we're looking up. So it's not exactly looking on the ground here. Will with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support on the channel. It really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much for the 5. There isn't a whole lot of lightning with these storms here. I'm looking at the lightning to ground potential here. I see a little bit over here near Grove Hill. So maybe a stronger storm that's trying to develop on the backside of this. It'll move on through. That is something to keep in mind as this progresses. But right now, we just have a giant line here. We have a giant thunderstorm that is bowing out. Very strong storm that is just pushing on behind this. So that is something interesting to note here. That is something interesting to note. But yeah. Yeah, I guess this is kind of the good news here. This is kind of the good news here at the moment. The storms aren't really congealing as well as they were this morning. This morning there was quite a few tornadoes, especially along the line. So we're just gonna have to hope that that continues to be the case. These storms over here in Forest Home and Greenville, need to watch out for those. Those are your prefrontal thunderstorms. If those things fire off, start to spin, they could potentially produce significant tornadoes as well. So that is something to note. Trying to see. Yeah, there you go. So there's some rotation right there near Forest Home. That's a good example of it. All right, you see the greens moving towards, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Man, oh man. Lot of stuff over there. Once again, if you have anything that you want to send in, please be sure to at me. Of course, as my computer malfunctions, that's perfect time to plug it. There you go. But at me, at Nate_Snyder. Of course, I'm also retweeting all the stuff that I find on there here on the stream too. So that is something interesting. All right, we don't have a tornado warning anymore. That is the good news. Don't have a tornado warning anymore. But we do have a, once again, damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning at this time. And we do have a storm that's out in front of this near Greenville to watch out for. So that is something to monitor. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts over there. Well, this is really good. I'm pretty happy that stuff's not happening right now. Of course, we still have a lot of time for stuff to happen. So, you know, for all we know, this could be short-lived. But I really do appreciate everyone who's came out to the stream so far. Subscribed, liked, and stuff like that. Shared it with friends and family and whatnot. It really does mean a lot to me. All right, so if you want to continue to help me get this information out to more and more people, please be sure to do that. It really does help. It really does help. Bill Lear with the membership. Thank you so much for becoming a weather watcher. Really does mean a lot to me. You guys are really helping me out. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate the memberships here on the channel. It's the best way to support my channel, and that really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much. Is Nate related to Ryan Hall? No, he's actually he's a separate YouTuber. So he does his own stuff over on his channel, but we do stuff similar. All right, we have the same goal, or at least a similar goal, I should say. I like to think that we have a similar goal. But yeah, I tend to live stream a lot more often than Ryan does. Something like that. I try to do a lot of radar analysis, though. I try to do a lot of radar just to kind of make sure that, you know, everyone has an idea as to what's going on. And if anything happens, I'm there to cover it. All right. Radar analysis is kind of my thing. If you had to ask me to pick between the two of what I would rather do, I'd rather do radar analysis over forecasting. All right. I've studied radar analysis for quite a while, actually. And I'm still studying, still learning more and more stuff. But, yeah. Am I going to be on around 5 to 8? That's when it seems to get to Statesboro. Yeah, I will still be on by then. I will be on probably until 9 Eastern. All right, the storms will be off the coast by then. So around 9 Eastern. That is when I'm kind of anticipating here. But yeah, enough about other YouTubers and stuff like that. We both have the same goal. We both try and get information out. That's all we can ask for, right? That's all we can ask for. So once again, we have a giant severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, almost hurricane force winds. Almost hurricane force wind gusts within the area. So that is something to make a note of. And then once again, we also have the storms out in front of this over here near Fort Deposit in Greenville. This is also creating some storms out in front of it that could potentially rotate. So that's something to watch out for. It's paralleling 65 all the way up to Montgomery. So these storms could head off to Montgomery. They could. But in regards to the strength of them, all right, in regards to how strong these storms actually are, it's unknown at this time as to whether or not they could potentially produce a tornado, but still. We're very fortunate right now that there are no tornado warnings compared to, what we saw in the beginning of our live stream, to where there were quite a few. Anyone found videos of the damage of the tornado of Coffeyville? Haven't found anything on Twitter. I haven't. I've been looking on Twitter. I see damage from areas in Texas. Like there was damage over here in Henderson because of the straight line damaging winds that we covered last night. There was the damage over there. You can see the big wind damage on the roof of that. Of course, all this stuff is being retweeted on my Twitter, so if you want to see the stuff that I retweet, please be sure to put it on there. By the way, thank you, Unforgiven. Appreciate it. Also, if you want to take pictures of what's happening outside, please be sure to do so. Just be safe. That's the main thing there. All right? Do not go out of your way just to, take a picture. Value your safety more than a picture. All right? So don't do that. You haven't already. There's a report over here of trees and power lines down near Coffeyville. All right, so we just had a report of damage over here. Blocking the road of State Highway 69 and Highway 154 blocked. Tornado debris signature observed on radar. Time is estimated. Oh, I know, Woden. I know. He wasn't trying to be rude. He wasn't. He wasn't. I can vouch for him. Can I get an update on tomorrow's weather? It hinges a lot on what happens today. Extremely nervous. I'll look for that. I'll pull that up here actually in a second. What about Colquitt County, Georgia? Let me pull that up here real quickly. Yeah, it will get to Colquitt County. As a matter of fact, Colquitt County is in the 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. So I would watch out. I would definitely watch out for severe weather here today. That'll be moving on through into the early afternoon hours, maybe even late afternoon hours in your area. So Colquitt County, be weather aware. Be weather aware, as could be some severe weather that could head off towards your general vicinity. Now, as for tomorrow, as for what happens tomorrow. All right, this is really interesting. Here's the outlook for tomorrow. You guys can see the outlook for tomorrow. There is a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale for northern portions of Alabama, Georgia, as well as Tennessee, North Carolina, and South Carolina. So that does mean that I more than likely will be on tomorrow, another live stream. Strong damaging winds, spotty hail within the area. But the big thing there is the threat for tornadoes. You can see how widespread it actually is. So that is something to make a note of. The actual general threat of these storms is pretty spotty. All right, so you see there's a lot of showers and thunderstorms that develop here in the late morning, early afternoon hours. These develop here very widespread across the board. So this is your tornadic threat. And then you can also see the line behind this. You see this line? This could also produce your tornadoes here as this moves about. So that is something to make a note of too. So, gotta watch out. I don't see any like pronounced threat, like not a significant threat there. More than likely not as significant as today, which is the good news. But, you know, there could be some activity here, and that's the reason why we got a live stream there. Now, I want to make a note of something here real quickly before we head back into the coverage. I want to go to the day 4 through 5 outlook, all right? So, I'll show you guys what's happening here. This is the day 4 outlook here. This is for Friday. There's nothing. For Saturday, there is nothing. For Sunday, there is nothing. Next Monday, okay? Next Monday, there is the threat for severe weather in portions of Kansas, central Oklahoma, and Texas. Now, they don't issue these severe outlooks really this far out. When you start to get to like 7 days out, 8 days out, that's really far. Really far. So the potential for severe weather, once again, is also possible in the middle of, or the beginning of next week to the middle of next week. This is on the 11th, April 11th. So mark your calendars. Could potentially see something there. Who knows if I'll be able to live stream? I don't know. I don't know because I don't really have an idea as to what specifically is going to happen. So until I know that, I can't really, tell you all as to whether or not I can live stream. But usually when those outlooks that get issued, usually they're for, a lot of strong activity. New severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued on the southern side of the line for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this entire line here is relatively strong across the board. This thing is definitely continuing to uptick in activity here. Not too surprised at all. And this is the other threat that is a bit hidden, more or less. Everyone talks about the tornadoes and stuff like that. Granted, the tornadoes is, the most significant threat in regards to doing damage. But from a widespread perspective, the severe thunderstorms here that produce 70-mile-per-hour winds to even hurricane force, those are the ones to watch out for too. Because those are practically, they could potentially do the same damage as weak tornadoes. So, that's something to make a note of. Of course, as this moves about. What about flooding, Nate? Flooding is a threat as well? Yes, indeed. The flooding is also another hidden risk. Interesting thing you say that. There's actually reports over here in Hattiesburg right now of massive water pooling and heavy rain. Water is covering the intersection of Katy Avenue and Charles Street in Hattiesburg. And there's just a bunch of reports of flooding over here in Hattiesburg. Let's see if I can get pictures over here of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Anything flooding over here? Can I get any pictures? Look at this. Wow. Look at this over here. This is some flash flooding over here in Hattiesburg. Look at how fast this water is moving, everyone. Look at how fast that water is moving at that creek. And it is very close to the bank. Very close to it. Holy. That is some very fast moving water. Flash flooding is... wow. That right there, my friends. That is crazy. Here's another picture of some of the flooding. Here in Hattiesburg. Look at that. Floods. Oh, new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Butler County in south-central Alabama, northeastern Monroe County in south-central Alabama, southeastern Wilcox County in south-central Alabama, north-central Conecuh County in south-central Alabama.
Yep, so there is a new tornado warning there that has been issued. This is for Butler, Monroe, and Wilcox, as well as Conecuh County here in Alabama. This is in effect until 10:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time, all right? This is once again also along the line. This has been relatively consistent, you know, until Kingdom Come. We've been seeing this more and more. And we do have some tornadic rotation along this line. So if you live over here near Tunnel Springs, Beatrice, you guys definitely need to watch out for this very, very closely, as this thing could potentially consolidate. All right, I would not be surprised if this does produce a tornado. And this would be right along the U.S. Highway 21 area near Beatrice. It would be just to the east of, State Highway 21, just to the east of State Highway 41 in Alabama. All right, you can see, if we take a look at the reflectivity, we do have rotation with this. Reds and pinks moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, right in this area right there. So when the National Weather Service issues these tornado warnings, there's a good chance that they could potentially, you know, actually produce tornadoes. And so we got to continue to watch out for this very closely, all right? There could potentially be something over there to where something can form. So you need to watch out for this. And, you know, this does look like it actually have a serious chance to potentially produce. If we look at the reflectivity, there's a little bit of a kink right in here in the line. You can see a hook wrapping around, and then you can also see a big bowing segment right in there. All right, so a lot of strong damaging winds coming in behind this, and you have more of a whirlpooling effect coming in behind. So there is a couple of signs that is telling me that this is a certified area to where tornadic rotation could potentially exist. And we need to watch out for this. All right, we need to watch out for this very closely. So Beatrice, area near Pineapple, south of Pineapple, south of McWilliams, even actually, I'd say McWilliams and Pineapple is part of the risk, in my opinion. Forest Home, Beatrice, areas south of Oak Hill here in Alabama. You need to tell people to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So please, if you haven't already, please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, so that we can continue to try and get our live coverage out to as many people as possible. Because let's say these people don't have cable, let's say they don't have, let's say they don't have power right now. This is a good way for us to be able to get information out to them. So please be sure to do it if you haven't already. And also by hitting that thumbs up button down below, by just taking 1 second, by exiting full screen on the stream and hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. All right? If you see any new people in the chat, please be sure to do that more and more. Please tell them that they need to hit that thumbs up button down below so that we can continue to try and get this information out to more and more people. Because that's what we're trying to do. We are still trying to continue to spread this information with as many people as possible. There is also a cell over here near Greenville. There's a cell right here near Greenville. That is something I'm going to want to watch out for very closely. I'm not sure if there's any sky cams over here in this portion of the state. I have no clue. If there's anyone who knows that there is sky cameras in this portion of the state, please be sure to @ me on Twitter. That way I may have an idea as to, what I can use. Turn that off as well. I appreciate everyone who's, still hitting that thumbs up button down below. Really do appreciate it. So keep doing it. Keep telling people to do it. Stuff like that. We're going to want to continue to try and spread this more and more. But let's go back down to the south. Let's go back to the actual rotation here in Tunnel Springs. We are in such a... We're in not the greatest spots to look at rotation here, to look at radar in general. All right, radar here is really not, really not the best. We are, kind of just in the middle of nowhere here for the most part. Because if we take a look here, we can see there's a radar right here, radar right here, radar right here, radar right here, and then a radar right here. Notice how the tornado warning is in between all of those radars. So this means that we are looking higher up in the sky to actually see these storms. And it's not really telling us what's happening down at the ground. That's kind of the unfortunate thing. So, don't really have too much to say with that. Just looking up 82,000 feet. I want to see if there's any other radars that are looking at this a little bit lower. 11,000 feet, so that's not helping. Fort Rucker. That's looking at 11,000 feet as well. So, at the moment right now, Mobile, Alabama's radar is the best one that we have. And we got to watch out for this out ahead of time. Still has some pretty strong rotation with this. You can see the reds and pinks moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. So right about there near Beatrice. All right, that's kind of the reason why I said Pineapple and McWilliams. That's kind of the reason why I said I don't think you guys are out of the risk. I think you guys could potentially be a part of where the tornadic rotation could go. And one thing I want to mention here with tornado warnings, okay, because I think this kind of gets misunderstood. The center of the tornado warning here, all right, is not where the tornado track actually is, okay? That is not how tornado warning works. Whenever there's a box that is issued, just like this, anywhere inside that box is where the tornado could potentially go. Okay? Anywhere in that box is where the tornado could potentially go. That's why they issue boxes, all right? Because they don't exactly know specifically where the tornado is going to go. It may not travel in a straight line. It may veer off to the left. It may veer off to the right. You know, it may do all sorts of weird stuff like, you know, we saw last night when we were live streaming last night. So, even though Pineapple and McWilliams are right on the border of this tornado warning, excuse me. Gotta stretch here, I'm a little stiff. Even though they're on the border of this tornado warning, they are still at a threat of receiving tornadic conditions within their area. So this is something to watch out for, especially as you get to Greenville. But Pineapple, Forest Home, McWilliams, Beatrice and Tunnel Springs right now, and McWilliams. If you live over there in Alabama, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now if you haven't already. So the cells to watch out for is this one. There's also a cell that's right over Greenville. We'll go back over here to the Maxwell Air Force Base, and there is some pretty strong rotation with this storm right here. We can also look at reflectivity. See, there is a pretty well-pronounced hook on that storm right there. That's really well pronounced, actually. So that is something to make a note of here with this. So that's kind of the risk here, guys. We have the cells that are along the line, and then you have this cell that's over here in Greenville. Oh boy. Oh yeah. That thing could definitely amplify. Look at that, my goodness. But yeah, right along the interstate here. I-65. Let's actually see. I'm actually curious. Live camera collection. Where's the Alabama dot? There's M dot. Can I go to Alabama here? There's Alabama dot. All right, let's see. Any traffic cameras over here? Cameras. Turn off road work. There is crashes over there, unfortunately. There's actually quite a few cameras over there. Interesting. But not in Greenville, of course, so that is one thing to note. We'll have to watch out for that. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Butler County in south central Alabama.
Yep.
Northern Crenshaw County in south central Alabama.
Yep. That is not surprising to me in the slightest. There is a live cam in Greenville, Alabama, is there? Greenville, Alabama sky camera. Gulf Coast right now is not in immediate danger. They're fine. Where is the sky camera? Does anyone, if there is a sky camera over there? I will, Brian. Thank you so much. If anyone has the link to that camera over there in Greenville, please be sure to send it my way, because I can't find it. Selma, Troy, oh, Greenville. That is a heck of a wall cloud right there, guys. That is a heck of a wall cloud. Right over here. You see how low that is, how dark it is. Yeah. I wish these were live. Like a live stream or something like that. But it is what it is. But that is what we were looking at right there. And of course, this storm over here. That is just north of Greenville. Pretty strong area of rotation here. Very strong, actually. Normalized rotation takes it on a 3 now. There's the new tornado warning here, extension.
Tornado warning for West Central Bullock County in southeastern Alabama, southeastern Lowndes County in south central Alabama, southern Montgomery County in south central Alabama.
There is some lightning with this storm too. That's the interesting. But yeah, this is a significant storm here. This is a very significant storm here. Lot of rotation with this. Lot of rotation. You can see big hook right here. It's wrapping the rain around. Inflow coming in unimpeded. Let's take a 3D of the storm. Let's take a 3D. See what's going on. I'll pull something up here on the side. All right, I wanted to look at that just to see what's going on there. So let's take a 3D, see what's going on here. Yeah, there's your inflow notch. Wow. Yeah, that is an inflow notch. You can see here, it's very small, and it's probably because it's really close to the ground. But this is where kind of the mouth of the thunderstorm is. This is where the mouth of the thunderstorm is at. You have a lot of moisture, a lot of warm, moist air that's being wrapped around into the inflow notch, and that's the mouth of the thunderstorm right here, the supercell that could potentially be producing a tornado. Take a look at spectrum width here to see. Oh yeah, the rotation spans up relatively high up in the sky. You can see here, this is all turbulence. This is all turbulence right within here. And the turbulence here, the tornadic turbulence here, extends pretty high up in the sky with this. Let's see the actual normalized rotation. Oh, wow, that extends pretty high up in the sky, too, about 30,000 feet. So there's the actual rotation in itself, indicated from normalized rotation in the blue right there. This thing right here, that's how high the rotation extends up in the sky here with this thing. So my goodness, there is definitely a heck of a storm here. That is an amazing shot. So yeah, with this storm is as textbook as you can get it. Has some very strong rotation. You can see the greens and blues moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This is a very strong storm that is now approaching the Fort Deposit area, and it is heading off just to the south, well south of Montgomery in Alabama. All right, so this is in south central Alabama. This is near the Fort Deposit and Greenville area. It's actually north and east of that, and this is approaching the Highland Home, the Rammer, the Grady, and the Sprague areas. So if you live over here near Sprague, Rammer, Pine Level, as well as Highland Home, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Rotation, just updated here. This thing still looks like a very significant hook. Look at that hook, guys. And it is starting to wrap rain around where the actual rotation would be. I think this thing might be trying to go here soon. I would say within the next few minutes here. I would say within the next few minutes is when we can start talking about this thing probably being on the ground here, because it is starting to gear up. Velocities are not really going to show us a whole lot, so that's kind of unfortunate. Let's actually fix the velocities here. Let's take a look. Radar settings, color tables. upload a color table here. And let's fix this so that we may be able to see this a little bit better. Yeah, this is not really helping a whole lot. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. The color table did not update a whole lot. So what we got here for the most part, here's your base velocity. Here's your base velocity. And you can see the general rotation here. Actually, I can go to storm relative velocity, and it would be, you know, not as easy to look at, but you can look and see you still have greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So right within this general area is where we would watch out for tornadic rotation right there. So that is something to make a note of. There is something within this area. So areas over here near Flatwoods, Panola, Cool Springs, Danielville, as well as areas near Sandy Ridge, Logan, Clearview, Mount Carmel, Bethlehem, Sellers, and Naftal. All right, if you're along those areas near the Davenport Highway, if you're over along near the Montgomery Highway, all right, if you're near the Montgomery Highway, as well as areas, yeah, both Montgomery Highways, all right. If you're over there, you need to go now. You need to get in your safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And this thing, as I said, probably could produce a tornado here soon. All right, I would not be surprised if this thing does. I'm going to be looking at the updraft characteristics. The updrafts is actually starting to kind of uptrend a little teeny bit, so that's interesting. Lot more lightning with this storm. Lot more lightning that's starting to form here on the backside where there is the rotation. And so, yeah, I would not be surprised if this thing does go here soon. We also have a ball of turbulence right here. Look at that. So we're looking at the spectrum width here. We see the turbulence. This indicates that there could potentially be something tornadic in here. We'll have to watch this very, very closely. But the main thing here, all right, the main thing here to say is that we have a new tornado warning here. This thing could potentially produce a tornado within the next, I'd say, 5 to 10 minutes if things keep going at the rate that it's been going. So if you live over here in South Central Alabama, south of Montgomery, that would be north and east of Greenville, near the Fort Deposit areas, Highland Home, Rammer, Grady, Pine Level, Sprague, and Shopton. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And if you haven't already told people who live over there, if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions too, because of the potential of this producing a tornado being so high. All right, so please be sure to share this with them. Copy the link to the live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, send this on Twitter, specifically. Send it with a text message. Because this is a pretty serious storm. So once again, do that. And also please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below, because by hitting the like button, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already as well. Yeah, the ZDR is starting to uptrend a bit. We're actually starting to get a bit more of a ZDR column on the backside. Let's actually look up with height, see how high this extends. Yeah, our ZDR column goes pretty high up in the sky here, and upwards of 17,000 feet. So I want to take a slice through the storm. Want to take a slice to see what we're kind of dealing with here. It's going to play this glitch again. There we go. Took the slice. And I don't think we can take a slice quite yet. We have to take a larger slice, which is pretty fun. And here we go. All right, this is a lot better. ZDR. Let's position it so that it is just like that. And yeah, we do have a relatively confined updraft column right within here. You can see how the ZDR extends a bit further up. So that does tell me that this thing does have a tornadic updraft. Velocities here, of course, you can see, we'll go with storm relative velocities here. And you can see the velocities as this spans up. So there definitely is something here within this area. It's pretty easy to say. So this is as textbook as you can get it. This is indeed as textbook as you can get it. Still got some gnarly rotation. Velocity just updated. This thing is really trying its best. Right now, I think the only thing that's really stopping itself is itself. It's not consolidating. And it's just, you know, that's the good news here, because the environment out here is very volatile. Very volatile for tornadoes to form. All right, I'll zoom out here because there's the tornado warning. But whenever you see hooks like this develop, all right, that is a good indication that you could potentially have supercells that could potentially be strong. And that's just, to me, right there, telling me a lot of stuff here. But this is definitely not outflow definitely not outflow dominant. 100% not outflow dominant right now. This thing is still inflow dominant. This thing is still going. This thing is trying to go. It's still trying to fight itself. I think the only thing actually right now that's stopping this thing from producing a tornado might be these other thunderstorms. And this is something to watch out for here. Okay? We have these thunderstorms that are out in front that are moving out into where the supercell is. If this continues to move off into that inflow notch, it'll make the air a lot cooler. It won't have any warm, moist air to continue to, you know, ingest and continue to feed itself. So that's the good news there if that is the case. Oh, and there's also another area of rotation south of that. Look at that. Near Georgiana. There's another area of rotation right there that's developing. So these other storms are also potentially tornadic too. So that's kind of a concern. There's also concern, I see potential for maybe a brief spin up over here south of Forest Home. Luckily, there's not a whole lot of people that live out here, but areas just to the west of I-65, west of Boiling, and west of Georgiana, there is the potential for something tornadic over there too. But yeah, this supercell over here in southern Alabama, I think the only thing that's stopping this thing is itself and these other thunderstorms in the environment. It's kind of just cooling the atmosphere, more or less. Where do you look at photographs? Depends. What I'm using right now is VWP. VWP is giving me a good idea as to what the photograph is within the environment. And these are really good photographs, actually. KEVX. Just want to take a look and see what the environment is like and what we're dealing with. Yeah, so we do have something over there. So yeah, once again, we have two storms over here. We have one to the south of the current tornado warning here. We actually have 3 tornado warnings at the moment. So we have our one cell right there. We have another cell over here near Georgiana. So like Fort Deposit, that's the one cell. The other cell is near Georgiana, near McKenzie, heading towards the Laverne area. So if you live near Laverne, if you live west of Laverne in Alabama, highly recommend getting in your safe space now. Then you also have the big line that's going to move on through too. So that is something to make a note of as this progresses. Yep, that thing might be gone. That thing might be on the ground. 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 Yeah, that thing is probably a strong tornado ongoing. That is probably a strong tornado ongoing right now at this time. That is, Yeah, that is probably a strong tornado ongoing at this time here. So the northernmost supercell, I think, has went. We don't have a debris signature yet, but you probably will unfortunately see it here relatively soon. Relatively soon. Because this thing is gone. That might be the dagger. You can see very strong winds. Greens and blues moving towards the radar. Reds and pinks moving away. You can see how consolidated that is within this area. So that might be the dagger right there. If you're near Clearview, Bethlehem, Mount Carmel, Sellers, you need to get in your safe space right now. New tornado warning.
For southeastern Butler County in south-central Alabama, central Crenshaw County in south-central Alabama.
So, new tornado warning for the cell that was over for Georgiana. It's heading towards the Laverne area. So that's what we were talking about before. All right, that's what we were talking about. Other cells along the line that are going to continue to rotate. So we'll watch out for that very closely here as this continues to develop. But yeah, we do have something tornadic over here. Once again, not just one area. You got quite a few areas. But here it is. What about Montgomery? Montgomery and Prattville right now, that general vicinity, they are getting a lot of strong damaging winds. So this tornado threat is a lot further south of you at this time. You guys are fine at this moment. I'll let you guys know if there is any activity here that's within your area. But yeah, now we have tornado warnings for multiple cells. Let's start out with the northern one. This is a tornado warning here for Bullock, Louds, and Montgomery County here in Alabama. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 11 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And you can see here on reflectivity, this is as classic of a supercell as you can get it. Look at this hook that's wrapping around just like this. Big hook that's wrapping around. Outflow boundary here. Moisture coming in from the south side. So it is definitely starting to wrap up within this area here. Just a little bit more. No, geez. That's contamination. That's contamination. But my goodness, there is definitely some strong rotation here with this storm. Definitely some strong rotation, so we'll watch out, but there is some contamination here. There is some contamination, so the velocity values are not exactly the best. Not exactly the best, that's the good news. But this is heading off towards the Sprague and the Rammer general vicinity. Areas towards Pine Arcs, Red Level, Davis Crossroads, Gibson, and Meadville. If you are in those areas there in Alabama, now is the time for you to go. Now is the time for you to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because there could potentially be a tornado that forms. You know, here in a second. There's the normalized rotation on radar. Well, not normalized rotation. There's the storm relative velocity on radar Omega right there. And there is quite a lot of rotation here with this storm. So Ada, Sprague, Pine Acres, Sellers, Bethlehem, Naftal, Red Level, Davis Crossroads, Gibson, Rammer, Meadville, Teasley Mills, or Teasley Mill, Caters Hill. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Now is the time for you to go underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's go down to the velocities have updated. So it's no longer contaminated anymore, although it looks like it's trying to form a bounded weak echo region. And if that's the case, this thing could even try and consolidate even more. There is also a tornado warning just to the south of this. This is for this other storm that's heading straight for Laverne. All right, so if you live near Laverne, if you live north of Laverne, and south of Honoraville, or Honoraville, as well as the Petrie areas. All right, so Laverne, Honoraville, as well as Petrie here in Alabama. There is some significant rotation over here too. Bright greens and almost blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So there is definitely some activity here. Would not be surprised if this produces a tornado. So guys, we need to continue to get this information out to as many people as possible. All right. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we can continue to try and spread this on information. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, all right, you're actually helping me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, so please be sure to do so if you haven't already. All right, because we need to continue to get this information out. This is not, you know, it's not going to end after this either. We're going to get more activity even after this. May not be for these areas. It'll be later along the line, you know, into portions of southern Georgia and central and southern Georgia, as well as southern South Carolina. But we're going to continue to keep getting this activity as this moves on through. And we're going to be covering this live, so we need to continue to provide this for everyone who's in these areas. What about Cordova, Alabama? Let's see. Cordova, Alabama is a little too far north. They're fine. They're good. Yeah, this is some really strong rotation over here. We're looking up relatively low to the ground, actually. We're looking at a really good position here to try and determine as to whether or not there's a tornado or not. So that's really interesting to say the least. But very tight and compact pixels right here. Of greens moving towards and pinks moving away. Very compact. This is a very strong supercell. Spectrum width has kind of lost its signature a little bit. So that is some really good news. That is some really good news, actually. So we have our two supercells at the moment. Prattville and Montgomery is fine. As I said, they're getting strong damaging winds. They are not in the immediate threat for tornadoes. It looks like the cell near Sprague has actually disorganized itself a little teeny bit. There is a lot of strong damaging winds here with this, to say the least. But the rotation is kind of broadened itself a little bit. It's not as consolidated as it once was. So that tells me that this isn't as tornadic as it was. But, like, it's only slightly. It's only slightly. There are still very strong values that are coming into this thing. Very strong values. There's still a lot of lightning with this cell, too. 17 flashes per minute for this small cell. And that's kind of what I expected. It's kind of what I expected. Is there a possibility, since these storms are in Dixie Alley, that they could recycle? Seen a pattern here from last week. Yeah, they could, but it just depends upon whether or not they get caught up by the line, because this line could swallow them, and then, of course, you know, you don't have any more thunderstorms. So this is really interesting here. All right, this is kind of putting me to the test a little bit. I think right now it's either doing one of two things. It's either recycling right now, just as someone asked in the chat. There's the old rotation and it's went off to the north, and maybe a new one that's developing down to the south here. And that kind of looks like what it could be doing. Yeah, that could potentially be what it's doing here. Or the other thing here is it's starting to become a little bit outflow dominant. Just a little teeny bit. That's kind of what I'm getting here right now. But there is definitely quite an abundance amount of rotation here still. I mean, you can see the hook being wrapped around, so it's still wrapping rain around, and you still have moisture coming in, so you still have counterclockwise spin in this area. It's just not as significant with your counterclockwise spin, which is the good news. But once again, Sprague, areas near Raymer. Let's look off a little bit further. Teasley's Mill, as well as Shepherd Hill, Mammy, Gibson, Red Level, Rammer. You guys need to watch out because there is going to be a tornadic storm that could potentially produce a tornado that's going to go right near your area. Look at this. Your greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. There is something right there. Areas that are in the clear, areas along, I should say in the clear from this immediate tornado threat here with this storm here specifically, is Clearview, Flatwoods, Logan, Fort Deposit, and Zion. All right, you guys are in the clear from the supercell, the current tornado warn cell, but you guys could also get hit by the big line here in a second. So I would continue to stay in a sturdy structure here, especially as this continues to move on through. We could potentially see something here with some strong damaging winds and upwards of hurricane force. You look at the cell over here in Laverne. This thing is still churning itself. I mean, this thing is definitely trying. This thing is definitely trying to really push on through. There's a lot of rotation with this as well. You can see blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So right in the middle, there is definitely rotation here. There is definitely rotation. Let me look something up here. Just saw something on Twitter. Trying to figure out where exactly this is. Interesting. Huh. So yeah, this is in Alabama. Once again. Heard that pop. This is what I get for live streaming for a long time. Live streamed last night. Then your back becomes stiff, so you pop it. There you go. Let's put the status up. This is not in Mississippi. This is in Alabama. There you go. So now there is no more confusion. So we have 2 tornado warnings at this moment here. Of course, the one near Laverne down here and the other one near Sprague. That's where the rotations are. Jeez. That cell near Laverne still looks very strong here in regards to its characteristics. It also has a bounded weak echo region. Look at that. It's surrounding the actual rotation in rain. So it's now becoming more rain wrapped. It is now becoming more rain wrapped. That is not good. Oh, and that might be the dagger too. Usually when you have velocities that consolidated, you could potentially have a tornado in progress. Usually when it's that consolidated, you usually have a tornado in progress. Usually. But this is as textbook as you can get it. Essentially almost an eye. I mean, you can kind of say that. You can kind of say that, I guess. But yeah, that is a this is definitely a heck of a storm right here. Looks like the cell near Sprague and Raymer has weakened. It's weakened quite a lot, actually. And it also looks like those thunderstorms have done its job. It has cooled the environment and has allowed this thing to weaken further. So this thing does not really have a whole lot of room for improvement. As long as these thunderstorms continue to exist out in front of this. So that is some really good news. But this cell over here near Laverne, this thing right here is going. Latest velocity just came in. Oh boy. Yeah, this thing is this thing could potentially be on the ground here soon, guys. So Laverne, Alabama. All right, Laverne, Alabama, Petrie, Alabama, Shady Grove, Alabama, Ansley, Alabama. If you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Another set of cameras to put in the collection. What is this? Oh, this is... These are pictures. If there was any chance that these were like live, I'll add them to the camera collection, of course, but if we can have like live cameras and stuff like that. Ooh, what just happened? Jeez. If we look at Fort Rucker's radar, this is looking really low. 4597 compared to Maxwell's 5253. So I think this is probably what we're gonna want to use. Fort Rucker's radar. Ouch. Now this thing is starting to become really rain wrapped right now. There's a lot of rain that is in this storm. Jeez. Wow. That is an absorbent amount of updraft. Heavy updraft. Did a storm just form here? A storm just formed right on top of this other storm. So no joke. All right. Right now, I think our saving grace for this cell to potentially not produce a tornado. All right. Hopefully it doesn't produce a tornado, but of course we still got to watch out for it. Is that a storm may have just formed inside of the storm, and they are fighting for dominance. All right. This thing could still be producing a tornado right now. Don't get me wrong. This thing could potentially produce a tornado right now. But there is a storm that has formed inside of this storm. I know, that sounds pretty weird. And hopefully, it could be trying to deter it from continuing to amplify. Regardless, Petrie and Laverne and Shady Grove, if there's a tornado that is on the ground, you need to get in your safe space immediately. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Oh, what is this? What is that? Ooh. I'm trying to look something over here. Trying to find something here on Twitter. Getting some reports. That's really interesting. But yeah, there is still a lot of rotation over here. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Look at the velocities right there with this. I mean, that's just as set in stone as you're going to get it. All right, that is as consolidated as you're going to have. No spectrum width, which is the good news. But that's some very strong rotation here. Very strong rotation. Would not be surprised if it was on the ground at this time. But our saving grace, if this thing isn't on the ground, could be because of the thunderstorm that just formed right inside of it. Okay. Yeah, we could have something here soon. Could have a tornado here soon. So we got to continue to try and spread this information. Once again, you know, Laverne, Petrie here in Alabama, near US Highway 331. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right, because this storm, if it does produce a tornado, it's going to be a strong one. It's going to be a strong tornado, and it's going to move on through. And people do live within these areas, all right? Believe it or not, people do live within these areas of Alabama. So, if you know anyone who lives over there, please tell them that. Heck, share the live stream with them. Put this live stream out on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that for the people who may not have cable, people who may not have power and stuff like that, they may be able to go to social media. And we may be able to, you know, continue to provide this information for them because there is some rotation here with the storm still. But I think the main thing here right now, I think it's a little bit linear on the 0 to 1 level. So maybe a little bit linear on the backside. And I think there's a storm that just formed right in front of it. Let's go back off to the storm to the north. Let's go back to the storm to the north here real quickly. The cell near Sprague does still have rotation with it. It's cleaned out its inflow notch a bit, so that is something to make a note of. It has cleaned out its inflow notch, so this thing is something to watch a little bit later on. Would not be surprised if that thing tries to amplify more. And so Cecil, Pike Road, Mitchell, areas along the intersection of 82 and 231, need to watch out for that very closely as well. Could potentially be something tornadic that could head off through your area. So please monitor that very closely. As you still have a tornado warning for good reason. You have a tornado warning for good reason within your area. So please, don't try and go outside to try and see this thing. Don't try and do that. You won't see the tornadoes until they're literally right on top of you because of how rain-wrapped these things are. So do not go outdoors during this thing. .42, 41. Yeah, we are looking relatively low to the ground here. Jeez, that ZDR. Huge SVC. Where did this SVC come from? It wasn't even there originally. This SVC just uptrended significantly. Petrie is in the immediate danger of a tornado. All right, that's the one thing I gotta say, regardless of what I think. Regardless of what I think, Petrie, Alabama, is in the immediate threat of a tornado. So you need to go into your safe space right now. This is north of Laverne, heading towards Petrie. All right, if you know anyone, there's a lot of lightning within this storm. Let's pull this up here real quickly. If you're near the general vicinity of Live Oak, Vernledge, Pattsburg, Petrie, Fuller's Crossroads, areas near Lapine Highway, Weingard, Shady Grove, and Olustee, now's the time for you to get in your safe space right now. Honorville Road. If you're along Honorville Road, south and east of Honorville, heading towards 331, turn back. Go the other way. Go back to Honorville. Go back to Honorville. Because there is a strong tornadic storm that still is expected to continue to move on through. Is that a new mesoscale discussion? It is. That is a new tornado warning as well.
Tornado warning for northwestern Pike County in southeastern Alabama, southeastern Montgomery County in south central Alabama.
So that is the extension for this cell down here for Shady Grove and Ansley. Very fortunate right now that this thing is not on the ground at the moment. But this thing is trying to gear up. This thing is trying to gear up for something. Because you have a very strong SVC here. Basically an upwards moving current in the atmosphere that is trying to really consolidate with the storm. And so this thing, yeah, we could be seeing something on the southern side here. Maybe a tornado on the southern side here. Holy. That's a lot of hail. Either that or that right there is blinding conditions, but there is a lot of stuff within these areas. There's also a lot of rotations here along the line now that's starting to develop. We're starting to get a lot of supercells here along the line. A lot of supercells. The tornado warning that was for Sprague in that area, that has been canceled or at least allowed to expire. But there is still rotation on that, so I'm watching that very closely. This cell near Fort Deposit is something to watch. All right, Fort Deposit here, as well as areas south of Greenville. Eventually heading towards Honorville. So Honorville, I know you just dealt with this tornadic rotation. All right, there's another one coming. There's another one coming behind this. There's another rotation coming up behind this, and it's all along the line. This also can produce widespread 70-mile-per-hour winds. So, that is definitely something to watch out for. SVC isn't common. That's just something that I say out loud to... Because the SVC more or less is something more complex. That's something more complex with radar analysis. It's more or less an upward rising current that helps fuels tornadoes, or at least fuels supercells. So it's basically a forward flank downdraft. Or associated with the forward flank downdraft. That's the best way I can describe it. Yeah, that cell near Fort Deposit in Greenville, all of that is rotating quite a lot. But fortunately, I do not see any tornadic rotation at this time. So that's the good news here. There's some really good news. New tornado warning. Oh!
Tornado warning for central Elmore County in east central Alabama.
Oh yeah, that's ball game. That thing's on the ground too. That thing is on the ground too. That thing just spun up out of nowhere. Wetumpka, you are in immediate danger. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building right now. That thing probably is gone. That thing has probably produced a tornado. Very strong rotation here at the surface, 1,500 feet. So Wetumpka, you are in immediate danger. Blue Ridge, you are in immediate danger. Get into a safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. All right, this thing just spawned. Oh, good. God, yeah, that's on the ground. That's on the ground. That's on the ground. Yeah, that's gone. That's the dagger. And that just went right next to Wetumpka. Wetumpka is in immediate danger. If you're near Wetumpka and Blue Ridge, you need to get in your safe space right now. That thing is on the ground right now. That thing is on the ground. You're going to see a giant big blue ball here in a second. That'll mean all the debris is being spewed up right now from this tornado. That thing is on the ground right now. So Wetumpka, Blue Ridge, anywhere near Wetumpka, need to get in your safe space immediately. This is now a confirmed tornado.
Warning for Central Elmore County in east central Alabama.
This is now confirmed. This thing just went. This thing's a strong one right here. Wetumpka, Alabama. Strong tornado. If you're near... Now, further along the line, okay? So now I'm going to start reading out areas that are further out in front of this here. Okay? I'll pull up the radar for this. Here's the rotation. All right, you can see the rotation right here, right next to Wetumpka. If you're near the Tallahassee Highway, the Georgia Road general vicinity. So Tallahassee Highway, Georgia Road. If you are near Central Plank Road, near Wetumpka, or along US Highway 231, or if you're east of that, okay? If you're near the areas of Glendale Acres, Eclectic, that area over there near Floyd, Good Hope, Claude, Channa Creek. You're in immediate danger as well. Get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That thing is on the ground. Yeah, that is doing damage right now. Big debris signature there. So we have a strong tornado in progress that is over here near Wetumpka. So we do have a strong tornado in progress. Guys, we need to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. All right, we got to continue to share this information. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And once again, by continuing to hit the thumbs up button down below, you help me get this information out to more and more people, all right? The good news here is that where the current debris signature is at, it's mainly over trees. But the area down to the south of that, near the Coosa River over here, there's a lot of areas over here that could have potentially just got hit. All right, the CVS, the Waffle House over here, Starbucks, Wind Creek, all these areas over here near Charles Avenue and stuff like that just got hit. So right now it's over trees and stuff. And now it's going to currently parallel or even go over the Tallahassee Highway area. So if you live along the Tallahassee Highway area, near the Adullam House thrift store, that general vicinity over there, you need to get in your safe space right now. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because there is a significant tornado ongoing with this cell. So here it is. There is the tornado. It's still on the ground, still in progress at this time. You can see it right there. There's the debris signature. This is now due east of Wetumpka, heading off to the north and east. And this is, once again, heading off towards the Tallahassee Highway general vicinity. If you're right along the Tallahassee Highway, near the thrift store over there, all right, or anywhere near Georgia Road, anywhere east of that, near Pleasant Hill Road, Cawley Road, Glendale Acres and Floyd, Channa Creek, you need to get in your safe space right now, all right? Because the immediate danger, you guys are in immediate danger from a significant tornado that's moving on through. You can see that debris signature right there. Big debris signature that's moving about. So this is heading off towards the Eclectic area here in Alabama. If you live near Eclectic, All right, this will be heading off into your area relatively soon. Let's take a timing here. How fast is this thing moving? Northeast at 50. This will be in the eclectic area in 13 minutes. All right, so in 13 minutes, you guys are going to be impacted by the storm. Cotton in 16, Jordan in 18. All right, Claude and Floyd, you guys need to go right now in your safe space. All right, once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible, because there is indeed a tornado ongoing with this cell right here, and it's heading straight for Claude, Floyd, Eclectic, Cotton, and Jordan. All right. This just passed right near Wetumpka here just a second ago. Just a second ago. The debris signature has fanned out a little bit more, so that's the good news. We'll see what the latest velocity scan says. Velocities have weakened significantly, so that's the good news. It looks like this thing is indeed weakening. This thing is indeed weakening. Let's all look off to the south. Take a look at the Shady Grove cell near Petrie. This thing is still having issues. This thing is still having issues right now. So that's kind of the good news. The supercell that's out in front of the line is still having issues. So this thing is not immediately producing a tornado from the looks of it. But there is still some strong rotation with this as well. You can see the pinks moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, right in the middle near Ansley. Oh, that thing just consolidated a whole lot. This storm is trying to produce a tornado here relatively soon. All right, I know I keep saying it, but the velocities keep showing it, that this thing still wants to try and produce a tornado. All it needs to do is just lower the cloud base by, say, 300 feet, and you probably have a tornado in progress. All right, so all it needs to do is just get a little bit more turbulence, just a little bit more turbulence, and it's gone. And that's the reason why I say areas near Ansley, Orion, Shady Grove, near US Highway 231, you need to get in your safe space right now. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible with this storm. So Shady Grove, Ansley, Petrie is out of the immediate tornadic threat here from this cell. All right, there's still some rotation here in the line behind it, so you guys need to stay in your safe space. All right, because you have a big storm that's surging on through here into your general vicinity. But areas near Shady Grove, Ansley, and Orion, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, if you haven't already. Says a weather camera near Wetumpka. It says that page is not found. Error 404, page not found. Let's go back up to the cell, up to the north. Let's look and see. Yeah, it looks like the line here, the tornado has indeed weakened. It has actually dissipated. So that is the good news there. But that was a strong tornado along the line. I got to watch out for those more now. Because that thing just came out of nowhere. So I got to watch out for that very closely. That area is near Tallahassee and Milstead. Shorter. That's probably going to be the next one to watch out for here in a second. So I'm going to go back to the cell down to the south. This Shady Grove and Ansley cell. And this thing just continues to be really impressive here according to radar. This thing continues to look very impressive according to radar. There is no debris signature with this cell at this time. That is the good news. Where did the SVC go? Did that storm dissipate, finally? The storm could have potentially dissipated on that side, which makes a lot more sense. Thank God for that. So what's closer? Is this closer? 336 versus Maxwell's 35. So this is now closer now. All right, so the rotation, this rotation is now closer to the Maxwell radar. I think we're going to start to use this here to try and determine as to what's going on here. Oh. I'm not sure if that's a debris signature. I think that probably could be. Which means that there probably could be a tornado on the ground now near Ansley and Orion. Let's double check, see if this saw it too. Oh yeah, that's on the ground. That is on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Tornado in progress here north of Ansley. Tornado in progress. Just confirmed with both radars here. Looked at both radars to see if it was on the ground. Yep, it's on the ground right now. We have a significant tornado in progress. Significant tornado in progress. This is near Shady Grove and Ansley, approaching Orion along US Highway 231. And this is eventually heading off towards the Pine Level, the Shopton, the Linwood, and the Union Springs general vicinity here in Alabama. So if you guys live over here, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the current ongoing tornado as possible. This is a debris signature. There is a tornado in progress right now with this storm. And this thing is extremely rain wrapped too. There is a lot of rain here, so you will not be able to see this thing coming. So Orion, let's actually go over down here, show you guys which areas are being impacted. Yeah, that is a debris signature. Did that just update? Oh yeah, look at that. Very deep debris signature here. Very deep debris signature. That is a significant tornado in progress right now. That is a significant tornado in progress right now. Significant tornado. So there's the debris signature right there. You can see how deep that correlation coefficient is. If you're near Curry, Orion, areas near Troy Highway, near Macedonia, Curry's, China Grove, Stills Crossroads, Logton, all right? North of Meeksville, north of Friendship, all right? If you're north of the airport here of Troy, north of the airport near Troy, all right? There is a significant tornado in progress right now that is heading towards China Grove and Still Crossroads, and eventually heading towards the High Ridge in the McGowan area, all right? So you need to take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, and guys, we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Because this is a serious situation, very serious situation here. But this is a significant tornado here. Radar confirmed. There it is. Just got updated. The National Weather Service has officially acknowledged that this is a tornado in progress right now. So we got to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, please be sure, put it on social media, hit that thumbs up button down below, tell other people to like it, so that we can continue to try and spread this to more and more people on YouTube, because this is a significant tornado right now. This is a significant tornado. You can see right here indicated in the blue ball right here. See, there's the blue ball. That is where the tornado is kicking up debris. That is where it's currently kicking up debris right now. And you can even see a debris ball right here within this storm here too. Look at that hook right here. There's the debris ball at the bottom side. Spectrum width, lot of turbulence there. Holy. And of course, the velocities speak for itself. Are you in the danger zone for tornadoes? There is severe weather anticipated for Savannah and Charleston here later on this evening. So I would watch out for that very closely. Yeah, there it is. Just updated. Big debris signature here now. Yep, that is a significant storm. That is a significant storm. Significant tornado ongoing right now. Velocities, you can see right here, the blues and greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle, right there is where the tornado would be. And you can see the debris signature lines up almost perfectly with that. You can see the blues and greens here. That is the radar saying there is debris being lofted in the atmosphere right now. Debris being lofted in the atmosphere right now. And it's being shot up right in the sky. Everything else is rain. And that right there is debris. And look at that debris ball right there on reflectivity. Right there. That is indeed some pretty significant rotation right in there. The debris is now starting to scatter a bit. Debris is now scattering. All right, so what's happening now is the tornado is picking up that debris here, and it's shooting it north. All right, so we still have a tornado in progress, but it's picking that debris, and it's slinging it. It's just throwing it now. In all sorts of, well, not all sorts of different directions, but it's throwing it up to the north. All right, so we still have a tornado in progress right now. Still have a pretty significant debris signature here. You can see the debris ball.
Tornado warning for northwestern Lee County in east central Alabama, southeastern Tallapoosa County in east central Alabama.
This thing could be recycling potentially. We could potentially be seeing this recycle. We could potentially have the chance for a new tornado to develop here soon. Would not be surprised if that was the case. But yeah, that is a, that right there is a heck of a storm right there. Producing a significant tornado. Yeah. I am not too surprised. I am not surprised to say the least. So there's the new confirmed. There's multiple confirmed tornado warnings now. Holy.
Tornado warning for northwestern Bullock County in southeastern Alabama, southeastern Montgomery County in south central Alabama.
Yeah, there's a new tornado that just formed right here, near Kent. New tornado that just formed. If you're near Kent, if you're north of Tallahassee, you need to take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, because there is a tornado in progress right now. We have 2 tornadoes in progress. And yeah, that is now confirmed. That is a tornado in progress right now. So if you guys live near Kent, near State Highway 49, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. This thing spun up really quickly. Very quickly. So maybe potentially a brief tornado. But yeah, that was indeed a tornado. 100%. Also a new tornado warning for Bullock and Montgomery County. That'll be in effect until noon. We have a damaging tornado there, of course. Significant tornado there, too. So that's something you guys are really going to have to keep in mind for if you're over near Shopton and Union Springs, because there is a significant tornado over there as well. So Shopton, Union Springs, Mitchell, Hardaway, Fort Davis. There is a ongoing tornado at this time that is heading off towards your area. Yep. Look at that. Pine Level, Shopton, Union Springs. Wow. It's still going. It's still going right now. Yeah, we still have a significant tornado ongoing. It's still fanning out debris. It's still picking up and shooting it in all sorts of different directions, which is the more insane thing. Velocities still indicate that there is something there. The velocities have weakened significantly. I will say that much. Velocities have weakened significantly. But there is something to watch out for here on the southeastern side. Potentially a recycle here. You can see a new hook trying to develop. The old tornado starting to go a little bit further north, so it's going to go in towards more of the rain core. And the new one that's going to develop on the south side, possibly. If there is a new one. Let's see. KMX. Don't see anything on Spotter Network at this time. Oh, excuse me. But we do have some significant events ongoing at this time here. If you're new to the channel, we have 2 confirmed tornado warnings from the National Weather Service right now. One of which has weakened significantly, so I don't believe that there is a tornado in progress here with this cell that just passed through Kent anymore. There was, but there was where that window of opportunity is kind of come and gone. So that is the good news. But if your area is north of Tallahassee, there could potentially be a new area of rotation that's developing here. Yeah, that could be new. That is something to watch out for. If this red juts out more and this green juts out more and they become flat, they become parallel, we could potentially see a new area of rotation develop with this storm. Maybe a new tornado that can move off towards State Highway 49. But we also have this cell down to the south here. Once again, the significant tornado that is currently in progress. It looks like it is starting to recycle, so maybe the process of there being a new tornado that could try and develop on the southern side. It looks like this tornado is still slinging debris. So this storm is still, relatively tornadic at this time. Wow, the updraft's really depleted on the cell. It really depleted on the cell. But yeah, this is a tornado in progress here still. Correlation coefficient still indicates that there is a debris signature right in there. So the tornado has lofted the debris in the atmosphere. It's also lofted debris in all sorts of different directions too. So the tornado is literally slinging it all around the areas that is currently being impacted. So Shopton, Union Springs, Alabama. If you live over there, you need to take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. That could be a tornado near Franklin. That could be a new developing tornado near Franklin. That could be a new developing tornado near Franklin, north of I-85. Do we have any Alabama, go. Franklin's over there. We don't have any cameras over here. I can't see anything. There are no cameras over here. I can't see anything specific. But that might be a new tornado that's trying to develop near Franklin. We'll watch out for that very closely. But the cell that's up here near Kent, this thing is starting to develop a new rotation here. We just have to see if this thing consolidates a little bit more. You're in Auburn. Are these storms going to split me? No, these storms are all heading off into your area. Now, your county is under a tornado warning, but Auburn in itself is not. Auburn is just to the south of that. So that is something to make a note of. But there is a storm. There are some strong storms that are moving off and towards your general vicinity. So I would watch out for that very closely, too. If I was in your area. Yeah, we have 2 areas of rotation here. One near Franklin and one south of that along I-85 that's actually going to cross the interstate here soon. This thing is, yeah. Yeah, we do have a couple of spin-ups. I would say, oh yeah, that's a tornado in progress near Franklin. Tornado in progress near Franklin. Yeah, that just went right through Franklin too. That just went right through Franklin. Luckily, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of people that live over here. But there is a debris signature now. Yeah, that was a brief tornado that just occurred. So we had another tornado that formed just south of the radar. These storms spin up really quickly. Very quickly. We also have another one that's trying to develop here. Just crossed the interstate. I can't see if there's any debris signature on that one, but there is the one that's near Franklin. Just went near Franklin. Went right through Franklin, I should say. The cell that's near Shopton no longer seems to be on the ground at this moment, but the recycling process has officially begun, and that this thing is trying to produce a new tornado here soon. Would not be surprised. Areas near Nostalgia, or not Nostalgia, Notasulga. There you go. Notasulga. All right. If you're near Notasulga and you're Lochapoka and Notasulga, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. All right. So we just had a tornado just formed over here. This is going right over the Sharp Field near County Road 56, near Franklin. This is just passing near the Clo area, and it's getting closer and closer towards the Auburn Road area near Notasulga. So if you live near Notasulga here, or if you live south of Liberty City in Alabama, all right, there's a tornado in progress over in these areas. You need to take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. There's the debris signature right there. You can see the ball that is consolidated right here. And this is going to continue, more than likely. We're going to see more of these storms that are going to produce these quick spin-ups over and over and over again. Yeah, look at that debris signature. Big debris signature now. Let's go back to Omega, see if it's updated. It'll update here in a second, hopefully. Yeah, there it is. Big debris signature that just moved right next to Sharp Field. And yeah, that's heading off towards Notasulga right now. So if you're over near Notasulga, you need to get in your safe space right now. You're in immediate danger of a tornado that is currently in progress right now. This thing is currently ongoing. And this is heading straight for your area in Notasulga, Alabama. So if you live in Notasulga, Alabama, need to get there now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Lochapolka, you also need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This cell over here. There's a cell that's north of Tallahassee, north of Notasulga as well. That's heading off towards Waverly and Camp Hill. If you are in Camp Hill or Waverly, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground and lowest innermost part of your building. All right, because that is also developing a new rotation. Look at how significant that one is. And that just, I think that might be a big debris signature. Yeah, I think that might be a debris signature. That might, yeah, that's a debris signature from the correlation coefficient. Big CC drop here. Correlation coefficient. So now we have multiple tornadoes ongoing at this time. We have one that is north and east of Franklin, south and west of Notasulga. So if you're in Notasulga and the Lochapolka areas over here in Alabama, that's west of Auburn, west of the University of Auburn in Alabama, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. So you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. I would say tornado at this point, though. I would say tornado based off of what we've seen so far. You can see the debris signature continues to maintain a spectrum width drop there as well, this low to the ground. So this is heading off to the western portions of Auburn, near Notasulga and Lochapolka. All right, if you live over there, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. New tornado warning. It's for that same tornado.
Tornado warning for northern Lee County in east central Alabama, northeastern Macon County in southeastern Alabama.
Yep. So, unsurprisingly, they have issued a tornado warning. Confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service. This is confirmed right now at this time. And it's heading straight for Notasulga. It's heading straight for Lochapolka. And eventually it could be heading off straight for Auburn as well. So if you're in the immediate danger of Notasulga and Lochapolka and Auburn, I would say Auburn, you have a little bit of time. All right, Auburn, you have a little bit of time to get prepared. But Lochapolka and Notasulga, you need to go now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. Jeez. So yeah, there is an ongoing tornado that is moving straight over there. Let's take a look and see if there's any other areas here. Shopton, there is some pretty strong rotation in that area. That also has had a history of producing significant tornadoes. Geez, 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning over there. That actually was an 80 mile per hour. Yeah, that was an 80 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning that was heading towards Laverne. Shingles off of homes and damage to a storage building, time estimated by radar. So there was damage reported north of Laverne heading towards the Petrie area. More than likely a brief tornado that was possible in that general vicinity. Shopton, once again, that might be on the ground here soon. That could potentially be on the ground here soon. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. If you're near US Highway 82, State Highway 110 here in Alabama, near Shopton, Mitchell, Union Springs, and Fort Davis, now is the time for you to go into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because this thing is intensifying again, and this thing has had a history of producing strong tornadoes. So you need to go underground or in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. All right, this thing more than likely will potentially produce a tornado here. Let's go back to the cell that's near Notasulga. The debris signature is so obscured by the radar that it's super hard to tell as to where exactly it's at. But I think I have an idea as to where it is. I see debris being lofted right here. So that still tells me, latest scan just came in. Yeah, it's right there. So it still tells me that we still have a tornado potentially in progress right now. Still going at this time. And a Notasulga, now is the time to go if if you're just tuning into the stream right now. All right, and you're in Notasulga in Alabama. All right, now is the time for you to get in your safe space right now. Because there's a tornado right next to you. Right next to you. So you gotta go. You gotta go. Lochapolka. Lochapolka, you guys need to get in your safe space as well. You guys need to go underground or in your lowest innermost part of your building. Because that is heading off into your area after this. Alright, Notasulga is just to the south and west of Lochapolka. And it's going to be heading off into your general vicinity here soon. So you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. So you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Because this is a confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service. This is confirmed. The Union Spring Cell. I mean, that's... What are you going to say? That thing is very organized. Very organized at this time. And the one thing here, guys, is that we can continue to expect this more and more today. All right, we're going to continue to expect more of this tornadic activity as this continues to progress further eastward, because we do have a new tornado watch that has been issued for portions of Georgia as well. To quote the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center, a few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible within these areas. And so we're going to continue to cover this. If you know anyone that lives near Macon, Thomaston, LaGrange, all the way down to Columbus, Cordell, Americus, Albany, Bainbridge, Thomasville, Valdosta, areas near Tifton, and Swainsboro, all right? You need to tell them that that activity is near their area, or is going to come near their area here. I'd say within the next hour to hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. All right, I'm going to continue to live stream all the way through up until about 8:30, 9 tonight, Eastern. So if you guys want to continue to stay up to date with all this, please stay tuned to the channel. I will continue to provide more and more information on these storms as this continues to move on through. All right, but if you know anyone that lives in those areas, you need to tell them that that activity is right there. Aren't I tired? I took a little bit of... I ended the stream last night at like 3 in the morning Eastern. Started the stream back up at 9. I got like 4 hours sleep or something like that. So, I'm fine for the most part. Yeah, Opelika, Auburn, Lochapoka. Gotta watch out for the cell. It looks like the debris signature is fanned, so I think the tornado is not on the ground at this time. Notasulga, you need to stay in your safe space just in the off chance that it is. Because if it is, then it's going to be right there and, if you try and let your guard down, something could happen. So you need to stay in your safe space. Once again, we have 2 confirmed tornado warnings here. This is north of I-85 here, near Auburn University in Alabama. There's a lot of people that live over here in Auburn. So if you guys live over here near Auburn, Opelika, Lochapolka, Notasulga, then I highly recommend getting into safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, especially if you're Notasulga and Lochapolka. All right, Auburn, Opelika, you still have a little bit of time. All right, and it actually looks like the tornado is starting to lift off the ground here as we speak. All right, but we still are going to want to watch out as to whether or not this thing could potentially produce another tornado. So please, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Try and share this with as many people as possible so that we can continue to try and get the information out that this stuff is happening here. All right, so please get this out. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And also, by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible. Valdosta, Valdosta, Valdosta. Valdosta. All right, I'll try and remember that. I'll try and remember that. New area of rotation developing here near Camp Hill. That is something to watch out for. Not sure if this thing can consolidate, but I'm not willing to take that risk anymore. Lafayette and 5 points. Stroud as well. You need to heavily monitor that storm. Do not be surprised if that thing produces here soon. Tuskegee. Areas east of Tuskegee near Society Hill. That could potentially spin up here soon. We could potentially have some tornadic rotation over there as well. New day one convective outlook just got issued here. New day one. And really interesting here, actually. Got a lot of widespread activity here for the most part that I see. Where is this place here real quickly? Let me pull this off to the side. Because I just got a report here on the side here. Yeah, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That really does not. Yeah, areas near Union Springs and Fort Davis. There definitely is something over here, so you guys need to watch out. Don't think it's on the ground quite yet, if it is going to be on the ground. This is an embedded supercell here that is starting to kind of, congeal with the line. This originally produced a significant tornado, too. So, gonna have to watch out for that. Let's look at Fort Rucker's radar. Ooh. Oh, yeah. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
Orion.
North Central Pike County in southeastern Alabama, West Central Bullock County in southeastern Alabama.
Oh, that's on the ground.
Southeastern Montgomery County in south central Alabama.
That's another tornado in progress right now. That's another tornado on the ground. If you're near Orion, if you're near Shopton, areas near Union Springs, Aberfoyle, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. There is a tornado on the ground right now. There is a tornado in progress right now here near Orion. If you're near Orion, if you're north and east of Orion over here near Union Springs, Shopton, south of US Highway 82, you need to take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Which areas are over here? There's the debris signature. What radar? We can use this radar here. Hopefully this will update here. If you're near China Grove, High Ridge, McGowan, Mount Hilliard, or Hillard, I should say, Mount Hillard, Hooks Crossroads, Macedonia, Bruceville, Simsville, Hector, need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, there is a tornado in progress right now. Tornado in progress that is heading straight for your area. So that is another tornado. Another tornado that just formed here. Latest scan just came in. Yep, it is still there. This is still a tornado in progress. But, my goodness. The velocities right here are decently compact too. You can see bright greens moving towards the radar, grays and reds moving away. So right about here, pixel to pixel. See if we can take a storm relative velocity with this. It kind of doesn't really help all too much. But, I mean, it tells us enough. It tells us enough that there's rotation right there near Orion. We need to watch out. There's also areas over here near Brundage and Banks. Brundage and Banks could potentially have some tornadic rotations that are trying to develop over there too. So that is something to watch out for. Potential tornadoes that are over there. That could head towards the Clio, the Louisville, or Louisville. Areas north of Ayrton and Clopton. So if you're over there, this is well north of Enterprise and Dothan. There could be some tornadic storms that head off into that general vicinity too. Need to watch out for that. But yeah, there's a confirmed tornado over here with that cell. Over here in Orion. Yeah, confirmed tornado. You can see right here the tornado debris signature. Everything else on correlation coefficient is red, except for those areas that are in yellow, orange, green, or blue. And usually when that is the case, it's either one of two things. It's either hail, it's either smoke, it's either, you know, bugs, could be, you know, even birds and stuff like that, or it's tornado debris. And in this case, yes, it is debris. We do have tornadic debris over here in Orion. So that is a bit concerning here. I hope people of Orion took enough shelter. But this is heading off into the general area of Union Springs here soon. So if you know anyone that lives near Union Springs, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if they haven't already, underground or lowest innermost part of their building. Because the big line, there's a huge line here that is producing tornadoes all along it that's heading off straight for their area. Someone just sent me a picture of damage in Wetumpka. This was where one of the tornadoes went through, if I am not mistaken. And you can see a big tree down over there on some of the power lines. So yeah, there is some damage over here in Wetumpka. That was from some of the tornadoes that have went on through. That was actually a pretty strong tornado that went near Wetumpka, actually. So we're still trying to watch out for this very closely. Let's go back up to the radar up north, try and see what that cell near Lochapolka does. It looks like the tornadic rotation has fanned out, so I don't see a whole lot of stuff happening over there. That's the good news. There is a cell, once again, that was near Tuskegee that's now north of Society Hill. It's now south of Auburn, south of I-85 right now, all right? That is another cell to watch out for, another potential tornado that could form near Opelika, or south of Opelika, I should say, south of 85, approaching the Salem and Bleecker area. So watch out for that, guys. Watch out for that, as there could potentially be something right along there, too. So once again, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Copy the link to the live stream. Put it on there. Also, please be sure to keep hitting that thumbs up button down below. All right, we've had over 1,000 people that have done it so far to help share this information with as many people as possible. If you haven't already, please be sure to do so. Keep doing that. All right, that's how we continue to get our live stream out to more and more people, to try and get our coverage out to more and more people. Give us an update on Mississippi. Mississippi should be fine for right now. There is nothing over in Mississippi besides some just general showers and thunderstorms. And yeah, that does seem to be the case. It's just regular general showers and thunderstorms that I see. So all the activity right now is in Alabama. Let's go back actually to the Fort Rucker radar. And it looks like the cell near Orion, the debris signature is starting to shrink. So the tornado is getting smaller and smaller here. The tornado is indeed getting smaller and smaller. But on the other hand, of course, there is still a tornado in progress right now. So if you're near areas near US Highway 82, State Highway 223 near Inverness, Aberfoyle, Union Springs, you need to go and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building if you haven't already. All right, because there's a storm that's potentially producing a tornado, or still producing a tornado, I should say, that is heading off into your area. Have I seen NATO cast quite yet? I have not. I guess I'll have to see. Let me see if I can find it. Breaking news now. Breaking news. Not sure if it was actually... Well, not as breaking news, actually, so not really news. I was going to say breaking news. Not anymore. I was about to say something, but then it proved to be false. So thank God I didn't say that. Thank goodness I didn't say that. Let's see. Yeah, that is NATO cast, all right. Just for reference as to what the robot says for the outlooks for tornadoes today. Yeah, we have that. And honestly, to be completely honest with you, I don't blame him. I don't blame this model for having that outlook for Southern Carolina. I don't blame it. Now officially confirmed tornado. Of course, we already knew that the tornado that was over in Union, or not Union, Orion already was confirmed. So that's kind of old news at this point. Yeah, let's go back to the HRRR now. Yeah, Southern South Carolina over there. There's like a supercell or two that forms at 22Z. So that's an area to watch now. That might be a new area here. Oh yeah, there's like a supercell or two that forms off in this area. Oh, and that is a heck of a sounding too. Oh yeah. I want to see what the updraft helicity is real quickly. Just real quickly, we'll get back to the analysis here. Yeah, there is definitely some activity over there. 18Z, 19Z, 20Z. Oh, wow. So there's even a supercell that forms like at 3 o'clock too. So that's really interesting. We're going to have to watch out for this very closely. If there's any thunderstorms that form over here, we got to immediately adapt to it. All right, let's try and figure out our radar situation here now. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. And then let's put our radar another one. Where should we put our last radar? KJGX, potentially? Yeah, KJGX. That's probably where we can put our stuff. All right, so we've sorted our radars. Now we'll be able to see all sorts of stuff that happen. We won't have any issues with trying to figure out where is what. Once again, that area near the Society Hill area, north of Society Hill, that is something to watch out for. Once again, potentially something tornadic over there that's south of Auburn. All right, so south of Auburn, potentially could see something over there. Go Fort Rucker. See what's happening along the line over here still. Eyes are hurting now. Let's fix that. Boom. Fix that. There might be a cell near Linwood that could try and develop something, but that's on the backside, so don't really have as much trust with that. Trying to look on the side here, trying to see if there's any more reports. I don't see any more reports at this time. That's the good news, though. So let's go back to these storms. And that could potentially be trying to reproduce a tornado. Maybe a new tornado that is starting to develop here. Yeah, I do think that could potentially be the case. I think that might be a new tornado here. Guys, I think that might be a new tornado that's trying to develop over here. North of Inverness, heading towards the Aberfoyle area. That's kind of funny. Yeah, there is a new area of rotation right here that is developing. It's north of Inverness, near the Aberfoyle general vicinity. What's... 23, just give me a second. I gotta compose myself for a second because I just saw something on Twitter. It's hilarious. And I'm trying not to, you know. That's pretty funny. So yeah, there is definitely some rotation over here still. North of Inverness, heading towards the Aberfoyle general vicinity. Is Morgan going to be able to join me sometime today? Probably not anytime soon. You know, the earliest he can join me is probably about 2 hours from now. And even then, don't really know if he will be able to. But if he does join us, then he's always welcomed. Always welcomed. So we still have 2 tornado warnings. General area of Union Springs is now starting to get impacted by the giant line. Inside that line, inside all that rain, is potentially where there could potentially be a tornado. I know I said potentially twice, now 3 times, but gotta call it out there. They have multiple city cameras in Macon. WMAZ. That might be helpful. WMAZ. Cameras. Oh yeah, they do have a couple of sky cameras over here. In Alpha. Alpha is where? Oh, wait. No. So all of these are just they're names for it. Okay, so that makes sense. They have one in Perry and Dublin. Where's Perry? Perry, Georgia is south of Macon. Dublin Georgia is just further east than that. Okay. Where's the Navicent Health? Navicent Health. That's in Macon itself. Houston Medical Center. In Georgia. That is near Robbins Air Force Base. Okay. So that's like near Centerville. North of Perry. Okay. Okay. Is this actual live cameras here too? Oh, that's not very nice. About Perry. Oh yeah, they are live cameras. Oh, we can use that. So the Houston Medical Center and the Alpha Skycam, the Navicent Health and the Houston Medical Center, they're offline. What about Dublin? All right, Dublin's not offline. So Dublin and Perry, both of them are online. So I will consider that very closely. I'm actually going to save that in my camera collection. I really need to create a map to where it has all the camera locations and stuff like that. So that way I could just click and interact with the map. Be pretty cool. All right, it seems we've had a super chat. So let's take a look. Judith with the 50. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Judith. Everyone say thank you to Judith. That really does mean a lot to the channel. So thank you so much, Judith. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to me. There should be another camera in Macon. The other two cameras are kind of broken from WMAZ. So if it's not from WMAZ, it's probably from another news source. So if you guys would tell me what news source that is, I'll be able to look it up here. Fell beside your room. House luckily fell the wrong way. I have to get all these trees cut down around here. That's understandable, FN. That is understandable. Continue to be safe. A lot of rain has moved on through your area, so potential flash flooding and maybe even more tornadoes. Or not tornadoes, I should say, but more trees that could fall down. Any sort of wind that pushes on through, it'll do it. It will do it. All right. No more tornado warnings at this time. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. There is a storm over here near Union Springs that I'm watching very closely, though. This thing could potentially spin up, potentially produce our next tornado. So that's going to be something to watch out for near Hurtsboro, Seal, as well as Pittsview, south of Columbus, Georgia. So that is something to watch out for. WGXA. WGXA. Okay. WGXA sky cameras. Downtown Macon, Warner Robins, Albany State University, Mercer University, Dublin. Yeah. Oh, and these cameras work. This is really good too. This is very good. Yeah, that works out really well. So I can definitely use this when this line moves along. About Mercer University. I'm trying to find it parallel to the thing. Mercer University, at least I can look up as to where that is. Mercer University is in Macon in itself. Albany University is in Albany, correct? So I think we have a sky camera that's in Albany that'll be right in the middle of this. Yeah. And I'm not sure where this is looking off towards, but if this is looking where I think it is, we'll be able to see the stuff as this approaches Albany. So this is a really good website here for sky cameras. Your live camera collection. Yeah, I knew where Mercer is. I don't know where Warner Robins is south of Mercer. South of Mercer University, north of Perry. So that's near the Robins Air Force Base as well. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right, so just a reminder here for everyone, all right? While we are kind of in this kind of, calm for a little bit, all right? While the weather is a little calm, let's go over what we can expect here for today, okay? We have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here. 3 out of 5 indicated in this orange area. So if you are in the 3 out of 5, or if you know anyone in the 3 out of 5, especially, I'm going to call it right now, Southern South Carolina. Southern South Carolina over here, near Orangeburg, Barnwell, Walterboro, Charleston, even Savannah, Georgia, and Statesboro, all right? Watch out. Watch out here tonight. Okay, I'm calling my shot here right now. There could be some significant activity over near your area, so you guys need to watch out for that as this continues to progress. I would say it'll start at around 2. 2 is when you really need to start watching, so about an hour from now. And it'll really start to get going at about 4. Maybe a little bit of a break between 5 and 6, or 5 and 7, something like that. And then a big line will move on through with some more showers and thunderstorms out in front of it. So, need to watch out very closely if you're in some of those areas. Otherwise, if you're over here in like Albany, Eufaula, Dothan, areas near Panama City, as well as Valdosta, Waycross, Brunswick, you got to watch out as well, because there could be the potential for some very strong damaging winds and the threat for tornadoes embedded within this giant line. I mean, you can see how large this line actually is. Look at this huge line. That all could have the potential of producing tornadoes right within this area. KJGX is the Robins Air Force Base radar. And I knew that kind of sounded familiar, too. So I'm not too surprised. I think that makes sense. And there's Warner Robins in itself, so it actually appeared on the radar as I looked at it. But that's what we are kind of dealing with today. We have strong damaging winds and the threat for significant tornadoes. This is the area that is in the significant tornado risk for the most part. You can see how it extends from Troy, Eufaula, Dothan, all the way over to Cordell, Tifton, areas near Statesboro, Savannah, and then all the way up towards Charleston, South Carolina. So there is a huge risk for strong tornadoes here within this confined area right there. So, by the way, if I'm mispronouncing any of these names, please correct me in the chat. That way, for future reference, especially when these storms move over these areas, I may be able to say it correctly. All right, because when the chips are down, and if there's a tornado heading towards an area, they're trying to figure out information, what's going on. And, you know, I'm saying, you know, Jerry instead of Jerry. You know, they're probably going to look at me and say, what are you talking about? There is no Jerry. There's only Jerry. You know what I mean? So, they're not going to think that there's something going on and then they could potentially get hit and stuff like that. So. Cordeal. Yeah, Cordeal. Okay. I'll try and remember that. Monkey Business with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Valdosta. All right, so it's Valdosta. Okay, that makes things a lot easier for me in the future. Valdosta. So if something heads towards that area, I can now pronounce it correctly. But yeah, that is something interesting to make a note of. I also want to say here real quickly, while we are in the same area, there is also a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here tomorrow here too. You can look here at the green, 1 out of 5 in green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. So there's another risk for severe weather here tomorrow. And of course, I more than likely will be live streaming tomorrow as well. So if you want to come back to the channel, please be sure to do so. And then there's, of course, a small chance for severe weather along the North Carolina coast there as well on Wednesday. And then next week on Monday, the 11th, severe weather for Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas returns, as there is a severe weather threat for that area. So that is something I wanted to bring up here for you guys. Alapaha. Okay. I may not be able to remember that on the first go, but I'm going to try. Alapaha. I got to try and remember all of these different, because some of these town names have similar spelling, but different pronunciations and stuff like that. So it's so weird sometimes. Excuse me. What am I thinking about the Augusta, Columbia, South Carolina area? I think you guys might be a little too far north for the main tornadic activity that I'm concerned about over here in southern South Carolina. But you're pretty close to it, so I'd watch out tonight. I think you guys are going to see, regardless, a lot of strong damaging winds. And you could see it maybe a tornado or two, possibly. But I think, as I said, most of that activity is going to be off towards your south. Just by a bit. pronounced Houston. That is the county in Warner Robins and Perry. All right, so Houston. Houston. Houston County. Okay. Yeah, Alpaha. Alpaha. Houston, Alpaha. And then Valdosta. I think I'm starting to kind of get it slowly but surely. I'll try. I'll try. Bookend vortices. Some activity over here in Mount Andrew and Clayton. So that's kind of interesting there. Yeah, there is a huge fire risk today. Huge fire risk. So that is a thing. It's on the north side of Tallahassee, looking west. Okay, so I still have a little bit of time before I can use that. Let's see. There's a lot of strong damaging winds, but I do see a bookend vortex right there. I do see a bookend vortice. This could potentially produce a tornado near Mount Andrew and Clayton, as well as Comer and Eufaula, probably heading off towards the north of Eufaula. What's the current track of this? Yeah, it's kind of northeast in its component. And there's definitely something there. But this is a bookend vortice, and what that basically means here is that you have this very strong damaging wind threat here. You see this big arc, and it's pushing some very strong damaging winds within this area. All right. What happens is on the top and bottom sides is you can have a bit of a whirlpooling effect where wind comes back in behind this, and it kind of just spins back into it. All right. Usually on the northern side, that's where it's a lot more prominent. And on the southern side, it tends to die out because there's more showers and thunderstorms that are over there. All right. So in this instance, here on the northern side, which would be over here near Mount Andrew and Clayton. All right. That is where we are supposed to watch for some tornadic development. And we have two areas, one here near Mount Andrew, and then a second one that's starting to potentially develop near Midway. Why did my headphones just disconnect? Why did my headphones just disconnect? Oh, that's because that's not okay. That's not okay. That's not okay. For Bluetooth. Yeah, of course. Of course. Of course. So now I'm not going to have headphones anymore because my computer wants to install updates for whatever reason for Bluetooth, and Bluetooth's just going to be disconnected. Oh well. Is what it is. Is what it is. You guys will just hear what I'm hearing. Let's see if I can fix that. That's stupid. All right, let's test something here. See if that's all working. I'm not sure if that's the right one. I don't think it is. All right, let's test this now. Yeah, it is. All right, I got the right one. There you go. All right, so that's good. That's good. We've made a temporary fix. A temporary fix. I can just schedule the restart for Sunday, obviously, but that's not going to do me any good now because the Bluetooth's not working. I know you guys can hear me. I just want to see if I can hear the audio coming from my computer, because if there's any new tornado warnings, you know, you guys won't be hearing the blue. Tornado warning has been issued, whatever, for this area. You know, something like that. So that's the big thing there. But yeah, I hate some of these updates sometimes. Just like, come on, bro. Why? Why now? Where can you find the merchandise? The merchandise is you can find it in two places. All right. One is if you go to my channel here, go to my channel and go to store, which is next to membership. You'll find all sorts of stuff here. My hat is this one, the snapback. Actually, no, it's not the snapback baseball cap. It's the trucker cap. Trucker cap is what I have right now. Love the trucker caps. But snapback baseball cap's not bad too. Masks, shirts, hoodies, a mug, a mouse pad. Although I bought the mouse pad. The mouse pad's on there because I wanted the mouse pad. All right, I'm using the mouse pad right now. That's the big reason there. Let's see. All right, interestingly enough, once again, we're kind of in the period where we're just like sitting around and not doing a whole lot. So that's kind of the good news here. I appreciate everyone who's helped share the live stream, by the way. Got 1,100 likes from this. 1,100 likes, which is amazing. Also, probably the only time I'm going to be able to do this, at least during the live stream while my computer freezes. Thank you, computer. We have 28,828 subscribers. So we're getting there. All right, we're starting to go up. We're starting to get more subscribers here. Remember, the goal is 71,008 subscribers. When we get there, oh boy. That number means a lot to me. So that's the good news as of right now, is that we are climbing. We're not dying. We are indeed climbing. Okay, just wanted to double check. Kind of scared the crap out of me a little bit. What's going on now? Not much. Start your computer now while we have a lapse in severe weather. Nope. Nope. We continue. We shall push on forward. We shall be fine. We'll be good. Yeah, 2 streams ago, we barely reached 27K. We are definitely climbing. Why so specific? You'll see when we get there. You'll see when we get there. Yeah, if we get to 100,000, that's the silver play button. But I'll be happy. You know, of course, I want the silver play button too. Don't get me wrong. But when we get past 71,008 subscribers, you know, then I'll start focusing on that. But I'll tell you guys the reason why I want to get to that number specifically. Let's say when we get to let's say 45,000 subscribers. No, 50,000 subscribers. 50,000 subscribers if we get there. All right, keyword if we get there. I'll tell you the reason why 71,008 subscribers is so important to me. Heck, I'll even make a video about it. So yeah, road to 71,008 starts now. But yeah, good reason why you should subscribe probably is because I do more of these live streams across the board, and I do and I post videos of, you know, forecasting these events and stuff like that. Talk about all sorts of stuff. So, you know, we'll be able to get you guys information on what's going to be happening with storms. Not only, you know, as a forecast, but also for, you know, stuff that's happening currently. So we have forecast videos, whether it's on tornadoes or hurricanes or winter weather, whatever. Something like that. That is not my birthday, Mythic. My birthday is actually on April 23rd. So it's coming up here in a few days. That'll be pretty funny. Would it be similar to last year to where I had to do severe weather coverage on my birthday as well? Maybe. Or the year before where I still had to do severe weather coverage on my birthday? Maybe. Will I get a break? Who knows? Only Mother Nature dictates what happens here on this channel. That's the big thing. Triforce Hunter with the 12 months. I know you sent this in 12 minutes ago. But 12 months of becoming a member. That is insane. All right. As I said, becoming a member is the best way to support the channel. And, wow. That's absolutely amazing. If you guys want to become a member yourselves, go down next to the subscribe button. Hopefully you've already hit it. There's a join button. It's $5 a month. You get special perks like getting shout out. You see, why is my camera always so buggy today? You know what I may do? I have an idea. This might be a terrible idea. It's an idea nevertheless. Turn it off. Turn it back on. Boom. Hey, at least I fixed the connection a little bit. Razor Synapse. Yeah, I fixed it a little bit, so now that's good. I don't care if it's currently in use. There we go. Boom. Apply. Okay. Done. Good. It's fixed. It is fixed. That is good. Before it was like super stuttery, and now here we are. How long have I been doing this? I've been doing this since summer of 2019. So in late June, it'll be my 3rd year anniversary. 3rd year anniversary of this channel. All right. Some people have been doing it for a lot less. Some people have been doing it for a lot more. But 3 years on the channel. We've been covering all sorts of tornado outbreaks. You know, our channel is more known for live analysis and stuff like that. Yeah, the camera is a lot better. This looks so much better here for you guys. All right, that's a 10. That's a lot better. Before I was like, domo arigato, misto robato, domo domo, domo domo. You know. And now it is not, you know, garbage. So yeah, it's just. But yeah, it'll be my 3rd year anniversary in June, towards the end of June specifically. Have any idea for Chester, South Carolina? Storm just arrived here. Did it really? Chester. Where is Chester? Oh, it probably is these storms. There's a good chance it is. All right. Well, let me search up where Chester is. I just wanted to take a look over here real quickly just to see what's going on with the general showers and thunderstorms over there. Chester, South Carolina. I just realized how loudly I type. It's north of Columbia. So you guys are expected to get a lot of just scattered showers and thunderstorms for the time being, for the most part. You guys are kind of like right on the edge of the severe risk, honestly. Like, you're really much so on the edge. So I don't think you're going to get a lot of activity. You're going to get a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms between now and, you know, the late evening hours tonight. But I think when you guys really get your activity, if that is anything, it'll be sometime in the late evening. Or like late afternoon into the early evening hours. Sometime around like, say, 8 or 9. Maybe 10 at latest. Where'd you get the velocity and base reflectivity palettes? Been tinkering with the trial version of GR2. Were they from a site or did I make them? You can find them from a site. Now, I modified them a little bit. So technically, I helped. Technically, I helped. But, you know, at the same time, I didn't help at the same time. They made it. I modified it. I changed it. Different looking. Stuff like that. A lot of strong damaging winds here for the most part. I see a storm or two that still looks to be, you know, possibly tornadic, but it's still very much so of a severe thunderstorm risk at the moment. Let's go to Fort Rucker, see what's happening in Eufaula. Still got some bookend vortices that we're dealing with, but for the most part, we're in a pretty good position right now. We're in a really good position, actually. Wind gusts upwards of 50 knots. 50 knots? Really? What is this storm doing over here? Getting a lot of showers and thunderstorms that are now starting to move on through in towards Pensacola, Milton, Crestview, Gulf Shores. Of course, Mobile, they have a flash flood warning. So that's something to consider. Been watching content since the Easter Sunday 2020 outbreak. Yeah, dude. That day was insane, okay? The Easter 2020 outbreak is the most insane day I have ever covered on this channel, all right? Mayfield was one tornado, okay? Imagine numerous significant tornadoes at the same exact time, all right? And over an extraordinarily long time period. That was the Easter outbreak of 2020, all right? There actually was 145-ish tornadoes that formed within the span of that singular day. That singular day. That right there, my friends, was chaos. Actual chaos. Fort Walton Beach and Destin, well, they're not in the special marine warning here. When the storms get closer, I won't leave them out. Believe me, I'll say what they're doing. All right, I have no reason to leave, unlike the other night. It was good. Lost power in Atalga? Sheesh. How does Phoenix City look right now? Good question. Phoenix City right now is getting a severe storm that's moving on through their area. Strong damaging winds for the most part. 60 miles per hour. I think the majority of that activity that's severe is to the south. So that is something to make a note of. If you're like south of Phoenix City near Fort Mitchell and, you know, I believe it's pronounced Seal. And then areas near Pittsview. That is where the majority of that activity is. But the actual general area of, you know, Columbus, Phoenix City, they are indeed getting some severe weather that's moving through their area. So I'd watch out for that. Probably the closest radar for that is KMXX. So let's see specifically what's happening over here. Yeah, I just see a lot of strong damaging winds. I see a lot of that. Yeah, the So-So tornado. Dude, the So-So tornado was the largest tornado I've ever covered. It's the second most insane tornado I've ever seen on radar. You know, behind the Mayfield tornado, of course. But the So-So tornado is like a close second. It was 2.25 miles wide. That's the third largest tornado in recorded history. That right there. I mean, I'm sorry. That was a huge tornado. And seeing that live, you know, it's crazy. It is crazy. Unfortunately, that live stream is not available because it was a 24-hour live stream and YouTube does not like it when I live stream over 12 hours, which is the reason why I cut live streams off at 12 hours. And if I want to continue to cover it, I'll create another, you know, live stream, but yeah. I don't want to lose any more live streams so that if I want to watch it after the fact, if you want to watch it after the fact, if I want to study my behavior after the fact, that's all there. But someone did clip my reaction to the tornado over here. Hold up. Nate Snyder, Bass Field, So-So tornado. It happened. I have to find it here. It's here somewhere. Oh, the Jonesboro tornado. I also recorded that for 8 hours. You know what? I'll just find it. Someone made the clip. Actually, it might be Hockey Boy in 8. Hockeyboy in 8. It could be that. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'll find it somewhere. Believe me. I'll show you guys what actually happened there. Because that was, you know, as I said, one of the craziest events I've ever tracked. I'll find it somewhere. We'll see. We'll see. If someone could find that, you know, because I may not be able to find it, of course. And then, you know, email it to me, or not email, DM me, something like that. I'll be able to show you guys. But that was the first time I've ever used the wording of, if you do anything stupid out in front of this storm, you will die. That's the first thing. That's the first time I've ever said that. And there's only been one other instance where I've said that. There's only been one other instance. All right. And I don't take that lightly. All right. I try not to fearmonger and stuff like that. I really try to just, you know, try to keep everything's calm, cool, and collected so that people don't freak out whenever they're watching my channel. Try to keep it professional here. You know, of course, sometimes we mess around and stuff like that when stuff doesn't happen, and that's kind of what's going on right now, but... What in the... That's not a tornado. Go away. That's not a tornado. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah, Eufaula is getting a lot of strong damaging winds over here. Did I get a haircut? No. Not lately, at least. Dodged a few different warnings, stopped a few hours early. Well, I'm happy that he was safe. I'm happy that he was safe. Very happy. Did you ever try to be a weatherman, or were you a weatherman that went rogue? Probably could have probably went rogue. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central Barber County in southeastern Alabama.
Okay, so you heard it here first, folks, and there was a bit of a ring there. But Barber County, that's right over Eufaula. That's right over Eufaula. So once again, all right, same old, same old. You guys know what to do. Share this information with as many people as possible, of course. There is some rotation with this. Look, we do have some of that activity. You see reds moving away, greens moving towards. The consolidation of that is right in here. We're looking at that earlier. There does seem to be something off in that general vicinity right there. So I would watch out for this. This thing could potentially produce a tornado. And National Weather Service over here, probably in Macon, probably issue a new tornado warning, more than likely. But you can see, look at the hook right here, guys. Look at that little hook embedded right within the line. That is indeed tornadic right there. A little mini cell that is embedded. That is what we can kind of see here more often today. All right, more of these storms that are embedded within the line. They're going to continue to try and move on through. So we got to watch out for this. But there definitely is some rotation over here. There definitely is some rotation. Not a whole lot of turbulence. Not a whole lot of spectrum width. So that's the good news there. But Eufaula, anywhere over there in along the border of Alabama and Georgia, near Eufaula, north of Eufaula, as well as areas along Georgia Highway 27. So Georgia State Highway 27. And then areas just to the west of Lumpkin. Areas to the west of Lumpkin, Georgia. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, stop quoting me. I was talking about the correlation coefficient over here. This little drop right here, that thing ain't a tornado. Okay? This stuff over here, however, that could potentially be a tornado. All right? They're not the same. They're not the same. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Stewart County in west central Georgia.
So Stewart County. How many National Weather Service offices are here in this intersection? So now, wait a second. So what that tells me is that Tallahassee now has to issue
Tornado warning for northern Quitman County in southwestern Georgia.
I was just like, all I gotta say is, I knew it. I was just like, wait a second. So that means, what is that? Okay, well, there's your tornado warnings. All right, that just got issued. This is one near Eufaula, another one that's over here in this is what, Quitman County, Georgia, and then we have another one that's over here in Stewart County, Georgia. All right, so we have 3 tornado warnings, 1 cell. If you guys live over here in any of these areas, near Eufaula, Alabama, or east of that in Georgia, from Lumpkin and westward, all right, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom and a closet. What I was trying to say before I got rudely interrupted by the 3rd tornado warning, all right, was that down here, National Weather Service Tallahassee has jurisdiction over here in Quitman County. Okay, so they have jurisdiction over here in Barber County in Alabama. The National Weather Service in Birmingham has jurisdiction. If you go up here into Stewart County, National Weather Service in Peachtree City, which is basically Atlanta, has jurisdiction. All right, so these are all jurisdiction issues, to where a storm is entering an area, to where you have one National Weather Service that controls one area, another National Weather Service that controls another area, and then another one that controls another area. And they, here we have kind of the trifecta of tornado warnings. So, whoop-de-doo. It's as classic as you can get it. Catsy with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, wait, doesn't that mean, and then it goes ding, and I'm like, oh, what is going on? Yeah, it sounds about right. That does indeed sound about right. So there is some tornadic rotation here. Looks like it is starting to go a bit north of Eufaula and heading off kind of parallel along Georgia State Highway 27. So if you guys live over here north and east of Eufaula in Alabama, or into portions of Georgia, west of Lumpkin, you need to get in your safe space, because there is something tornadic within this area still. There is something tornadic. I don't see anything here right now with that. Latest update came in. Not sure. I don't think that is a debris signature. It doesn't look like it to me, at least. Doesn't look like it. But there is a heck of a storm over here in Eufaula, north of Eufaula, heading off towards portions near Lumpkin. So treat this like there is a tornado in progress right now. Treat this like there is a tornado in progress. let's see. Oh, that updated. And that's a larger 5% tour. So that's interesting. Yeah, this cell is definitely going places here right now. Let's see where this is going specifically. I'm curious. Yeah, I don't see the debris signature. At least not at the moment. Maybe could be a little bit of fanning, but I mean, I think that could be just a lot of consolidation. So some vorticity within the wind, maybe. But this is now kind of just passing through general area. It's a wildlife refuge over here. And there's not a whole lot of people that live over here. So that's good. I do think it's passed well north of Eufaula. And now it's starting to head towards the wildlife refuge. So that's kind of the good news right now. That is the good news. Couldn't find the video. Did he take it down? If he took it down, that's interesting. Oh well. Oh well, I guess. Yeah, the rotation is definitely starting to become a little bit more prominent here. You can see how it is starting to spin a lot more. Got some more reds and pinks moving away from the radar. Greens moving towards. So right in the middle, there is the tornadic rotation in that area. All right, so now this is starting to cross into Georgia, so I probably should change the thing. This is no longer in Alabama. I'll turn that off for right now, and then I'll change it to Georgia here in a bit. Change it to Georgia here in a bit. That's fine. That's fine, Donna. Yeah, you said Kopik actually had one north of Eufaula. I mean, I could potentially see that. I was watching a little bit of his feed earlier, as I went through Eufaula. I saw a lot of rain. I didn't see any consolidation within that. So, I mean, there could have potentially been something right there. There definitely could have. But I just didn't see anything consolidated. I saw a lot of rain around the actual thing. So it could have been a rain wrap tornado. Definitely could have. I don't see any debris signature here that really tells me, though, that, it was on the ground. Maybe a brief scattering. Maybe. Like over here. Maybe a brief scattering, but that's really it. So there could have been something, but I don't really see too much. 12 lightning strikes per minute. That's interesting. That's also interesting over there. That might actually be a new area to watch. And as soon as I say that, GR2 also agrees. They just put a mesocyclonic signature on it. Ayrton area, Ayrton north of Ozark. There is some rotation over there. There is some rotation over here in Ayrton. And that's going to have to be something to watch out for. Live in Macon, Georgia. Will you be safe or do you need to take cover? You have a lot of time between now and these storms actually hitting you. So, you know, you have a while to make a decision. You have a while to make a decision. Yeah, that cell over there near the Ayrton areas, that could potentially try and develop something. We'll watch out for that very closely. Very closely. Tornado warning in Alabama has now been canceled. Storm has officially moved on through. So now it's just these tornado warnings in Georgia. However, there could be a tornado warning over here north of Ozark. North of Ozark near Ayrton in Alabama. So that is going to be something we're going to have to watch out for very closely. Once again, this does have a mesocyclonic signature according to GR2. Latest scan came in for the tornado warning. Looks like it's starting to kind of consolidate a little bit more, but it's also kind of linear here. You can see the big line here in the velocities. Reflectivity, well, you can't really see a whole lot. Spectrum width, and there's barely any turbulence over there, so might be trying to gust out a little bit more. That's kind of what I'm seeing here a little bit. Trying to gust out, trying to shoot out a little bit more. That's what I'm guessing. That's what I'm guessing right now. So we're just going to have to see. But yeah, that cell near Ayrton, north of Ozark, that is something to watch out for. So Clopton, Blue Springs, if you live over there, monitor the storm very closely for the potential of some tornadic development over there. I'm going to see if there's any other areas of rotation to note. Don't really see a whole lot down south. What about up north? It might be easier if I use another radar. Yeah, it might be easier if I use another radar here. Use Maxwell Air Force Base. Interesting. Area south of Columbus, Georgia. There's a area along the line that could potentially be future tornadic development. That is something I'm going to want to watch out for very closely. There is something over there. There is something over there that's trying to spin. Got a lot of greens that are moving towards. So if that kind of levels off a little bit more, if you see this line that's tilted become a little bit more horizontal, we could be talking about a tornado over there. So that's south of Columbus, Georgia. Kind of approaching the Cassetta areas of Georgia, as well as areas near Upatoy, as well as areas near Juniper and Buena Vista. So that's something to watch out for here soon. Let's see if we can actually get a storm motion on that. Yeah, Upatoy and Cassetta. 10 to 15 minutes. And then areas near Juniper, about 15 to 20 minutes. Buena Vista, in about 20 to 25 minutes. So that is something to note with that one. Let's go back to Fort Rucker's radar. Cell near Blue Spring is starting to kind of kill itself a little bit. It's starting to kind of die out a little. The rotation here in Georgia is now starting to become a little bit more displaced, so that's the good news. Upatoy and Casita. Not Caseta, Casita. So Casita, Upatoy, makes sense. So that's definitely something to watch out for. Interesting. That seems to be pretty much it here from that storm. The other storm, as I said, near Blue Springs kind of died out a bit. Let's look at the upper portions of the storm. And it's bleh. It's bleh. What about some of these other storms? Let's go to KEVX. Elgin. Elgin. I remember that from the last stream. Everyone was like, don't say Elgin, it's Elgin. And I'm like, oh, well, that makes sense. No, it didn't. But Elgin. Little something over here near Crestview? Maybe. But I kind of doubt it as well. That seems to be a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms. Excuse me. Yeah, Upatoy. Or Upatoy. No, Upatoy. Upatoy. There it is. There it is, Steven. Hey, I can't say anything for certain. I can't say anything for certain. All right, let's go back. Maxwell Air Force Base. Oh, it's doing it. It's doing it. Yep. There's the new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Marion County in west central Georgia, northeastern Chattahoochee County in west central Georgia.
Well, there's your tornado warning that I told you about. Knew that was going to happen. Kind of knew that was going to happen. So there you go. So if you guys live over here towards Juniper, Upatoy, as well as areas north of, I gotta read the thing on the side here, Casita. If you live north of Casita, south of Upatoy, towards the general area of Juniper, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right? Because there is a tornado that's more than likely going to form here within this line. And it's going to continue to move on through. So please be sure. Please be sure to get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And try and help us share this information with as many people as possible. All right? Also, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below because that actually helps us get out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, that's the big thing here. We are trying to get information out to as many people as possible on this platform. And this is the way to go. So it takes only 1 second. It takes only 1 second for you to exit out of full screen, hit that thumbs up button down below, and you help me get out to more and more people on YouTube. Sheesh, yeah, the rotation is starting to kind of uptrend a bit. It is definitely uptrending. Yeah, Juniper, north of Buena Vista, north of Casita, and south of Upatoy. All right, if you live within those areas, south of Geneva, north of Buena Vista, or if you know anyone, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's see if I can move this over to the side here. Try and find... Someone asked for Canton, Georgia. Canton, Georgia is on the northern side of Atlanta. You guys are clear for today. But yeah, there is a tornado warning here. New tornado warning once again. This is for Marion and Chattahoochee counties here in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We do have some rotation with this. You see a lot of greens and blues moving towards the radar. There is also two areas of rotation. There's one right here where there's bright reds. That is where some tornadic rotation would be, this counterclockwise spin. There's also another one on the backside that could potentially develop here. A lot of grays, so not as strong as the one further up front, but that is still something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this thing continues to shift off towards the north and east. So there is something here to watch out for. Very, very closely. But yeah, we kind of called this cell... 10 minutes ago or something like that. We were hoping that the people over here would watch out for it. Also, chat helped correct me to say the town names correctly. So, there's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff that is really starting to materialize. A lot of stuff that's really starting to materialize with this. Yep, glad to hear. Oh, that thing just uptrended. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That is definitely consolidated. That could be a tornado here soon. We could potentially see the verification of that here in a second. And I would not be surprised. Yeah, there might be a tornado on the ground north of Casita, south of Upatoy, heading off into the general vicinity of Jupiter and Buena Vista. Let's change our radar here. Try and get a good perspective. All right, here's the rotation that we are talking about right now. Here's what we are talking about. There you go. This is getting really close. Wait, it just passed the Fort Benning area? Fort Benning is here? Hold up. Yeah, it just passed near Fort Benning. Wow. So if you live anywhere near Fort Benning, south and east of Columbus, Georgia, all right, there's a tornado warning over here for your area. A really interesting tornado warning at that. Eelbeck. Let's actually take some timings out here for this. Is there a new correlation coefficient on this? No. All right, so nothing quite yet. That's the good news. Let's take some timings out here for you all. All right, we're going to draw our storm track here. This is moving at 50. All right. Calculate. Norwich. If you are in Norwich here, you guys are going to see this activity here in 24 minutes. Malk in 24 minutes. Brown Sand in 25 minutes. Junction City in 26 minutes. Luckily, right now, there isn't a whole lot of people that's in front of this thing. That is the good news. But the bad news, of course, is the people that are going to be impacted by this could potentially see this tornado, because this does look like it is starting to really ramp up significantly. This storm is definitely getting stronger. Latest velocity scan just came in. Yeah, that is, yeah. Wow. What about Madison, Georgia? Madison, Georgia. You guys are a little bit too far north, in my opinion. I think you guys are good. Same thing with Atlanta for the most part. Augusta. I believe you guys get your activity later on this evening. Strong damaging winds for the most part, so I'd watch out for that. See you, Nikki. Enjoy your food. Yeah, there is a, oh yeah. That rotation is very strong. That's the bottom line here. This thing is, definitely strong. You can see very strong greens and blues moving towards the radar. Very strong pinks moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Ooh, and you can even see a hook on the backside of this. Look at that. Rain wrapping around into a hook right there. Inflow coming in behind this. Yeah, this is an embedded supercell here, folks. This is an embedded supercell. We'll see if this thing is producing a tornado. We hope that it doesn't. Oh, that's ball game. There you go. Well, there's your tornado on the ground in progress right now. Strong tornado. I spoke too soon. And there was a significant tornado in progress south of Upatoy, or Upatoy, I should say, not Upatoy, Upatoy, north of Cassetta. North of Cassetta here in Georgia. All right. If you are near those areas, if you are near Juniper, if you're north of Buena Vista, south of Geneva here in Georgia, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. All right, because this is a strong tornado that is on the ground right now. You can clearly see the debris signature. There it is, confirmed by the National Weather Service. PDS. Particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning has been issued for Marion and Chattahoochee counties, and that'll be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 2:07, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Elbeck, West Fort Benning, or 9 miles northeast of Cassetta, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Big keyword right here. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. To repeat, there is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Large and extremely dangerous tornado south of Upatoy and north of Cassetta. And this is heading straight for the general vicinity of Juniper. If you know anyone that lives over here in Juniper, you need to watch out for this very closely. Rupert is not in the immediate path of this, but I am going to watch out for this very closely because you guys are relatively, close to the tornado warning. So I'll watch out for this very closely. But this is a significant tornado ongoing right now. Big debris signature you can see here with this blue ball. Guys, we got to continue to try and share this information. Got to try and continue to share this information with as many people as possible because we've been on this storm. We've been on it. We've been trying to get more and more information to people. Debris signature has lost a little bit of its signature. That's good. Sorry for blinding you all with the white. Yeah, the debris signature has lost a little bit of its signature. That is the good news here. Yeah, PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. And there is a strong tornado, large strong tornado currently in progress. Still has debris Although the debris is not as strong, so it could be in the process of weakening. Could be. Velocities still say, though, that this thing is a pretty strong tornado in progress right now. So if you guys live over here, once again, Juniper, south of Geneva, north of Buena Vista here in Georgia, you need to go ahead and take your proper precaution and get in your safe space. All right? Once again, continue to spread this information. Keep hitting that thumbs up button down below. We need to continue to spread this to more and more people on YouTube. All right? Just takes 1 second. Go down, hit that thumbs up button, come back. It's not that you'll be able to continue to see it. Yeah, it definitely is on a little bit of a weakening trend, but you can see how consolidated it is still. Look at that. Still very consolidated. That tells me it's on the ground still. That does tell me it is still on the ground, is still in progress. Luckily here, there's not a whole lot of places that are near here. Let's go to correlation coefficient. Yeah, Oakland and Juniper are in the immediate threat right now. All right, if you're near Oakland, if you're near Juniper here in Georgia, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right, you need to go now. Need to go now. Latest scan came in, debris signature got smaller, but there is still a debris signature right there. It's still right there. So there could potentially still be a tornado in progress. I do actually think that is the case. I do think there still is a tornado in progress right now. But it is a little bit weaker than it once was. You can see how it's still consolidated here, though, even with the weak velocities. It is still consolidated. Once again, green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Actually, right in the middle is where the tornado would be. And this is, once again, this is in Georgia. This is due east of Columbus, Georgia, right along the border of Alabama and Georgia. This is south of Juniper, north of Buena Vista, north of Caseta, and south of Upatoy. All right, and this is approaching the Juniper and the Juniper and the Oakland areas here in Georgia. So if you know anyone who lives over there, once again, really got to watch out for this cell. Just to repeat here, all right, this is from the National Weather Service. Tornado warning remains in effect until 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for Marion and Chattahoochee counties, okay? Now, that's a little bit out of date. About 7 minutes ago, that's when the confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Ilbeck or West Fort Benning. And so they issued a particularly dangerous situation or a PDS tornado warning for this area. Still got some decent velocities on this, but the debris signature has started to fan out a bit. So that's the good news. The debris signature has started to fan out a bit. Can I check Gulf Shores, Orange Beach? Just a brief second. Gulf Park's nice. Gulf Shores and Orange Beach is getting a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms. I don't see too much for you guys at the moment, so that's good. Areas further along. It's interesting. I'll look at that later. Okay. That's pretty much all I needed to see. Still a really interesting correlation coefficient. I actually think that's the debris fanning. I think that's the debris fanning off in that area. So the debris is being picked up by the storm and slung off into that area. Either that or that's where the tornado actually is. Over here, let's circle that. Go to reflectivity. Yeah, it is on the backside. But yeah, once again, we have a tornado warning here. Had a brief Well, probably not a brief, significant tornado. But it had a significant tornado. Oh, yeah. Very significant tornado. Oh, wow. Let's take a slice. Let's take a slice. Oh. Oh. Historically speaking, that is a significant tornado. Historically speaking, that is a significant tornado. And that, my friends, is not 17,000 feet. That's like 19,000 feet. Ow. So basically what's happened here is the tornado formed down here. All right. We had our tornado down there. You look at the velocities, you'll be able to see that's where the velocities was at. We actually can do storm relative velocities, and it's a lot easier to see. Green's moving towards, gray's moving away. So that's where the stuff was at. Here's your debris signature as to where the tornado was, down right here. And you can see it spans the correlation coefficient into the upper portion of the storm. So this thing picked up its debris. It's picked up its debris. All right. It has spewed it very high up in the sky, very high. And there's been some research done in regards to significant tornadoes and how high the debris, the correlation with how high the debris gets shot up into the sky. So the strength of tornadoes and how high the debris has been spewed up. Anything above 12,000 feet is when you have a strong tornado. Well, we have it up at 20,000 feet almost. I'd say 18,000 feet. Let's be generous and say 18,000 feet. So that is definitely debris across some of that area. It has been shot up. And that was a significant tornado. I wonder. What in the world is that? I think that is debris falling. That might be debris falling on the backside of this storm. Yeah, I think that is debris falling from the sky. That's pretty crazy. Let's take a 3D. And I'm only taking a 3D right now. I never do this. I'm only taking a 3D right now because I want to see something. On the backside. Oh, there's your tornado. It's very hard to see, but there's your tornado. There you go. What's your spectrum width looking like? Let's turn it into higher values. It's not really helping. Yeah, it's not helping at all. Velocities. Jeez. Ow. Oh, jeez. What about storm relative? Okay. Well. Ow.
Tornado warning for East Central Dale County in southeastern Alabama, southern Henry County in southeastern Alabama.
Excuse me? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that could be going right now. That is another embedded rotation here within the line. Another one. Oh, yeah. So there is another tornado warning here. This is for Dale and Henry counties until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And yeah, we do have some rotation here within this storm. You guys can see grays and green moving towards the radar, reds and pinks moving away. So there is something right here. There is a tornado, a possible tornado right here within this portion of the storm. And there is some spectrum width. There is some spectrum width with this cell. You can see right within there, there's turbulence. And tornadoes do create turbulence, and that may have been a brief tornado. I think that could have been a brief tornado. I think that actually was a brief tornado. Very hard to say right now, but I think there was a brief tornado here that just occurred south of Echo and north of Midland City. So if you guys are near Newville and Headland, all right, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now because that line has been consistently producing spin-up tornadoes. All right, so if you're over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no... I'm losing my mind, chat. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm losing my mind here, chat. Losing my mind. I don't see anything over there for the most part. Talbotton. Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. We saw the significant tornado. On 3D, we also even seen the tornado here. Look at that. That's the rotation that spanned up with this thing. And then, of course, the normalized rotation. Very weird. This is very surface-based. This is very surface-based. Go back to that in a second. But yeah, this probably was a brief tornado. I will say, if you're in Dothan, you guys are in the clear for right now from the storm. All right, this is going to be north of you all. It's going to be north of you all. All right. If you're north of Midland City, if you're north of State Route 134, all right, you are not in the clear. That's where the tornadic storm could potentially be. How is KJGX radar looking? I'll probably use it here in a bit, but we're a lot closer to some of these other ones than those at the moment. The tornado that went near Juniper is now died out. Talbotton, appreciate you correcting me. Jesus, stop it. Yeah, there is a cell, the former tornadic rotation that's developing over near Junction City. So that's going to be something to watch out for. Over near Renfro, Friendship, Americus, that's something to watch out for. That is something to watch out for. Very strong damaging winds, maybe even the chance for something tornadic over there. So I'd watch out for that very closely. Starting to rain in Niceville. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's starting to go over along the coast. Also, I'll actually pull up the radar of that here in a bit. Pull up a radar of that. But yeah, there's a lot of storms that are over here. I know someone who lived, someone said they were near Americus over here. Yeah, there is potentially some areas of strong damaging winds, maybe even something tornadic that's approaching your area. So I'd watch out. Within the next half an hour is when you guys are probably going to get some stuff. Didn't know there were Nate emojis? Yeah, there are Nate emojis for the people who are members. So if you're a member, you get emojis and stuff like that. Anisha with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So thanks for alerting us, and Slidell. No problem. Thank you so much for the super chat. It really does mean a lot to my channel. And then Tiffany with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. You guys have really supported my channel a lot. I really do appreciate what you guys have done. Yeah, this cell over here near Headland and Newville, now starting to kind of develop a little bit more. Can't say if that's, there's a lot of weird stuff here that's right near where the center of rotation is. But yeah, we'll have to see if that thing actually does become tornadic here in a bit. But there is a lot of strong damaging winds across the board. And of course, 1 tornado warning at the moment. All right, let's go over to Eglin's radar, where we can see our giant line that's starting to move on through. There's a humongous severe thunderstorm warning for Niceville and Fort Walton Beach, as well as for Destin. Okay, so if you're over there, if you're in those areas, you have a severe thunderstorm warning that could potentially produce 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. What that basically tells me is that if you are in those areas, I highly recommend staying from windows, all right? You can be in the innermost part of your house and look out the window, all right? Or you can be along the wall, that is not along the outsides of the house and look out the window. But do not be near windows at all. Please do not. New tornado watch has been issued here for Tallahassee, Panama City, Tallahassee, Panama City, and Perry. 40-20 prob, so 40% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, 20% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes. But let's go back to Eglin here. Excuse me? There you go. I don't see anything tornadic along any of this. There's one area, however, near Defuniak Springs. Defuniak Springs, that could be something to watch out for. All right, there could potentially be something tornadic right along I-10 there. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Marion County in west central Georgia, southeastern Talbot County in west central Georgia, Taylor County in west central Georgia.
So we got that there that just happened. And for good reason. Near Junction City, there's a new area of rotation that just developed over here, heading towards Butler and Reynolds and Carsonville. And this eventually, within the next, I'd say, hour and a half to 2 hours, yeah, probably hour, maybe, is where there could potentially be us getting in range of our cam. So that's really interesting. Huh. Oh, that is some significant rotation there. I think we should be getting closer to Macon's radar, Robbins Air Force Base. I think we are getting close enough to where we can use it. Looking up 5,000 feet there. If we go to Maxwell, it's looking up 7,000 feet. So yeah, this thing is definitely a lot closer here. Yeah, there is something tornadic. There is something tornadic. Can confirm. Just not super consolidated quite yet, but we do have some activity. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So right in the middle, this general broad area of rotation is where we'd watch out for something tornadic. It's not quite there yet, but it is trying to develop. So we're going to have to watch out for that. And then areas south of Buena Vista, they could potentially get some activity over there too. So yeah, that's going to be something to watch out for, especially as that gets closer to Macon in an hour. All right, that'll be near Macon in an hour. So that'll be pretty interesting. Oh no. Oh no. This thing might be back on the ground. This thing might be back on the ground. Might have a significant tornado here soon. That's not good. That is not good. Yeah. Areas near Junction City, Howard, Butler, here in Georgia. That might be another significant tornado. That might be another significant tornado. How many people live in these areas? Oh, there's quite a bit. Yeah. That's gone. That is more than likely a significant tornado in progress. For those of you who are new, this is in Junction City, Georgia, south of Howard, south of Junction City, north of Charing, heading towards the general vicinity of Butler. Very strong rotation here indicated in the velocities, indicating there is probably a tornado on the ground right now. You see the greens and blues moving towards the radar, reds and pinks moving away. And that tells me that there is more than likely a significant tornado in progress right now. Let's go over here. If you are in Mock, along Currington Road, Buena Vista Highway, Butler, all right? If you are near the general vicinity of Butler, Georgia, right now is the time to go, all right? Now is the time for you to get into your safe space right now. They just confirmed that this is a tornado. PDS. Particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning has been issued over here for Talbot and Taylor counties. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A confirmed extremely large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Howard, or 9 miles west of Butler. It was moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. If you are in Butler, now is the time to go. Now is the time to get into your safe space. If you are in Howard, if you are in Butler, if you are just to the east of Junction City, now is the time for you to go. There is a significant tornado in progress right now. That just updated. That is a big debris signature, and that is some significant velocities. That's 55 on top of 77. That's 55 on top of 77. That's a 132 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are spinning. I have no clue. I'm moving Maxwell's radar over to Atlanta. I have no clue if Atlanta is looking lower down to the ground or not. But Robbins Air Force Base shows a very significant rotation, of course, which is all we practically need. Once again, big debris signature. The National Weather Service has noted that this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is heading towards Howard and Butler. So if you are near there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. 4485. This is 47. So that's Atlanta actually is looking a lot lower to the ground here. A lot lower to the ground here. They just have not updated. There's the update now. There's the debris signature. I think I want to use Robbins Air Force Base as this continues to move on forward. I think Robbins Air Force Base has a better grasp. And I do think that is the case. So, Howard, Butler, all right, need to get in your safe space right now. We have a new particularly dangerous situation tornado warning now. PDS here for Haleburg, all right. We have a confirmed tornado that was on the ground here. Radar confirmed tornado. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here for Henry County. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour as well, until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Headland. We're moving just moving east at 40 miles per hour, heading towards Haleburg. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. If you live in those areas, you need to go. All right, now is the time for you to go into your safe space. Particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning for Haleburg, Alabama. Haleburg, Alabama. This is north of Columbia, north and east of Dothan, Alabama. If you live over there, you need to take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning for Haleburg. Let's go back up to the particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning up here for Howard and Butler. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for East Central Walton County in the Panhandle of Florida, Southwestern Holmes County in the Panhandle of Florida.
Called that one, chat. Called that one. Defuniak Springs, tornado warning. There is indeed some rotation here. And this is moving right over I-10 towards the Ponce de Leon area, all right? So we've talked about this about 10 minutes ago. We said there was an area of rotation near Defuniak Springs, and that is going to head off into the general vicinity of the Eglin Air Force Base area. Actually, north of, well north of the Eglin Air Force Base radar area, towards Ponce de Leon and south of Ponce de Leon, eventually off towards the Vernon general vicinity. So if you're over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. You actually don't have underground facilities over there in Florida. So lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bath, specifically a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. That could be a debris signature. Don't know. I can't say for certain. It just updated. I don't think it was. But this does have the chance of potentially producing a tornado, and that's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. So you need to heed these warnings very carefully, very carefully. Once again, Defuniak Springs, Uchiana, as well as Ponce de Leon. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building in Florida. All right, this is in Florida. This is north of Panama City. This is near I-10 right here near Defuniak Springs. If you're in Defuniak Springs, Ponce de Leon, Uchiana, as well as areas around that along I-10, you need to get in your safe space right now. Let's go back over to the tornado over here near Butler. The rotation has indeed weakened significantly, and the debris has started to fan out a bit more. So that is the good news. Did the debris get picked up? Doesn't look like it. That's the good news. Yeah, it doesn't look like the debris got picked up very high. So that is the good news. But there was some significant rotation on that cell that was heading towards Butler. Butler, you are not out of the risk. You are not out of the risk. You are not out of the risk. All right, there is still a storm that could potentially produce a tornado here, specifically a strong tornado that's going to head off towards your area. So you need to watch out for this very closely. Lots of Central Florida is in the 300 plus elevation ballpark. Central Florida also often has basements. I believe the highest peak of all Florida is 50 miles west of Defuniak. If that's the case, then get in your safe spaces. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building. All right, if you have an underground shelter, use it. Use it. Okay? But for the other people, probably don't. I'm going to look back on Twitter, see if there's been some stuff that people have been sending. Wow. Yeah, that more than likely was a tornado that happened in Newton earlier this morning. Wow. That right there is crazy. So once again, we have 3 tornado warnings at this time. We have one that's right here near Butler in Georgia, where a significant tornado occurred just to the west of them, south of Junction City. This thing has also had a history of producing other significant tornadoes too. And so this thing could potentially have, could potentially try and do it again later on. We're going to watch out for this very closely. There is a tornado warning still in effect. But it has produced multiple large and extremely dangerous tornadoes across that entire line right there. So this is something to watch out for very closely. Let's go back to the stuff over near Eglin. The rotation over there, as I look up a little bit higher, don't see a whole lot. Don't see any debris on the ground, so that's the good news there. Let's go back over to Fort Rucker. The Haleberg cell, yeah, the rotation has died on that, so that's the good news. Rotation has indeed died on it. Excuse me. Yes, it is. It is a good idea to put pillows in your safe space with you. Usually if you have enough time, I usually tell people, "Hey, grab pillows, grab helmets, put shoes on, stuff like that." That way you guys may be able to have as much protection as you can. Reed Timmer just got a direct hit from the gravitrons. So he got some good wow. Yep, there is still a PDS for Henry County in Alabama. It's not on the ground anymore. It is not on the ground anymore. It was, but not anymore. That is the good news. There also, I'm not sure if the PDS is still in effect for areas near Butler. Now it's just a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado with that. And then there's also a new a new tornado warning over here near Defuniak Springs. Yeah, it seems Reed got a direct hit with his Gravitrons. So good for him. Never stop chasing, man. You're going to keep getting that activity. It's one of the best to do it. But yeah, there are 3 tornado warnings currently active at this time. We'll zoom out here. That is also a severe thunderstorm warning for Augusta already. There's also a flash flood warning over here in Columbia. I'm gonna move my radar over here. Columbia. Because we are starting to get that we are starting to get those prefrontals. There's your severe thunderstorm warning for Augusta. Oh! Good thing I just came here in time. Augusta, get in your safe space now. Go, now. Clearwater, Burnett Town, Aiken, Graniteville. Go, now, in your safe space. Augusta might actually be just at the latter stage of it. So Augusta, you guys might be able to actually get out of it. But Burnett Town, Graniteville, Aiken. You guys are, there's actually some rotation over here with the cell near Burnett Town. Right there. You see green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. Right here along Route 1. US Route 1. This is definitely something to watch out for. Very closely. If this thing continues to materialize, continues to uptrend, it'll be heading straight for Aiken. So watch out for that very closely. We're going to continue to have our radar over here. Because we need to watch these storms. These prefrontals. These storms here along the warm front are going to continue to do this over and over again. So I need to watch out for that very closely. Storms in Ohio tomorrow? Yes, but not very strong ones. Let's go back to... Robbins. Back to Robbins Air Force Base. Sell and Butler just re-intensified. Sell and Butler just re-intensified. It might be trying to produce a new tornado. Might be trying to produce a new tornado here. Yep, it is trying. It is trying to get more and more organized. There is some turbulence in there. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @me at Nate_Snyder. All right? Keep sending stuff to me so that I can continue to show people what's happening, so that the people out in front of this can understand and know that whenever I say that they need to take their proper precautions, if they don't, that's what happens to them. All right? Let's go back up. Yeah, the Sell and Butler is just going. Yeah, 39,000 feet. Starting to look at it now. Do we know if Columbus, Georgia is safe now? Just had siren stop a couple of minutes ago. Don't know what the threat is for later tonight or tomorrow. Tomorrow you guys can get some activity, but later on tonight you guys are fine. Alright, Columbus is fine for right now. But yeah, this cell near Butler. Cell near Butler is Starting to try to congeal a little bit more once again. Bit of lightning in some of these areas too. Let's go back to the cells down here in Florida. Go to Eglin. See what's going on over here. There is some rotation over there. There is. We're super close to the radar though, so it's it's ironically very hard to tell what's going on. There's just so much, radar interference here. Let's go back to Robbins. Watching that very closely. Anywhere near Northport, Alabama. Let's take a look. Northport, Alabama is near Tuscaloosa. Yeah, they're in the clear for today. You guys are good. You guys might get some activity tomorrow, but my radar is in the description down below. It's called GR2 Analyst. I thoroughly enjoy radars. Radars like everyone else. So I decided to try and get the best one. And this one is, in my opinion, the best one. GR2 Analyst. You can take 3Ds, you can take slices and stuff like that through storms. It's pretty nice. I like it a lot. Ooh.
Tornado warning for southeastern Greenwood County in upstate South Carolina.
Well, if it's for what I think it is, I'm not too surprised. It's not! Huh? What? There's a tornado warning here in South Carolina. Yes, it does cost money to use. 21-day free trial, but then it costs $250 after the fact. Stuff like that. Yeah, tornado warning in South Carolina here for Greenwood County. So if you live here in Greenwood County, near Chappelle's, 96, Silver Street, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Alright, so this is where your area is. You can see the rotation indicated here in this green area. So we'll circle that. Take a look at the reflectivity, or the velocities, I should say. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, right in there. So if you live near Chappelle, Silver Street, Newberry, Kinnards, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions now. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, this is the closest radar here, Columbia. Gabrielle with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. And Vasily with the 5 says, you're a delivery driver in South Carolina. Thanks for keeping me safe. Can you check the area near Lockhart, South Carolina? Is that an area to watch? Lockhart. Yep, thank you, Fruity. Take care. Enjoy yourself. Stay safe. Lockhart, I think, is too far north. I think you guys are fine. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't warn this cell over here in Graniteville. To be completely honest with you. But we're going to continue to go about. We're going to go back to Robbins Air Force Base. Go back to reflectivity. I don't think this thing is on the ground at the moment. So that's good news. That's another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Aiken County in central South Carolina.
Now they warn that. Aiken County, South Carolina. If you're near the town of Aiken, if you're near US Highway 1, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Guys, there is some tornadic rotation over here in your area. There definitely is some. Greens and grays moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. There definitely is some stuff right there, 100%. So Aiken.
Tornado warning for eastern Houston County in southeastern Alabama. Tornado warning for Crawford County in central Georgia, northeastern Taylor County in west central Georgia.
Help me. This is, how many tornado warnings do we have right now? We have 6. 6! 6! 6! Yeah. So, this one could be producing a tornado near Ashford. This one could be. There is definitely some rotation right here, right? You see the reds moving away from the radar, greens and grays moving towards. Right in the middle, right near Ashford, is where the tornadic rotation would be. All right, that's where that would exist. But I do see a little bit of a blue ball right within here. So I'm going to circle this blue ball. Reflectivity. That, I can't say that's debris. ZDR doesn't completely verify. So I think that's air. I think that's air infiltrating the inflow notch. But there is some rotation over here in Ashford. So if you're over here, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Americus is now starting to get hit by the storms. Get indoors, stay away from windows. You guys can. But yeah, there is some rotation over here near Ashford. Let's take a look at Robbins Air Force Base. See the cell that's over here near Knoxville. That thing is starting to consolidate more. Yeah, new tornado warning for that, of course, which is for Crawford and Taylor counties. So if you're over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, guys, this only gets more active from now on. All right, so we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we can continue to try and share this with people who may not have, any sort of power. If they don't have power, if they don't have cable, they go to social media and they stumble upon our live stream. So please be sure to share that. Share that with friends and family on social media if you haven't already. And also by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, so please be sure to do that. If you see any new people who come into the stream, just keep saying, hey, hit that like button. Hit that like button. Yeah, that Knoxville cell is really interesting. We'll have to see how that continues to materialize. Let's go to Aiken. Don't see that's inflow, not a debris signature. So that is a CC drop, but not a debris signature. The way I can tell, is because, one, it's kind of horizontal like this. Two, if we go to reflectivity, you can see in between those black lines, that is where there is not a whole lot of rain is at. So not too much over there. That's the good news. Once again, though, if you're near Aiken and you're south of I-20, near Aiken and Vaucluse, as well as Graniteville, eventually towards the Wagoner areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet.
Tornado warning for northwestern Chester County in upstate South Carolina, south central York County in upstate South Carolina.
Excuse me? What? What is going on? That is a new tornado warning. New tornado warning here. And that's for Chester, South Carolina, in northern South Carolina. We have a rotation right here. Wow. Yeah. So if you live over here near Lowry's and Chester, here in northern South Carolina, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. This is not anywhere near Lockhart. All right, so Lockhart is too far north and west. So Lockhart is fine. Areas near Chester and Lowry's, you need to watch out for this very closely. Very closely. Georgina with the 4, thank you so much. And then Georgina with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support to the channel. Yeah, there is, so once again, Lowry's and Chester, there is some tornadic rotation over there. If you're near Lowry's and Chester, you need to go underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right, the rotation over there looks pretty interesting. So we'll continue to watch out for how that continues to materialize. It looks like the cell that was over near Epworth and Chappelle's, that has canceled. That's good news. Aiken cell, Aiken tornado warning over here in South Carolina. There's still rotation with that, so there's a good reason for it to still be up. You need to continue to take your proper precautions and get into a safe space, especially if you're south of I-20 near the Aiken general area. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Let's head off towards the cell that's over here near Knoxville. And there is some rotation with this as well. There is quite the rotation with this. So if you guys live over here near Knoxville, highly recommend taking your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part, or underground or lowest most inner. I'm going to lose it here, chat. I'm going to lose it. Lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will eventually head off towards Macon, so you guys need to watch out for that. Okay, this cell will eventually head off towards Macon. It is tornadic. Whether or not it does produce a tornado, that's still to be determined, but we just still need to monitor this regardless. It needs to be one of those cells to where you need to take it seriously because it has had a history of producing significant tornadoes in the past. It has. So I highly recommend, if you haven't already, for you to go ahead and take your proper precautions, go underground or lowest innermost part of your building. You can see the velocities here. Reds are moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, so counterclockwise spin is evident here. That is favorable for tornadoes. So that is something to watch out for there. Potentially a new area for tornadoes here near the Ideal and Oglethorpe areas. All right, so if you live near Oglethorpe, north of Oglethorpe near the ideal general vicinity, heading towards Marshallville, and then maybe even eventually towards Perry. We do have a sky camera over there in Perry, so we could potentially watch out for that as that continues to move on through. Need to watch out for that very closely. All right, could potentially have a tornado warning that can get issued for your general area. So I highly recommend you get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. I know the tornado warning has not been, sounded off, but I think now is the time for you to go ahead and, take your proper precautions if you haven't already. I would honestly. So Oglethorpe, areas north of Oglethorpe here in Georgia, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Let's go down to the tornado warning that's in southeastern portions of Alabama. And there's been reports of winds over here, upwards of 49 miles per hour, 43, so not too strong, which is the good news here. I don't know why they came in as reports. But there was some rotation over here near the Ashford areas. That has now moved off further towards Gordon and Crosby here in extreme southeastern portions of Alabama. You see there's a hook right within here, inflow coming in. So there is something right in this general area to watch out for. But I do not see anything super consolidated at this time. As a matter of fact, I think the rotation has kind of died out. So that is the good news there, but still something to make a note of as this continues to move on through. Brian with the 10, thank you so much. And then Patty with the 20, thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Brian and Patty. Really does mean a lot to the channel. Helps support us financially, so thank you so much. Really does mean a lot. Let's go back to the cell that's up in, let's go back up to the cell in Chester. That thing has definitely died out. Most certainly. So we don't really, I'll come back to that cell. But I'm not really too concerned about that one. Cell in Aiken also is kind of weakened a bit too. So that is the good news. There's a cell over here near Jackson. That's going to start rotating here soon. So do not be surprised if this actually could, get a tornado warning out of the National Weather Service. Would not be surprised if that was the case. TDS on Oglethorpe? Jeez. Do I ever do any chasing? Yes, I do. I did chasing just last week, but I couldn't live stream it because my equipment wouldn't work. Yeah, that is probably a tornado debris signature there. That is probably a tornado debris signature. There are 5 different tornado warnings right now. 5 different tornado warnings.
Tornado warning for northeastern Macon County in west central Georgia.
6 tornado warnings at this time. And Oglethorpe and Marshallville just joined the party here. So this is a new tornado warning here. If you live in Marshallville, all right, areas near Marshallville and Perry. Perry's not in the warning, but you guys need to watch out very closely. You guys need to really monitor this situation. I want to see. Yeah, Alpha Skycam Perry. See what we got in the distance. I'm not sure what we're looking at here, so I'm just trying to see if we can find something. But we do have some sky cameras over here. Oh my goodness.
Tornado warning for central Newberry County in central South Carolina.
Central South Carolina. Excuse me? Yeah. There is a new tornado warning right there. Yep. So let me just read the counties out here for you all. So we have a bunch of tornado warnings. Okay, we have a bunch of tornado warnings. Okay. Newberry, Chester, York, and Aiken counties, all in South Carolina. You have a tornado warning. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Crawford County in Georgia, as well as Macon County in Georgia. So Macon and Crawford County in Georgia, there it is, in Georgia. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions over there, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And then Houston County in Alabama, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We have 6 tornado warnings at the moment right now. 6 tornado warnings, 3 of which are in South Carolina. So you guys really need to watch out for this very carefully. Very carefully. TDS got deeper on the Georgia cell. Oh boy. Yeah, that is a tornado debris signature, as I feared. So a tornado just occurred over here along State Highway 90. Heading off towards the State Highway 128 general vicinity. If you guys live over there, you need to be in a sturdy structure right now. Yeah, that is a debris signature. That is indeed a debris signature right there. So there is a tornado in progress here, north of Oglethorpe here in Georgia, heading towards the Marshallville area. If you live in Marshallville, Georgia, south of Fort Valley, north of Oglethorpe, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Barnwell County in central South Carolina, southeastern Aiken County in central South Carolina, western Orangeburg County in central South Carolina.
If it's for the cell, I think it is. It is. It's the cell that I thought probably would get warned. So I'm not really too surprised. New Ellenton, Windsor, Wilston. You guys have a new tornado warning for your area. You see there is some rotation over here. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So there is some tornadic rotation just to the south of US Highway 278. If you guys live over here in Williston, Windsor, Springfield, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So please go ahead, get into your safe space. Aiken, that tornado warning doesn't seem to be as significant for you all anymore. Kind of gusted out a little bit. So we'll watch out for that a little bit more here in a bit. Newbury, a lot of rotation here still, but a lot of strong damaging winds there too. Could potentially turn into a severe thunderstorm warning. Chester, the rotation is weakened significantly. So that is the good news there. Kind of giving you guys the Cliff Notes version of what all I'm seeing here. Knoxville, you guys should still be in your safe space. Could potentially be something tornadic over there. Would not be surprised. That'll head off towards the Macon area here in about a half an hour, I would say. Let's take a storm motion, and yeah, half an hour until this storm actually moves off through into Macon, so I would not be surprised. The Oglethorpe cell now has went confirmed officially from the National Weather Service. Not surprising here, as we have seen it here from the radar that this clearly was on the ground at some point. You can see the low correlation coefficient, the yellows and even the blue pixel right here in the middle, indicating a debris signature where debris was lofted from the tornado. So not really too surprising there. You can also see how consolidated the velocities were in the previous scans. So that is not really too surprising. Once again, if you are north of Oglethorpe and south of Marshallville or near the area of Marshallville, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space if you haven't already. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Miller County in southwestern Georgia, central Early County in southwestern Georgia.
So there's your new tornado warning here. Oh yeah, there is some rotation over here. there is indeed some rotation heading off towards Colquitt and Damascus. And look at that. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So once again, Early and Miller counties in Georgia, if you are near Damascus or Colquitt, all right, or if you're in between the areas along US Highway 27, you live along there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So guys, we got to continue to try and spread this information with as many people as possible. There's going to be more tornado warnings. There's going to be more tornado warnings. We just have to continue to try and warn people more and more. Got to continue to keep doing it. So please be sure to copy the link of the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and share it with people on there. You know, if you know anyone that lives in Georgia, specifically south of Atlanta and towards areas like Albany, Macon, Savannah, all right, please tell them that this stuff is moving off into their area, because there could definitely be some tornadic activity. So please be sure to share it with them. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. That's a significant tornado in progress once again. That's another tornado south of Blakely. So National Weather Service just barely got that warning out in time, but they got it. So a confirmed tornado now heading off toward Damascus and Colquitt here in southern Georgia. If you know anyone that lives within these areas, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions right now. The time is now to go. You need to get in your safe space right now. Damascus and Colquitt, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Because that is a tornado in progress. You can see the debris ball right there. And a big spectrum width drop as well. So this is a confirmed tornado. This is in progress right now. And if you live over here in Colquitt and Damascus, all right, you need to get in your safe space right now. The time to go is now. Velocity's just uptrended on that. Debris is still there. Still a debris signature. Yep, that is still a tornado in progress. Need to get in your safe space right now. Moving off to the north, we got to catch every single tornado warning, so we just continue to update more and more people. Let's talk about the one that's north of Oglethorpe, heading off into the Marshallville area here. This is for Macon County in Georgia, and that will be in effect until, I believe, 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Okay, so quite a lot of time here before this continues to, before this expires, I should say. This is a confirmed tornado, once again, still in progress right now, and that is continuing to move off further towards the north and east. If you're near the general vicinity of Marshallville and Perry, near 224, US Highway 2, or not US Highway, State Highway 224, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Heading off towards the Knoxville area, there is a bit of rotation here on the backside of the storm. You can see green's moving towards, red's moving away just to the north and east of Knoxville, heading towards the Lizella area. If you live over there, or if you live towards Macon and Skipperton, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. That storm specifically has had a history of producing significant tornadoes, so you need to continue to monitor that very carefully as that continues to approach the Macon areas. We'll continue to watch out for that as this continues to move on through. Heading off towards South Carolina, we do have a tornado warning over here. This is for portions of Barnwell, Aiken, and Orangeburg counties. That'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There is some rotation with this that is approaching the Williston and Windsor areas. So if you live over there near Williston, Windsor, even Springfield, you guys also need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado, or I'll just say tornadic rotation, as possible in this instance. You also see that you have greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away, so right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Need to watch out for that very, very closely. All right. Heading off. Oh, before I even say anything, that is something. I need a radar out there. I need a radar out there. KMOB. There is a new tornado watch that just got issued for portions of Columbia, Augusta, Charleston, Savannah, all the way down to Brunswick. Let's see, 60-40 probs, so there is the probability of some strong tornadoes within this, from what I see. There is a storm right here near Hiltonia that is trying to develop. Let's see. Yeah, in the upper levels over here near Hiltonia, that is going to be a cell to watch very closely. Yeah, Hiltonia, Sylvania could potentially have something tornadic with that here relatively soon. We'll watch out for that and see how that continues to progress. Let's look back off to the north here real quickly. Let us go to this cell over here, Newberry County. There is some rotation, but it is outside of the warning box. So it's now more towards the Whitmire area, or heading off towards Whitmire, and eventually off towards the Shelton general vicinity. So if they do issue a new tornado warning, it will be for Whitmire, Carlisle, and Shelton here in South Carolina. Highly recommend you guys continue to stay in your sturdy structures if you haven't already. The tornado warning up here near Chester is, in my opinion, not really all too significant. So I think that will be allowed to expire, but that is for York and Chester counties, and that'll be in effect for another 9 minutes. So watch out for that if you haven't already. Yeah, that's cell near Sylvania and Hiltonia. Definitely a storm to watch out for very closely. Heading back off to the south, we're going to kind of lightning round this entire thing. A confirmed tornado warning over here for portions of Early and Miller counties. If you're over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Baker County in southwestern Georgia, northeastern Early County in southwestern Georgia.
So, new tornado warning here. It's for the northern part of the cell, and I think that's the main reason there. There's actually 2 areas of rotation within this same storm. There is 2 areas of rotation. My radar just kind of bugged out there. That kind of does not make a whole lot of sense. And it looks like my internet is kind of suffering a little bit too. But you're going to have to bear with me here for a little bit. Once again, confirmed tornado over here near Damascus, Georgia. All right. If you live over here in Damascus, Georgia, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If I were to kind of give an idea as to where the rotation would be, my mouse is inoperable as of right now, so the only thing I really can do is kind of visualize it for you all. The greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the winds moving away, so right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the south of Blakely and just due west of Damascus. So if you're near Damascus or Colquitt in Georgia, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
Tornado warning for northern Bibb County in central Georgia, south central Jones County in central Georgia.
All right, so Bibb and Jones County in Georgia, you now have a tornado warning in your area. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It seems my computer is now operable. My radar is no longer failing me, and so I'm able to kind of show you guys as to what exactly is happening here. I don't see debris on... Whoa, that could potentially be, maybe. We'll have to see within the next scan there, but Damascus, Colquitt, you're in immediate danger. Get into your safe space right now. Moving off towards the north, we do have a new tornado warning for the city of Macon. If you are over here in Macon and Lizella, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Guys, we need to continue to try and share this with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link of the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we can continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. We have 8 tornado warnings, and they are very widespread. So if we can continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible, we will hopefully be able to do a good service to people who are impacted. So please be sure to do that, and by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So please be sure to do that. if you haven't already. Let's move off down towards the general vicinity of Marshallville and Henderson. This did produce a tornado off near the general vicinity of Oglethorpe. Now there is 2 areas of rotation here. The original one has deteriorated. There is a new one that is developing over here just to the south of Marshallville and just due east, or just due west, I should say, of Henderson, moving straight towards Perry. So if you're in Perry, if you are in Perry in Georgia, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, in my honest opinion. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I do think this could potentially produce a tornado within this area. We need to watch out for this very closely because there is going to be something to watch out for as that moves on through. There's also a cell south near Byronville. That is heading off towards the Unadilla area, as well as areas south of Henderson, maybe even towards Henderson. So if you live over near Henderson and Unadilla, you need to watch out for that very closely as well as this continues to move off through towards the north. Let's see. Let us head off to the east. Let's head towards the border of South Carolina and Georgia. We were looking at the cell earlier near Hiltonia. This is a supercell that is starting to develop here now. This is a supercell that is now starting to develop. Let's see if we can get storm motion from warning here, try and get a better idea. Oh yeah, this thing might produce one here soon. That would be near the Hiltonia areas, and then eventually off towards the Millette areas, as well as Allendale. So watch out for that very closely. Moving off towards the north, we do have a tornado warning over here. This is for portions of, this would be Barnwell, Aiken, and Orangeburg counties. That'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you're over here near Williston, Windsor, Springfield, get in your safe space right now. There still is some rotation here just due east of New Ellington. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central Macon County in West Central Georgia, Southeastern Peach County in Central Georgia, Houston County in Central Georgia.
What just happened? My computer bugged out. And it had no audio. I'm so confused. All right, well, back into the coverage. I know my audio's muted, so that's kind of funny. Once again, we do have some tornado warnings here. A particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued here for Early and Baker counties, and that'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. All right. You also heard that bing and it didn't say any of the counties there. So it definitely, my computer is definitely going through some faulty communications right now. But once again, if you're near Damascus, Milford, El Model, and Newton here in southwestern portions of Georgia, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So we got to continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible. And then we also have a new tornado warning over here. And this tornado warning over here, this actually has some pretty significant rotation with this. All right, this supercell right over here near Hiltonia probably is one of the best ones we've seen all day. You know, there was another one that was in central portions of Alabama. I would argue this one probably would even be a little bit more well defined than that one. Near Screven and Allendale counties in Georgia and South Carolina, you have a tornado warning until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you live over here in Allendale, all right, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We also had a report of an observed tornado once again near Newbury, so that's the reason why there is a tornado warning off in that general vicinity with the pink polygon. Moving off over here towards the general vicinity of Williston, we do have some rotation over here near Windsor and Williston. If you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because there is still rotation. It is now approaching the Windsor area. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away, so there's where the rotation would be on reflectivity. You do have a little bit of a calm ahead here. You see there's a little bit of a hook right in there. Inflow coming in unimpeded, so there is the potential for something tornadic right within these storms. So once again, Sally, Springfield, Williston, even towards the Wagner areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Moving off to the Newbury tornado warning, there was a report, as I said, of a tornado north of Chappelle's, north of Silver Street. And so that's the reason why the storm has now went officially confirmed, as there was a tornado that was reported within this general warning box area. So definitely something to monitor. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Pulaski County in central Georgia, northeastern Dooley County in central Georgia, southeastern Houston County in central Georgia.
All right, so going back over to the cells now, heading off into central Georgia. The cell over here near Wesleyan. All right, there is some rotation over here. And it is just crossed over 475, about to cross over 75 here in a second. But there is some rotation here, and it's pretty strong for the most part. It's looking to head off towards the northern portions of Macon. Let's actually see, is there any cameras over here that we can use? Downtown Macon. There is some rotation, and that could potentially be a wall cloud in the distance right over there. Look at that, guys. Could potentially be a wall cloud somewhere sitting right within there. That's something to watch out for very closely. Let's put that on our separate screen over there. Put that full. Go half and half, and we'll go with that. We're going to continue to try and get this over and over again. So Wesleyan, definitely some tornadic rotation over there. Watch out for that. Could potentially see something in that general vicinity. Also have a tornado warning over here for Pinehurst and Unadilla. There is a tornado in progress right now that's about to cross over the interstate. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building with that one as well. Because there is some tornadic rotation in this general vicinity. But yeah, that is a confirmed tornado, in my opinion. I do believe this is on the ground. We do have a bit of a debris signature right where the actual rotation would be if we go to ZDR. There is lower values of ZDR, so that does tell me that that is the case. So please be sure to watch out for this very, very closely as this continues to move on through. And it does look like before there was even a debris signature over there. So I hope that when I warned you guys of the areas near Byramville and Pinehurst and Unadilla, when I said that there was potentially going to be a tornado within your area, I hope you guys took that relatively seriously. But now it's heading off towards the Pinehurst and the Unadilla area, about to cross over Interstate 75. So please go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. A lot of rain now starting to move off in towards portions of Macon. Yeah, there is definitely a lot of rain that's moving on through. I can't see a whole lot more now, so let's see if we can go to a different camera at the top part of the screen. Let's go here. Let's pull this over here. And let's go to the Perry Skycam. But once again, we do have numerous tornado warnings. Let's go down to the south here. Let's go to Fort Rucker's radar and see the tornado warnings over here in Damascus. Once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here. And this is for the following counties in Baker and in Early, as well as even into portions of Miller County. So if you're in Baker, Early, or Miller counties, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This is heading towards the L model area and eventually towards Newton here in southwestern portions of Georgia. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if they haven't already. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So please continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. We're going to continue to try and get information out to more and more people. So by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, so please be sure to do that if you haven't already. And copy the link to the live stream. Put it out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we continue to try and share this with more and more people. That is not debris, that is birds. So don't think that's debris. Yeah, the tornado warning storm is now heading straight into Perry right now. Look at the winds here, chat. Let's go full. Look at that. That might even be a part of the tornadic rotation here. We might be seeing the actual tornadic rotation that just whirled right through into that area. Maybe the potential tornado over here in Perry. My goodness. We'll go half and half screen once again. We'll continue to monitor that very closely. Moving off to the north here. Moving off to the north, yeah, that's a debris signature. That just crossed over the interstate right next to Macon. So specifically here now, all right, we do have a tornado on the ground in progress here, just north of Macon, just crossed over the I-75 corridor. Just crossed over I-75. Trying to pull up the correlation coefficient for you all here. There it is. Just went right next to the Riverside Park area and near the Piedmont-Macon North Hospital. All right, so now it's going to head off towards Gray Highway, north of Macon, near the Heritage Acres general vicinity, north of Heritage Acres, and then eventually off towards the general vicinity of Creekside Drive, Plantation Road, excuse me, as well as Cumslow and Morton. So if you're near Clinton, Morton, Cumslow, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And that is now officially confirmed, as there is now a tornado in progress that is north of Macon. So please go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Need to go ahead and do so right now. Let us go out. Dublin. A little bit further north. Let's go over here. Let's go ahead and check the other tornado warnings here. I want to go over to the one that's over in Charleston, South Carolina, the one that's right next to that. Very strong rotation that's developing on this cell here that's approaching Allendale. This one is very concerning in my honest opinion. I do think that actually could potentially be on... No, it's not. It's not. All right, it's not on the ground. Could potentially still see some stuff as that continues to move on through. So we're going to have to continue to monitor that very, very closely. But there is the Warner Robins camera. And let's see if we get anything in Warner Robins. Very strong inflow with the supercell. This is as pristine as you can get it. This is as pristine as you can get it right here with this cell. So this is a very well-defined supercell that's crossing the border of Georgia into South Carolina. Let's go back over to the cells that are near Macon. Once again, we have a confirmed tornado in progress right just to the north of Macon that just crossed near the Payne areas. It is now near the Wood Valley general vicinity, the Heritage Acres, north of that, and then eventually heading off south of the Healy Point Country Club. So this is south of the Country Club, heading towards Plantation Road, Creekside Drive, near Morton and Cumslow, as well as Postel. So if you're near Postel, if you're near Kingsview, Bowden Hills, Jones Acres here, anywhere near Macon or north of Macon, you need to take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Right here, if I show you guys here real quickly, right here is the tornado debris signature. That is where the tornado is currently located. It is north of Macon, so here is U.S. Highway 23. Here is Interstate 76. Interstate 75 right here as well. That is with 23 right here, okay? It is north of Macon, and it is about to cross U.S. Highway 129, Gray Highway, all right? So if you're along Gray Highway, do not go any further. Do not go any further, because there is a significant tornado that is heading right for that area, all right? So now is the time for you to go underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. What? Who was knocking on my door? You want? Guys need to really watch out very closely. All right, significant tornado potential. You know, there's the potential for a significant tornado possible within this, so you need to really watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Trying to continue to look at the camera here in Warner Robins. Let's go a little bit further south. There is some rotation here that's still heading off into that area, so I'd watch out. Areas over here in Unadilla as well as Pinehurst, there is still a rotation with this storm too. Nothing on the ground near Perry or Unadilla either. So that's kind of the good news. None of those storms are on the ground at this moment. But this cell over here in northern Macon, all right, northern Macon, Georgia, where a lot of people live. A lot of people live in these areas here in northern Macon, okay? You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, all right? We'll actually pull up here. So here is Macon. And these are the areas that are currently getting impacted right now. So it is moving near the Clifton Ridge Middle School. Right now, it just moved near the Clifton Ridge Middle School. Areas around that, as well as the general areas near the quarry. So if you guys know where the quarries are, over there north and east of Macon and south of Gray, all right, that's where this is heading off towards. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Dougherty County in southwestern Georgia, southwestern Lee County in southwestern Georgia.
All right, I just was talking to someone here real quickly. Yeah, so I think the tornado over in Macon has lifted. I think the tornado in Macon has lifted. There is a new tornado warning over here for Albany. That right there, that's really interesting. If you live over here, this is for Dougherty and Lee counties in Georgia. You have a tornado warning that will be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So watch out for that. There actually is, I think we have a camera over here in Albany. So let's see. No, thank you. Don't care. Albany State University. Go to the half and half screen. Oh, wow. Look at this here, guys. That's in Albany. That's in Albany. Albany State University. And, yeah, we have something right there. That is, there is definitely a lot of low-hanging clouds. A lot of spin in those clouds, too. So there definitely is something tornadic within these storms. Gotta watch out if you're in Albany. I fear that'll probably be behind in the rain, so Albany won't really be able to see it. But there is a tornado warning over there for Albany. Watch out for this very, very closely. Let's go back to the supercell over here in now South Carolina. Very strong rotation here that's developing. Yeah, this one could potentially be a significant tornado later on. Allendale. All right, I've been saying this over and over and over again. Allendale. Allendale, South Carolina. If you are in that area, or if you know anyone in Allendale, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Okay, because this thing could potentially produce a significant tornado. It could do it. It could do it. You just need to continue to watch out for this very closely. Let's go back over here. So let's go to Allendale. Let's actually go full screen. Yeah, no, we're fine. Yeah, Allendale. Allendale, South Carolina. Now is the time to go. If this thing produces a tornado, it's going to be significant. It's going to be significant. It's going to happen. So you need to go now, because it's going to go right over you. This is not on the ground right now. This is not on the ground right now. That's all inflow, all right? All this blue stuff here, that is all inflow. That is all associated with all of that stuff. So this is not on the ground right now. Not on the ground right now. But if it does produce, it will be. And it will be strong. It'll be very strong. So you need to watch out for this very closely. Very closely. Oh, what? That might be it. That might be the dagger. That might be the dagger. That might be a debris signature. Waiting for the latest scan for velocities. Yep, that might be the dagger. That might be on the ground right now. It might have just went. So if you're in Allendale, you need to go in your safe space right now. All right, because that could easily be on the ground right now. And that will be a significant tornado. That will be a significant tornado. I'm telling you right now, it will be. All right. So we need to get this information out to more and more people, to as many people as possible, all right? Luckily, this is the only tornado warning here in South Carolina right now. All right, luckily, this is the only one. There's other tornado warnings in Georgia. We'll get to those in a second. This is probably producing a tornado right now. Right now, as we speak. And this is as insane of a storm as you can get. I want to take a 3D of the storm. I want to take a 3D, see the mechanics of this thing, and try and figure out as to whether or not this thing could potentially do something. Oh, wow. What an inflow notch this thing has. This thing, new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Southwestern Wilkinson County in central Georgia, Twiggs County in central Georgia, Northeastern Houston County in central Georgia.
Yeah, so we'll get to that in a second. This is as clear of an inflow notch as we get. There's clear open space right in here. That's where the inflow comes in. That's where the storm eats all the energy. All right, all the moisture, all the energy in the atmosphere goes right into that spot. It all gets congealed, and then that's where, you know, right next to the tornado is at. And of course, you guys know, once you get your energy for thunderstorms and supercells, that's when things really start to go. All right, so we got more than likely a tornado in progress right now. Big time supercell with this as well. And a really well-pronounced inflow notch here. Very tall thunderstorm, too. Let's take a look at spectrum width. Ooh. Yeah, there is a spectrum width column here. So there's a lot of turbulence here within this area. This is definitely something to watch out for. And yeah, I think this is probably on the ground right now. I think this is probably on the ground. So Allendale. Need to watch out for this very closely. SC traffic cameras. There are not traffic cameras in Allendale. There are not traffic cameras in Allendale. But we do have that just for reference in the future. So that is something to watch out for. Let's go back over to Georgia. The tornado warning, or at least the tornado that's north of Macon, has expired. There's probably going to be another tornado warning here, however, near Haddock, heading towards the Milledgeville area. If you know anyone that lives near Milledgeville, Haddock, that general area here in central Georgia, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There are 2 areas of rotation right here. One right there near Haddock. The other right there north of that, north of Gray. So you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already, because there is a tornadic storm there. And then Bionaire, there is a tornado more than likely in progress over here in Bionaire. Very strong tornado. PDS, particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, south of Warner Robins. Wow. Want to see if we have anything there. I'm looking at a live camera in Warner Robins. I don't see anything. But that's a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. That is a significant tornado that just spawned very quickly. And that is a very deep CC. That is the lowest CC can get. That is the lowest correlation coefficient can get. So Bionaire, you now have a tornado in progress, and it is a significant one. It is a strong tornado. If you live anywhere near Forest Point, Statham's Landing, areas near Mount Calvary, anywhere near Adams Road, Adams Park Road, all right, near Bullard, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Let's actually go a little bit further south. This is going straight for areas over here. North of the Savage Creek RV Park. All right. Areas eventually towards I-16, towards Jeffersonville. Bullard is in this area as well. So if you guys live over here near Bullard or along Bullard Road, near Jeffersonville, near the Twiggs County High School, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, because there is a significant tornado in progress that is moving on through. You can see big debris signature right there. And the velocities also indicate significant rotation. We have 85 on top of 93. That is a significant, wow. Wow. And that just went right over Bonaire. Just went right over Bonaire right there. So Bonaire just got hit straight on by a significant tornado. Very powerful tornado. Very powerful tornado. And you don't see debris signatures like that just for nothing. That is that is strong. That is powerful. And that is continuing to show indications that it is not stopping anytime soon. Allendale, that is on the ground once again. We told you that there is a tornado in progress. That one's going to be a significant one. That one's going to be a significant one too. 2 significant tornadoes in progress right now. I called it right there. All right. I said 2 to 3 hours ago. 2 to 3 hours ago. If there is going to be a significant tornado that drops, all right, watch out, South Carolina. Watch out. Allendale, you are now in the immediate danger of a significant tornado. Very significant. Big debris signature. Classic supercell. Big debris signature that's being lofted up. Yeah, this is a tornado in progress right now. Tornado in progress. Gate to gate. The velocities are 76 on top of 85. 76 on top of 85, which is a 161 mile per hour delta velocity looking up 1,200 feet above ground level. That is a significant tornado. That is a significant tornado. And that is going straight for Allendale. Straight for Allendale. If you live in Allendale, you need to take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right? Do not go outside. Do not go outside. Oh boy. That just updated. That is, once again, the lowest correlation coefficient can go on a product. That is a big debris signature right here. Big debris. Tornado is chewing up all of that stuff that's going right over. It's going straight for Allendale. It's going straight for Allendale now. It has shifted. This thing has shifted. All right. Notice the debris ball right here. Debris ball right there. Next scan. This is where the rotation would be right there. Here's where it is. There's where it was. There's where it was. And here it is now. It's going to go straight for Allendale. Unless if this thing recycles and spins back off, this is going straight for Allendale. Tornado emergency. Tornado emergency. Tornado emergency for Allendale, Sycamore, and Sealing. If you guys live here in Allendale, a tornado emergency has been issued for your area. Tornado emergency has been issued for your area. A confirmed large and destructive tornado is located over at Allendale, moving northeast at 30.
Tornado warning for southeastern Doherty County in southwestern Georgia, northeastern Mitchell County in southwestern Georgia, northeastern Baker County in southwestern Georgia.
Tornado emergency. Tornado emergency for Allendale and Sycamore. Tornado emergency for Allendale and Sycamore. You need to get in your safe space right now. A very significant tornado is moving right over your area. Very significant tornado. Tornado emergency. Tornado emergency has been issued for Allendale, South Carolina, and Sycamore. We need to continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. By hitting that thumbs up button down below, you help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, this is a significant tornado ongoing right now. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Baldwin County in central Georgia, southeastern Putnam County in central Georgia, southwestern Hancock County in east central Georgia.
So once again, tornado emergency has been issued for Allendale and Sycamore. If you are in Allendale or Sycamore here in South Carolina, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you do not do anything, all right, if you are over here, let's say you're in Erdhart, Okay, this is heading off towards the Ulmer and Erdhart areas. Okay, if you are in Ulmer, start driving west if you can. I'm not sure if there's a road, but do not go along the U.S. highway. All right, do not go along 301. Okay, go north if you have to, and then go north and west. Do not drive to this. Do not stay outside during this. This is a significant tornado, large, extremely destructive tornado. And there has been a tornado emergency that has been issued for Allendale, Sycamore, and Sealing. If you live over here in South Carolina, all right, you need to take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So once again, tornado emergency has been issued here. This is for new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Southern Bamberg County in central South Carolina, South Central Orangeburg County in central South Carolina. Tornado warning for Northwestern Lawrence County in central Georgia, North Central Pulaski County in central Georgia, Bleckley County in central Georgia.
I want to go back to the particularly dangerous situation over here for Bullard, because there is some significant tornadoes elsewhere. We're going to come back to Allendale here in a second, but we do have a significant tornado that just occurred over here near Bonaire, over here into portions of Warner Robins, south of Macon. That storm has now started to deteriorate now, all right? So that storm does not look like it is tornadic anymore, but it did look like a significant tornado occurred near Bonaire. You need to go ahead, take your proper precautions over there, still stay in your safe space, because that could potentially produce another one later on. A couple other tornado warnings over here. Cochrane over here in portions of Georgia, Lawrence, Pulaski, and Beckley counties. You have a tornado warning until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Watch out for that very closely. Other tornado warnings here down further towards the south. We're going to try and get towards a closer radar so you guys can see. But there's a tornado warning north of Albany. This is for portions of Lee County, and that'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Looking at the rotation, not really too much there. So that's the good news here. Taking a look over here, Dougherty, Mitchell, and Baker counties, you have a tornado warning over here, and that'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Real quickly, well, I'm not sure if it'll work. I'm not sure if it'll help. I don't think it will help. So that's the unfortunate thing there. Let's see. Allendale 911 Center reports tornado near intersection of U.S. Highway 301 and Revolutionary Trail. No damage report available at this time. There probably will be damage. New tornado warning further north. This is for the general areas of Milledgeville. All right, there is definitely something over there, something very tornadic, but nothing on the ground at this time, so that is good news. Going back to the storm, all right, once again, if you are new to the stream, tornado emergency has been issued for Allendale, Sycamore, and Ulmer over here in South Carolina. All right, this is extreme southern South Carolina. This is north of Hampton. This is due west of Charleston. And this is south and west of Orangeburg. All right, there's a new tornado warning that has been issued out in front of this. A particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued over there. New tornado.
Tornado warning for northeastern Dougherty County in southwestern Georgia, central Worth County in south central Georgia.
Oh my goodness. That is a large tornado. Mitch West caught a large tornado here.
That is a tornado right there across this field. It looks like a pretty big one too. Heads up, Allendale.
Right there. Big tornado. Large tornado right there. Very large tornado. Very large tornado.
That's a tornado, right?
That is a large tornado. Oh boy. Yeah, Mitch West caught that one. But my goodness, that is significant. Going back to the radar here, velocities, if we go to it, looks like the velocities has weakened a little bit. But it's still pretty strong. It's still very strong over here. Debris is being lofted up still. How high in the atmosphere? Looking like 11,000 feet-ish. Something like that. Yeah, I'd say 11,000 feet-ish is what I'm kind of seeing here. There is still a tornado emergency that has been issued for Sycamore and Ulmer. If you live in those areas in South Carolina, you need to get in your safe space immediately. Immediately. And then Earnhardt, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Once again, we need to continue to share this with as many people as possible. As many people as possible. This storm's moving northeast at 30. Northeast at 30. But yeah, we do have a tornado emergency in effect. So please be sure to share this with as many people as possible. Once again, by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. Keep hitting that thumbs up button. It only takes 1 second. It only takes 1 second for us to get this information out. Ooh. Just got some reports of damage over here in Allendale.
Damage, I can't. Major damage. Just east of Allendale. Through, cops are moving in. Big time damage. I can't go down there, but big time damage. The tornado the inflow from the tornadoes whipping behind me. Dangerous situation.
Look at all that damage right there. I don't think I have any words. I don't think I need any words to describe what just happened there. My goodness, significant damage. Significant damage over in Allendale. Significant damage. And there's still a tornado ongoing right now. Still a tornado ongoing that is moving on through, heading towards Sycamore and Ulmer. Still going. Still on the ground. Looks like some other showers and thunderstorms are formed on the southern side of this, so maybe it's starting to kind of occlude the storm. That's the good news. I do think some of these other showers and thunderstorms are now starting to occlude it. We're getting a lot of activity to where rain's starting to clog the inflow. It is starting to clog the inflow more and more. So we are seeing something here, maybe a little bit better. Turn a little bit more for the better, but we got to just continue to hope that this thing continues to deteriorate, because right now it's on the ground and it's right over Sycamore. It's right over Sycamore. Velocity still show a very tight and compact rotation right here. Very tight and compact right here. Very significant. So you got to watch out for this very closely. I can't say for certain Unforgiven. I need closer video. I need closer video of that. But my goodness, very significant storm. Unbelievable situation out of southern South Carolina. Unbelievable. TOR means tornado warning. T-O-R. Let's go. Wow. Wow. Let's take a look at Fort Rucker. The stuff that's happening near Albany doesn't look like there's a whole lot of activity over here at this time right now. It is starting to kind of deteriorate a little bit more with that line. A lot more of a strong damaging wind risk, so we'll see what that does. I'll move the radar over here to KVAX. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Mitchell County in southwestern Georgia, northwestern Colquitt County in south-central Georgia, southern Worth County in south-central Georgia.
So basically an extension of the warnings over here in Albany, from the looks of it. There's a lot of activity over here. So if you're near Putney, near Beconton, as well as DeWitt, Bridgeboro, Sale City, Doe Run, Sylvester, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. This is heading off towards the Tifton area, as well as areas near Ashburn, so you need to watch out for this very closely as this continues to move on through. Let's go back off towards the north. There is a storm that's continuing to move on through near the radar. Looks like there could potentially be a tornado that's about to hit the radar over there. Actually, looks like there could even be a tornado that's about to hit the radar over here near Jeffersonville. So if you're near Jeffersonville, get back into your safe space. That's the exact reason why I said you need to get there to begin with. All right, I do believe that there is potentially something tornadic that is developing right along the actual radar here near Jeffersonville. So if you're near Jeffersonville, or if you're around Jeffersonville, north of I-16 in Georgia, all right, in Georgia over here, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There's also the cell over here near Cochrane, an Empire. I think Empire could potentially do something here. This probably could produce a tornado here soon. I actually think this could probably produce a tornado within the next 5 minutes. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for Turner County in south-central Georgia.
So Turner County, that's the extension there for Ashburn. Let's turn this down here. So about right there. There we go. But yeah, Ashburn, Dakota areas, and Rebecca, lot of activity over there. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for central Wilkinson County in central Georgia, east central Twiggs County in central Georgia.
That is an extension. So yeah, that's a confirmed tornado over here in Jefferson. They do agree. They do agree that there's a tornado in progress right next to the radar. Oh boy, that is a large debris signature. Of course, I mute myself there again. I hate the Bluetooth. I hate my computer for having the Bluetooth settings that won't work. But there is a significant tornado right next to Jeffersonville. Significant tornado right next to Jeffersonville. And it just hit right next to the radar. Significant tornado. There it is. Radar did not actually die, surprisingly. Radar did not actually die, surprisingly. I'm actually kind of surprised. I am actually surprised because the tornado went right next to it. Went right next to Jeffersonville. So once again, if you're near Jeffersonville, if you're over into portions of Irwinton as well as Toomsboro, north of Allentown, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Because we do have a significant tornado in progress over here near Jeffersonville. So that is radar confirmed at this time. That is something interesting to note. Oh my goodness.
Tornado warning for West Central Lawrence County in central Georgia, Northwestern Dodge County in central Georgia, Southeastern Bleckley County in central Georgia.
So there is a new tornado warning over here. It's for the cell that we were looking at in Empire. That probably could be producing a tornado. It actually is producing a tornado right now. Tornado in progress over here north of Empire. We're just getting multiple tornadoes confirmed right now at this time. And we're just getting, you know, so many storms. Once again, we've had tornado emergencies here today, particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings here so far. We got to continue to spread this information to as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. We got to continue to spread this information because this is going to continue to be just like this. We're going to continue to see more and more tornado warnings until this all moves off the coast. And that will not happen until 4.5 hours from now. So until then, we will continue to cover this live here right now. If you know anyone that lives near Valdosta, areas towards Douglas, areas near Waycross, Statesboro, areas out in front of this like Savannah, Brunswick, Waynesboro, Augusta, areas near Charleston, you need to tell them. That this stuff is heading straight for them. All right, you need to tell them that this stuff is heading for them and that there could potentially be some significant tornadoes heading in their area. They need to monitor the weather very closely. If you want to give them a source that they can use to just have an idea as to where these storms are at, send them my live stream. Copy the link, send it to them. All right, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Remember, we've got to keep sharing it to more and more places. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube because this is a significant situation. We have 2 tornadoes in progress, one of which near Empire. You see the big blue debris ball signature right there near Empire, north of Empire. That'll be heading off towards the Chester general vicinity. So if you live near Chester, you need to get in your safe space right now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And then areas near Jeffersonville, areas further along, south of Irwinton and Toomsboro, could potentially be something over there. And then something over here, potentially near Devereaux. Devereaux does have a little bit of rotation with it. I don't see any debris signature at this time, so that is the good news here with that storm. Let's check up on our tornado emergency and what is actually not a tornado emergency anymore, and now just a, I believe, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, and it is. Let's see what has happened with our storm here. Once again, this is heading towards Earhart. And this has had a history of producing a significant tornado. Roofs blown off of structures in Allendale. There's been significant damage reported over there as well. And you can see just how significant the storm was on its approach to Allendale. This was as classic of a significant tornado as you can get. And so this was, about, I'd say, half an hour ago. Now this is where it's at right now. And it has recycled a little bit, but not as much. There is not a whole lot of activity here that we can say for certain that there's, ongoing towards the ground. But there still is the chance for this thing to recycle later along the line. We're going to have to watch out for that. There's also more cells that are following in its wake. That could potentially be tornadic later on. We'll have to see as to how much activity this thing actually gets and whether or not this thing actually forms into a significant supercell. We'll talk about that here in a bit. We do, once again, as I said, significant tornadoes ongoing over here in the portions of Georgia and South Carolina. This cell over here near Jeffersonville, still on the ground. We still have a big debris ball over here just due to the east of Jeffersonville in Georgia. If you know anyone that lives near Jeffersonville, near Irwinton, as well as areas near Toomsboro in central Georgia, all right, this is in central Georgia, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Areas further down south, we also have areas over here in Chester and Empire, and we have a tornado in progress over there too. You see the big blue ball here, that is a debris ball, and that is the tornado kicking up debris as it continues to shred everything below it. And so we do indeed have that signature here on the radar telling us that we do have a significant tornado. So if you live near Chester and Dexter, you need to get in your safe space as well, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. We also have some more activity over here down towards the south. We have a lot of tornado warnings that are starting to kind of form over here. We're going to go over to the Moody Air Force Base, and we have numerous tornado warnings ranging from Ashburn, Georgia, all the way down towards Sylvester and Doe Run, heading towards the general vicinity of Tifton. If you guys live over there near I-75 or areas east and west of I-75, near Sylvester, Gordy, Bridgeboro, Doe Run, and Sale City, all of you have tornado warnings. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's go back off to the north here real quickly. Go back to the Robbins Air Force Base, see if we got some activity here. There's also some rotation down to the south of Abbeville near Rochelle, heading towards the Rhine general vicinity. That could potentially be tornado warned. We could even be talking about a tornado over there too. So we're going to take a look at that here in a bit. Back off to the north. Still a significant tornado in progress right here, just to the east of Jeffersonville, heading towards the Toomsboro general vicinity. And there is a lot of activity there, to say the least. Wow. So damaging tornado. That is a significant tornado that I just saw on the side part of my screen here. If you guys find anything, please be sure to share it with me on Twitter so that we can continue to get information out to as many people as possible. Let's see. Oh my goodness. This was here in South Carolina. That was, if I try and figure out specifically, I think this was near Allendale. I think it was near Allendale. But this was the storm. Look at that tornado, guys. Look at how large that tornado is. And it also looks like it had a satellite, too. It had a satellite. That is a large tornado. Look at that. That is a large tornado. There's the satellite right there. See that right there? See that little jut? It had tornadoes orbiting around it. That's one of the signs of a significant tornado. One of the signs of a significant tornado. So it was literally orbiting the larger tornado. That is... wow. That is immense. That is intense. That is absolutely insane. So it looks like the storm over here, the cell that came from Allendale is now near the area of Earnhardt. And it is starting to recycle. I do think it could potentially produce a significant tornado here soon. Earnhardt, areas near Branchville. If you know anyone who lives near Branchville, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions, get in your safe space.
Tornado warning for Southern Dodge County in central Georgia, Central Telfair County in central Georgia, Southeastern Wilcox County in central Georgia.
So that is a significant situation there that just occurred over in that general vicinity. There is a new tornado warning for the cell in Abbeville, the cell that we did call out here earlier, and that thing seems to be consolidating. It does seem to be consolidating. I do think this probably could be producing a tornado here relatively soon. I am not surprised that this is tornado warned. If you live in Rhine and Milan and areas near McRae and Chauncey, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. It looks like the cell that's approaching Chester, starting to fan out its debris. It still does have a tornado in progress, in my opinion, but the debris is starting to fan out in general directions, which means the tornado probably is not as strong as it once was, and so it's not as consolidated. But still, regardless, if you're over in like Dexter, Chester, you need to stay in your safe space because that thing is obviously still doing damage. And you saw with the correlation coefficient, the debris spanning out in all sorts of different directions. Further north, we still have a tornado in progress over here south of Irwinton and due east of Jeffersonville here in Georgia. Need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. And there are numerous tornadoes here, numerous tornadoes across the board. We've had significant tornadoes, particularly dangerous situation tornadoes. We had a tornado emergency that was issued about half an hour to about 45 minutes ago. We've had a lot of activity here, and we need to continue to watch out for this very closely. But my goodness, this is a significant situation here that has developed. Potentially a new area of rotation forming north of Chester. Potentially a new area of rotation forming north of Chester. That's something to watch out for here. Because I do see a bit of a hook right within there. You see that hook right there, guys? That's heading straight for Dublin. And I think we do have a sky camera over in Dublin. So we'll be able to pull that up here in a bit. We'll be able to watch that as that continues to move on through. But once again, significant situation ongoing over here. Extreme tornado outbreak ongoing right now. Selling Abbeville, that might be a debris signature. That could be a debris signature. And if that's the case, Ryan and Milan, you need to get in your safe space right now. Get in your safe space right now, because there could be a tornado heading right for your area. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Greenwood County in upstate South Carolina.
So there's the new tornado warning that they issued in Greenwood County in South Carolina. That's for the Kirksey and the Epworth area. If you live over there, highly recommend seeking a sturdy structure, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Watch that very closely. I gotta go back over here. Going back to, let's go to Charleston. The Earnhardt cell is starting to go. It is starting to produce a tornado again. It is on the ground. It is on the ground. Earnhardt is back on the ground. There is another tornado, significant tornado, once again over here in Earnhardt. Just to repeat, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning for Bamberg and Orangeburg counties. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Rivers Bridge State Park, or 14 miles south of Bamberg, moving northeast at 30. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So if you are in Branchville, all right, you are in the immediate path of this significant tornado. You are in the immediate path of this significant tornado. Get to shelter now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. This is a significant tornado ongoing at this time. Currently have 9 tornado warnings. Let's go back over to cells across the board here. Still a tornado ongoing south of Irwinton. Still a tornado ongoing. This is starting to weaken more and more, but if you're south of Toomsboro, you need to get in your safe space right now. It just crossed over US Highway 441. It's about to reach State Highway 112 south of Toomsboro in Georgia. So if you live over there, you need to take your proper precautions right now. There is a new rotation that formed north of Chester, as I thought it would. That is probably going to produce a tornado, more than likely a significant tornado over here heading towards Dexter and Dudley. If you live over here, heading towards the Dublin area, if you live near Dudley and Dublin, there is a tornado that is more than likely in progress in your area, and you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. I'm looking at the sky camera over here in Dublin. I don't see a whole lot. What I will do is I will put a half and half screen so that you guys can see the sky camera over there in Dublin, Georgia. But there is more than likely a significant tornado in progress. And yeah, there it is. Big debris signature north of Chester near the Dexter area. So if you live over there, you need to get in your safe space right now. There's a reason why I said you need to take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure at this time. All right, because there is a significant tornado once again back on the ground over here and heading off towards the general vicinity of Dublin. So we do have a sky camera above. We're going to continue to watch out for this very closely, but I'm going to see if I can find any more stuff here. Once again, cell near Toomsboro, tornado down south of that. It looks like that rotation is starting to die out, so that's the good news. The cell near Dexter is showing a rather significant debris signature. You can see the big blue ball here. Everywhere else in the red is rain, more than likely, which it actually is in this instance. And in this instance here as well, you can also see how the rotation lines up. So you have greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And there is some activity there. New tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for Central Lawrence County in central Georgia.
So Lawrence County in central Georgia, you now have a tornado warning that is south of Dublin, near the Caldwell and Rents area. If you are over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So there's a lot more activity that's starting to push on through here. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for Southwestern Warren County in east central Georgia, northeastern Hancock County in east central Georgia.
So that is for... It says east central Georgia. That's all the way up there. It's all the way up there. So let's take a look here and see what's happening with this storm. This is near Sparta. This is right near Sparta, Georgia. There is some rotation over there. Nothing really too significant at this moment. But of course, you know, things can constantly flip on a dime, as we have constantly seen here in this live stream here today. So if you guys live over here in Mayfield, Georgia, Culverton, Georgia, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Looking off into some of these areas over here, towards Dexter and Caldwell, I do think these areas could potentially be producing a tornado here soon, but the one near Dexter is most certainly producing a tornado as we speak, so you need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Moving down to the south, we're going to move off towards this cell that is currently confirmed near Rhine and Milan. We said that this was probably going to be on the ground here sooner rather than later, and that kind of is the case here. Actually might be easier. Well, let's take a look at some of these other storms. I don't see too much. Let's take a look back at the Robbins Air Force Base and go with Milan's storm. And yes, there is a tornadic debris signature that just went right through Rhine and through Milan. So if you guys live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's go back to the cell that is over in South Carolina, near Earhart. And there is still a debris signature with this storm, but this thing is going through a series of cycles right now. So nothing really all too significant to report at this time. I will continue to monitor this very closely, but this did produce the large wedge tornado that went straight through Allendale. So we got to watch out for that very closely. And then, of course, we also have another cell that's further down south of Allendale, kind of more along the line. And it's got some rotation with it, not as significant as the counterpart to the north, fortunately. But there is still something with this cell. We're going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move towards Fairfax and Sycamore. So please be sure to monitor that very closely if you live over there in South Carolina. Once again, if you have anything, please be sure to share it with me. Please be sure to share it with me on Twitter so that we can continue to try and get perspectives out to more and more people. But yeah, it looks like the cell over here in South Carolina, it is starting to kind of more or less recycle. It's trying to develop another tornado here. Right now, it just doesn't look like it at the moment. So we're just going to have to continue to monitor that very closely as this continues to move up step by step. Let's move back to the cell that's off in Georgia here, approaching the general vicinity of Dexter and Dublin. It looks like the rotation has died out here, but you still have a lot of debris being kicked up in the air. And so areas near Dexter need to still stay in their sturdy structure if they haven't got there, or if they were thinking about getting out, I should say. Stay in your sturdy structure because there is still debris being kicked up in the air by something, whether it's a tornado or not. So you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Please be sure to do so. Still, what seems to be what looks like a tornado in progress over here south of Toomsboro, surprisingly. So if you guys live over there, you guys need to continue to take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. All this stuff really shouldn't surprise me anymore with how much activity there has been. So there's just going to continue to be more constant activity. We're going to have to watch out for this as this moves on through. There's an area over here near Reedsville heading towards Claxton. That could potentially be tornadic later on. There is some rotation with this over here in Georgia, south of Statesboro near Pembroke, and just due west of Savannah. So that is something to watch out for as this continues to materialize. And then, of course, there's some other storms that are off further to the north that continue to materialize over into portions of South Carolina. So something really interesting to make a note of with that. This is in a really good environment for severe weather, too. Very good environment for tornadoes, which is just all the more unfortunate. Let's see. Get our camera back in Dublin here. There we go. Where was the tornado emergency? You missed it. It was for Allendale in South Carolina. Allendale in South Carolina. You know what I am gonna do, actually? I think I have an idea. Because my computer won't deal with Bluetooth right now, I'll hook it up to my phone. And then I will get a scanner for myself. I'll be able to hear what's going on here with this stuff. Police scanner. And I want to hear it for Allendale County. Allendale fire. All right, listening to it right now. I'll tell you what's going on as soon as I hear it, but I'm going to continue to try and get you guys more information with this. We still have some tornadic rotation up here, further off to the north. We're going to go back to our radar over here. Fortunately, right now, it seems that we're kind of in a 1-minute calm. But there's going to be a new storm that forms a tornado here near Rents and Caldwell. So that's going to completely get rid of that there. Probably a new tornado that's going to form and heading off towards I-16. So if you know anyone that lives over here south of Dublin and north of McRae over here near Rents and Caldwell, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. Yeah, there is a lot of rotation. New tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for Tift County in south-central Georgia, southeastern Worth County in south-central Georgia.
All right, so that's the extension down there. Let's go down to that radar here. That's for Tift and Worth counties in Georgia. And that's heading towards Tifton right now. So if you're near Tifton in any stretch, okay, if you're north, south, east, west of Tifton by 10 miles, you need to go underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet right now. So if you're in Tifton, get there right now. Go there right now. There's a lot of people that live in Tifton. A lot of people that live in Tifton. All right, so if you're in that area, go there right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's go back to the cell. Let's go back to the cell in South Carolina. Fairfax not really doing too much at the moment. That's the good news. Cell near Branchville might probably produce a tornado here soon. Very rain-wrapped. Very rain-wrapped. So if you're in Branchville, you won't see this thing coming until it's literally on top of you. You need to go there into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Fairfax. Yeah, the cell in Fairfax looks like it is starting to kind of develop, and it looks very familiar. This looks very familiar to the cell that we saw that approached Allendale, except that's when it was over near Hestonia. All right, so when it was near Hestonia, you can see the rotation as it developed over there. So, very similar, very similar. We'll see if this thing continues to amplify. A lot of energy, a lot of helicity in that area, so we got to continue to watch out for this very closely. Let's look down over towards some of these cells here. Yeah, Rents and Caldwell, that thing's going to go. That thing's going to produce a tornado. Cell near Dublin and Dudley now has fanned out. That's the good news there. Something's coming in. Something's coming in. I don't know what's going on with the radio now. I think that might be the frequency. They're telling all fire units in Allendale County to respond to Allendale. All fire units. They're asking all units in Allendale to respond to Allendale. So Allendale County, all the units over there, they're asking them to respond to Allendale specifically. Yeah, that cell in Fairfax is something to watch very closely. Very closely. Yeah, once again, this is basically the picture of the large tornado in South Carolina. You think South Carolina doesn't get tornadoes? What about that? That is a large tornado. Large. Very large tornado. That was over in that area. So my goodness. I'm just trying to process right now. I'm just trying to process. It looks like the cell is now past Allendale. All right, so Allendale right here, the main supercell, the risk for tornadoes has passed with this supercell. There could be a larger risk later on tonight, but the main risk for the immediate danger has now passed. That's the good news there. That is the good news there. So we do still indeed have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning over here. Still a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado approaching Branchville. So if you're in Branchville, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right, so Branchville, need to get in your safe space right now. Need to get in your safe space. Because this storm has historically produced significant tornadoes. St. Matthews, that could be something to watch ahead of time. If you're in St. Matthews, Fort Mott, as well as Pinewood, Privateer, Sumter, Wedgwood, you need to watch out for this very closely. Very closely, because there is a significant storm that's approaching over there. That could potentially be tornado warned. Watch out for that. I'll stay tuned with that. Trying to see with some of these other storms. I don't think I see a whole lot with that, so that's the good news. I couldn't hear what he said. I couldn't hear what he said. Yeah, if you guys live near Dublin, south of Dublin, near Adrian. All right, Adrian. Adrian. If you live near Adrian over here in Georgia, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right, because there is a storm that can potentially produce a tornado here relatively soon that is going to move through your area. There's been so many different instances of these storms producing tornadoes super quickly. So we got to continue to try and, just get information out as much as we can. Let's go back over here to Fairfax. No debris signature. This is not on the ground right now. Not on the ground. Branchville probably is on the ground. Branchville probably is on the ground. Branchville is probably back on the ground. So if you're in Branchville, South Carolina, now is the time. Now is the time for you to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. If you don't, there could be significant damage within your area, and you could be putting your life in jeopardy. So you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Latest scan came in, don't see debris signature, that's the good news. Yeah, my goodness, there's a lot of activity over there. But yeah, there is a significant storm that's moving on through, heading straight for Branchville. New tornado warning just got issued. So it's not going to say the tornado warning. That is wonderful. I'll say the tornado warning myself then. This is a tornado warning here for the following counties, which are all in Georgia: Bryan, Evans, Liberty, Bullock, Effingham, and Tattenall. Tornado warning until 5:30.
Tornado warning for Southwestern Clarendon County in central South Carolina, East Central Bamberg County in central South Carolina, Southeastern Orangeburg County in central South Carolina.
So that's the extension for the cell in Branchville. They issued a new tornado warning out in front of that. I think they need to issue a new tornado warning now. I think it's time to put Fairfax on. I do think this is probably about to produce a tornado here. It's about to go. So yeah, now is the time for them to issue the tornado warning for the significant, more than likely, probably could be a significant tornado that's going to go straight for Earnhardt. All right, if you know anyone that lives in Earnhardt, Lodge, Ashton, Smokes here in South Carolina, all right, this is going to be a little difficult to understand. All right, but with the environment that we have had here today, we've already had a significant tornado that just occurred in Allendale, okay? There is a new storm that developed behind it and is now moving through. So you had your first storm that moved on through near Earnhardt. That had a tornado, and that actually was a little bit to the west of you, all right? So some of you could have even seen the tornado. But there is a new one that is developing to the south of that, near Fairfax. New tornado warning. And it's not going to say the tornado warning, but there is a new tornado warning for for the area near Fairfax, I should say. And that is not a debris signature, but there is a storm that's heading straight for your area in Earnhardt, and that is producing a tornado. So Allendale County, Colleton County, and Hampton County here in South Carolina need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. New tornado warning there.
Tornado warning for Southeastern Bamberg County in central South Carolina.
Here's damage in Allendale.
Tornado warning for northeastern Lawrence County in central Georgia, northeastern Johnson County in east central Georgia.
So that's a new tornado warning in Georgia. Once again, this is damage in Allendale right here. and he says it's worse in some portions of Allendale, so we're going to continue to watch out for that. But a lot of significant tornadoes within this general area. We're going to continue to watch out for this very closely. We have 8 tornado warnings at this time. 8 tornado warnings at this time. Activity is going to continue to increase. It is going to continue to increase. So we're going to continue to stand by all the way up until these storms move off of the coast. We do have, once again, the tornado warning over here for Claxton, Pembroke, and Blythton, areas of Arcola as well. So if you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Some of the other cells over here along the line, back over here. There's a new cell here near Bruton. That's probably producing a tornado near Lovett. If you're over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions over there, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. There's also a cell that is due west of Sopperton, and there's also a cell that's right over I-16. All of these tornadoes, all of these storms could potentially be producing a tornado right now as we speak. As we speak, they could potentially be producing a tornado. Just updated. Not updated quite yet. But there is 3 areas of rotation right within the same spot. One over here near Lovett and Bruton. Another one right along I-16, just to the east of Dublin. And then another one due west of Sopperton, south of I-16 as well. So there is definitely a lot of activity here. More tornadoes that are expected to form here and continue to move on through. We got to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream. Hold up, give me a second.
Tornado warning for East Central Lawrence County in central Georgia, Southwestern Emmanuel County in East Central Georgia, Troitland County in East Central Georgia, Southeastern Johnson County in East Central Georgia.
Of course I'm muted. I can't deal with this. My computer is just, it picked today to do an update to where Bluetooth couldn't work. Pick today. I hate my computer today. It's just not okay. Not okay. You know, really upset about that, but anyways. Yeah, there's confidence right now. There's a tornado in Lovett. Huge confidence right now. There's a tornado in Lovett. Big debris signature. Someone's getting airlifted with chest trauma. Jeez. Yeah, there's a tornado in progress. Just went near Lovett. So if you live near Lovett in Georgia, need to get in your safe space right now. South of Wrightsville. Near Kite. If you're near the Kite areas, near Wrightsville in Georgia, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. No, it's just the Bluetooth. Whenever, you know, it was working earlier, but then of course, you know, it wouldn't connect with my headphones because it needs a Bluetooth update. I'm gonna try and test something here. It does work, surprisingly. Okay, hold up. Let's try and change it back. Hopefully we don't have to do this anymore. My stereo. There we go. Good. Hopefully things will be back to normal. Yeah, there is probably a tornado over near Sopperton here soon, too. That could potentially be producing as well. But yeah, Levette just produced a tornado. Yep, you can see the debris signature just fanned out. So a brief tornado over there. Over near Sopperton and Adrian. I'm more concerned about Adrian than Sopperton, but both have chances that could produce tornadoes. So if you're near Adrian or Sopperton or Norristown or anywhere along I-16, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I have Go XLR here, and then I have my microphone right there, Rode mic is already connected to the Go XLR. I just don't have my headphones connected to the Go XLR. I have my headphones connected to the actual computer in itself. Jeez, that cell near Bowman. It's really low to the ground right now. I don't know who's at my door, but they could have just opened it. Oh boy. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central Calhoun County in Central South Carolina, West Central Clarendon County in Central South Carolina, Southwestern Sumter County in Central South Carolina, Southeastern Richland County in Central South Carolina.
It's a huge tornado warning, apparently. Yeah, it's all the way up there. It's the cell that was near St. Matthew, so it's exactly what I was thinking about where it would probably be. So there's a new tornado warning over here for the St. Matthew cell. Has a lot of rotation with that too. So if you guys live over there, you guys really need to watch out for this. Camera is headed east. That's west. North. That's west. I think we'll be too far away. I think we'll be too far away to see something there. It's headed east. 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 Why are all these cameras looking east? That one's looking west, but that might not even be enough. Yeah, this is heading straight for Bowman. And if there is a tornado, we'll be able to see it with the traffic cameras there. So we'll watch out for that very closely. And then once again, there's also the cells that are over here near St. Matthews that are moving on through. So we gotta continue to watch out for this very closely. Looks like the Earnhardt area is starting to recycle. It does look like something is trying to produce over there near Earnhardt. So we'll watch out for that very closely. Cell over here near Adrian is starting to amplify more. And the cell that's crossing, that was right near Soperton, near Interstate 16, that thing is also amplifying a lot as well. So we are getting more and more confirmed tornadoes. Remember, we got to continue to try and share this information with more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to copy the link to the live stream put on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram so that we can continue to get this information out to more and more people. That way we can try and spread this information with as many people as possible. Also, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. If you keep hitting that like button, this live stream will continue to get out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to do that. And if you find any new people who come to the stream, please tell them to do that as well. But we got to continue to spread information to more and more people, guys. We got to continue getting the word out. Let's go back to the Charleston radar. Yeah, according to the Charleston radar, that cell in Adrian is consolidated and probably could be even on the ground. Yeah, Bowman still is going. Latest update here with the radar. Interesting. Really interesting. Just wanted to see something there. But yeah, there is a lot of activity here still in South Carolina. We'll monitor that pretty closely. That is, yeah, as I said, confirmed tornadoes over near Livette. Let's see, though. Let us see if Adrian does drop. Yeah, that right across the interstate right there on I-16. There's something that's crossing right over the interstate. Yeah, this thing is starting to keep going. Norristown might start be knocking on the door to some significant rotation here. Probably a tornado that'll blow through here. Yeah, my goodness. Seven tornado warnings currently in effect across much of the southeastern United States, portions of South Carolina and Georgia. I want to go over to Columbia's radar here, see what's happening with St. Matthews. There is a report of a funnel cloud nearly touching the ground over there. So they said that there could have potentially been a tornado that nearly touched the ground over in St. Matthews. And that's the reason why they issued the tornado warning. So there is some storms here. If you're near Pinewood, Privateer, Paxville, Sumter, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. With no windows, you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. Also, you have cells over here. These cells over here near Bowman, Holly Hill and approaching the intersection of I-95 and I-26. So if you guys live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground and lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible over here as well. So there definitely is something over here. Let's see. Maybe this camera is not that bad after all. Camera is heading west. It's 5:10. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Bamberg County in central South Carolina, south central Orangeburg County in central South Carolina.
Extension. It is an extension, and it's for the areas that are further towards the north and east, including Earnhardt, moving on through towards Branchville. So a lot more activity that's starting to develop over here. This thing is probably going to produce a tornado here soon. So once again, right over the Lodge, Earnhardt area, that's kind of where I said it probably could spawn. Now it's heading off towards the areas near Branchville, maybe even St. George. So if you live over there, you need to tell people to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right, let's take a look at the cell near Pembroke. It looks like this thing recently has started becoming more organized, which is not a good thing. So we're going to watch this very closely. This could potentially produce a tornado right near I-16 and Bluchton. So we got to continue to try and get warnings out to as many people as possible. Once again, if you live in any of the tornado warnings that are in effect right now, whether you are in Georgia or in South Carolina, okay, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornadoes as possible. All right? That's what needs to happen right now. So please get there if you haven't already. Please get there. Cell near Pembroke does look like it does have the potential to produce significant tornadoes. I will say that much. So I'm going to watch out for that really closely. Go back up into the areas over here in Earnhardt. Yeah, that thing probably could be producing a tornado. Huge inflow notch with this supercell. This is very much of a classic supercell. Inflow coming in, unimpeded. We have a very strong storm that's moving on through. It's heading towards Branchville, so we got to watch out for this very closely. And then we have a cell over here that's near Bowman and Holly Hill. I'm not sure if I can start to see this. I'm not sure if I can. Yeah, that's not really helping. That's not really helping. These cameras are not helping at all, chat. Yeah, the positioning of these cameras are not the best. Not the best at all. Alright, pull back up the radar. Looks like there is a cell that's starting to form north of St. George, so that is something we're going to have to watch out for. And yes, Earnhardt is starting to go. That is not a debris signature quite yet. Not a debris signature quite yet, although, I mean, just look at that. Huge hook right there. There's a cell that formed over near Statesboro, north of Statesboro. It's going to take a little bit for it to, gain a little bit more mature. But, yeah, cell near Pembroke is now starting to develop a little bit more. A lot of heavy ZDR within the area. So that is something to make a note of. But it looks like the discrete supercells out in front of this is kind of what's going on right now. Getting a lot of stuff here that's developing across the board. And unsurprisingly, we are getting more activity. Here's some damage over here in Houston County. I believe this is Alabama. No, this is in Georgia. This is in Georgia. So, Houston, it's actually Houston County, Georgia. Houston County, Georgia. You can see the damage, winds, and, debris took out some of the windows. Big trees on the ground and stuff like that. So, a lot of activity over there. Yeah, that's Houston. Oh my goodness. This was in Allendale. This was in Allendale. That was in Allendale. Oh my. New tornado warning. That was in Allendale earlier on today. Ow. That is a wedge. That is a wedge. That is a large tornado. By the way, did I mention that this was in South Carolina? Did I mention that this was in South Carolina? Let me reiterate this. This is not in Alabama. This is not in Mississippi. This is not in Texas, Oklahoma, or Kansas. This is in South Carolina. And by the way, there's more where this came from. There's been other tornadoes that have formed across the area. And we've been covering this for quite some time. We've seen all sorts of activity. All right, even more tornadoes and stuff like that. But there you go. That right there is... That's one of the most significant things I have ever seen come from South Carolina. Just wanted to pull that up there. How will they rate the Allendale tornado? Depending upon how much damage there is and what type of damage there is, it'll be rated accordingly. Man. Let's see. Looks like the cell near Bowman is kind of weakened a bit. That's the good news. Earnhardt is kind of deteriorated a little bit too. It's kind of recycling more or less. So that's the good news with that as well. Newington, Georgia. There is rotation in the upper levels of the atmosphere with this one. So another developing supercell that is trying to form over here. Pembroke, that's probably a significant tornado too that's trying to develop here. That's probably a significant tornado that's gonna develop here. Let's take a 3D of this. Oh yeah, big time inflow notch. Yep, that's the inflow notch right there. This is a bona fide supercell. This is a bona fide supercell. Alright, so basically, if you were to learn anything from me, oh my goodness, that's some large hail with this storm too. If you were to learn anything from me, okay, if you are in South Carolina or in Georgia, you need to be on high alert across the board right now. High alert. Doesn't matter where you are. Doesn't matter what you're doing. If you are in South Carolina or in Georgia, you need to be on high alert right now. And that is a tornado in progress. That tornado has officially went. Pembroke officially has produced a tornado. Significant tornado in progress in Pembroke. Hold up. Georgia traffic cameras. I might be able to get a view of this tornado. Where's the cameras? Cameras. Savannah. Oh, I think we might be able to get something. Maybe. Where's Pembroke again? There it is. Come on. Come on. Camera's not available. Not available. There's cameras ahead of this. Does this work? Oh, they do work. That's not bad. That's not a bad picture. All right, I can use this. I can use this. I can come back to this later. Because this is clearly not showing me anything right now. But there is a significant tornado ongoing right now in Pembroke, Georgia. Significant tornado ongoing right now. Is there any sky cameras in Savannah? Any sky cameras in Savannah? Does anyone know if there's any sky cameras in Savannah? We could be able to see something. Yeah, Pembroke was a gnarly town. Actually, I think it just formed right over Pembroke. I think the tornado formed right over Pembroke. And it just went right over the town. Just went right over the town. Oh, that is a big debris signature. Yeah, this thing, huge tornado. Large, extremely dangerous tornado. Just heading straight for Blythton in Georgia. Right along I-16. If you know anyone who lives in Blythton, Georgia, or anyone near Savannah, Georgia, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. Here, Savannah. Savannah. Chatham. Midtown. Hilton Head, Southside Savannah, Savannah Riverfront. That doesn't really help all too much. This is all around the coast. Marriott, Fort Jackson, Georgia ports. That is something interesting to note later on, though, I will admit. Yeah, this thing is a huge tornado. This is a large tornado. And that's a significant tornado. Ow. Yep, red TVS. I would not be surprised if they issued a tornado emergency for this one, too. I would not be surprised if they issued a tornado emergency for this one, too. Because that is significant. This is 94 on top of 96. 94 on top of 96 is a 190 mile per hour delta velocity. That is a massive tornado. That is a very strong tornado. And that is a big debris ball too. So we need to get information out to as many people as possible because this is huge. This is a huge tornado. Huge tornado. I mean, we've seen large tornadoes here today. This one is another one, and it's heading near or straight for Blythton. New tornado warning. That does not make any sense. National Weather Service over there has issued a tornado warning, but no PDS. But there is a tornado warning over here now for Savannah, Guyton, Springfield, and Blythton. Huge tornado warning over there in that area. That just got issued. Let's go back to the velocities. I'll tell you what I'm looking at right now. Go back a scan here. You can see greens and dark blues moving towards the radar, reds and oranges moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Whenever you have that tightly compact of a signature on velocities, that tells you have a tornado in progress without using correlation coefficient. Of course, you can use the correlation coefficient. You can circle it here. That's a significant tornado in progress right there. In areas near Pembroke and Ellabelle and Blythton, as there is a tornado that just occurred over there and is still ongoing at this time. And it's still going. Still a huge debris signature. Velocities are 82 on top of 98, so still very strong delta velocity. I actually want to take a look and see the probabilities based off of radar. Probabilities of this being what? This thing, according to radar, has a 93% chance of becoming an EF1, 81% chance of being an EF2, 62% chance of being an EF3, and a 17% chance of being an EF4. Ow. And that's based off of just radar velocity. So we don't know what's happening on the ground. All we can do is just pray for them. All we can do is just pray for them because we still have a significant tornado ongoing right now. Very significant tornado. Correlation coefficient is still showing there. I want to see, has any of these pictures updated? .521, 522. .522. So I can't see anything quite yet. Hopefully they'll update.
Tornado warning for northeastern Emmanuel County in east central Georgia.
So they issue a tornado warning for Swainsboro now. That's not pre-rating. That's based off of radar. That's actual science. It's an actual estimation. This is a significant tornado heading straight for Blythton. 69 on top of 87 now, so the velocities are weakening just a bit. But this is, still a significant tornado that's still moving on through. Jeez, Yeah, big debris signature. Big debris ball over there. Oh, boy. Yeah, huge amounts of cape within this area. Very high shear. Not very huge amounts of cape, but large enough amounts of cape and energy for things to form or sustain. And then, of course, the storm relative helicity from 0 to 1 is 232. That is pretty gnarly there. Well, it's not like I'm saying it is an EF2 or an EF3 or an EF4. I'm just saying what the probabilities are. I'm making a statement here. Oh, debris. Oh, debris. Oh, debris. Oh, no. 21,000. 21,000 feet. Let's see. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That's not good. There's also a hail spike within the area, so we can't even tell. It's easy to say 2020 vision. Easy to say stuff after the fact. Easy to say it should have been a moderate risk after the fact. Listen, all right? People need to understand this here right now before I continue any further. Moderate risk level tornadoes happen in enhanced risk level events. It happens. Just like high risk tornadoes happen in moderate risk level events. That's the same thing with Mayfield. If you look at the models, everyone was saying it's going to be enhanced. So don't say that this should have been moderate because no one knew. No one knew. Chat, that's the tornado right there. That's the tornado. You can literally see the tornado in 3D. Right there. You can see the tornado in 3D. It's right there. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for Central Lexington County in Central South Carolina, North Central Aiken County in Central South Carolina, Northwestern Richland County in Central South Carolina.
What? No way. Oh my goodness. Did I just see that correctly? Fire department reports tornado on the ground with damage in Pembroke. That cell in Swainsboro just went confirmed. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, I did have a brief debris signature over there. So that is indeed a confirmed tornado. Watch out if you're out in front of Swainsboro. Did I just see that correctly? Here is some of the damage here in Taylor County, Georgia. This is Taylor County, Georgia, so a completely separate storm. Ground scouring. Pretty big damage over there of trees. Down. But ground scouring. Sure, the grass could have been relatively moist, but oh my... You can see the trail of the tornado. You can see the trail of the tornado. Yeah, all I gotta say, thank you, as I said, to the person who's in the chat, all right? Thank you for clarifying. Thank God there wasn't a building in front of that tornado specifically. Unfortunately, there's been other people who've been impacted by significant tornadoes before, but that's ground scouring. That right there is a tornado picking up the ground, all right? It is digging into the ground. There's so much force that it's digging into the ground and digging up dirt. Digging up dirt. Only strong tornadoes do that. Only strong tornadoes do that. This is in Bryan County, correct? Yeah, this is in Bryan County. It's also moving into Effingham, which does not have anything. That's stunning. That's stunning there. Here's another picture of the tornado in Allendale. This is one of the other large tornadoes we've seen today. And look at that. This was in Allendale, South Carolina, by the way. All this stuff, by the way, if I have to remind you all where we're at, what we're dealing with. This is in Georgia and in South Carolina. Georgia and South Carolina. This is not Alabama. This is not Mississippi. This is not Texas or Oklahoma or Kansas. These are in areas that are not really used to seeing significant tornadoes, but because of the day that we're having today, which there is instances to where you can have stuff like this, all right, it's not, terribly abnormal, except for tornadoes like this, of course. This right here is a tornado outbreak that is ongoing right now. Significant tornado outbreak for South Carolina and Georgia. And they're not producing small tornadoes. They're producing large and extremely dangerous ones. Need to update this. But that is absolutely insane. Once again, we got to continue to try and share this with as many people as possible. I'm retweeting all the stuff that you guys send me on Twitter so that we continue to try and get perspectives out here to people who may be out in front of this. Tornado just passed right over the Interstate 16. Let's see if we caught anything over here. Yeah, 522. Nothing's going up right there. 531. 535. Ooh, hold up. Something in the background over there. It's hard to see. There is something in the background over there. So that is something to make a note of. Let's go back to the tornado in progress. Once again, still ongoing for Blythton. Heading right over the US Highway 80. That's where it just went over right now. Still going. So if you guys live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So still a significant tornado ongoing near Blythton right now. Debris still being picked up by the tornado right in there. A lot of activity that is really... Whew. Is Springfield in the path? Let's take a look. Springfield, Georgia is... Ooh, that's close. Springfield is close. I do not believe they are in the direct path. I think the storm is moving to the south of it, so Springfield should be fine, but they are going to get a lot of hail with this storm. They could potentially see some hail with that storm, so watch out for that very closely. Columbia, South Carolina. Yeah, this is probably the best thing to use. Also areas near Gilbert. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's right over the interstate, Interstate 20. Yeah, tornado that is in progress right over Interstate 20. Let's see if we can find that on camera here. Where is this at specifically? Gilbert. All right, south of Gilbert. We might be able to see this after all. Hold up. West. Yeah, we could be able to see something here relatively soon. I'm going to put this camera here on my side view. I'm going to put this camera over here on my side view. I don't exactly know where we are looking in that instance. But I'm going to watch out for that very closely. We are now getting reports of baseball-sized hail that has fallen over in Blythton. Baseball-sized hail. Yes, you heard me correctly. Hail the size of baseballs that have fallen from the sky that have impacted Georgia. Eastern Georgia, specifically. Eastern Georgia. It looks like the cell that is near the Marlow area, near Blythton, has started to kind of deteriorate a little bit. Maybe an attempt for a recycling process here. We'll watch out for that. Let's move back over to the stuff that's over in Columbia. Yeah, that storm is moving right along the interstate. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to see a whole lot, but we do have a tornado that is right over the interstate along I-20. And if you can imagine people driving into this thing. All right. Unsuspecting. That right there is crazy. So yeah, and I'm looking at the side camera over here too. I'm pulling this up right now. Here's the traffic camera over here in that same spot, just 2 miles northeast, 2 miles northeast of where that tornado is at. Look at traffic here, guys. Look at traffic here. They have no idea that there's a tornado right in front of them. They have no idea. This is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. Yeah, guys, they have no idea that there's a tornado right in front of them. No idea. No idea. And it's right along the interstate, right here. They have absolutely no idea that there is a tornado on the interstate that is heading right for them. And that's kind of terrifying to think about. If you can imagine yourself coming home from work, trying to get home, and then all of a sudden there is a tornado right in front of you. That's just absolutely insane. Beaufort, South Carolina, as of right now, they're in the clear. Could potentially be something that can move on through a little bit later on. So once again, large and extremely dangerous tornado located right over here, over Gilbert, right along Interstate 20. Okay? If you are along Interstate 20, there is a significant tornado in progress right over here that is moving off through your area. Okay? You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. All right, remember, once again, this is a tornado that is right along the interstate here. Rain is starting to decrease visibility above me. We'll watch to see where the tornado comes from if it does get closer, but it looks like we're looking right at it as to where the tornado could potentially be. This is another significant tornado right here. Large and extremely dangerous tornado that is paralleling the interstate. All right, we have another one that is over here in South Carolina. Allendale's in another tornado warning. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that is developing rather quickly. Fortunately, from what I can tell, this storm is going to be just to the west of Allendale. Just to the west of Allendale. Okay, so this tornadic storm right here, if this does produce a tornado, which it definitely could, as it heads off towards the north and east, it will not impact Allendale directly. So Allendale hopefully will not see another strong tornado right over their area. But there is another strong tornado that is just barely off to the north and west of them. So this is another situation here where if you're near Allendale, Klein, Ulmer, and Sycamore, once again, we are in the same situation that we have been in the entire time. A significant tornado is possible that can form over here just to the west of Allendale. Ooh. I might be heading off right into the area. Hold up. Rincon. 548. 548. That's not bad. Not a bad picture there. We'll continue to watch out for this very closely. Let's go back over here. Because I'm trying to figure out what these storms are doing. Storm along I-20, still producing a tornado. Still producing a tornado. It's the same old once again. This thing is paralleling the interstate and producing a tornado. So if you guys live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Near Gilbert, areas near Red Bank, and south of Columbia. All right, if you're along I-20, south and west of Columbia, you need to take your proper precaution right now. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Barnwell County in central South Carolina, Bamberg County in central South Carolina, south central Orangeburg County in central South Carolina.
So that's an extension. That's an extension for Allendale. That is an extension. Yeah, this thing is trying to tighten up a lot. This thing is trying to produce another tornado here. It's trying. Rincon also. Rincon is a really interesting area here that's trying to develop. I want to see something here. In South Carolina. I have no clue if they have it over here. But if they do, then it makes things a lot easier for me. Trees. Oh, that's an interesting camera. I'll have to watch that very closely. This is heading towards Ridgeland, correct? South of Ridgeland. So it's heading towards Hardyville. So we might be able to see something here soon with the cameras over down there. We'll watch out for that very closely. Yeah, Allendale is going again. Allendale is going again. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. Another storm. Another potential significant tornado to develop right next to Allendale, which has already seen a significant tornado already. My goodness. It's just been relentless. It has been relentless. So guys, we need to continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And then also by hitting that thumbs up button down below, by just taking 1 second of your time. You go down and hit that thumbs up button down below. You help me get this out to more and more people.
This is Sam. This was some Easter type SIG-TOR spam for a minute, and it's still going on strong. Like, we haven't seen a discrete cell outbreak like this since 321.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, Sam. I'd have to agree, honestly. That's just... Wow. But yeah, if you just take a couple seconds of your time to hit that thumbs up button, you help me get this information out to more and more people. So another storm is going right next to Allendale, a potentially significant storm, potentially a significant tornado that is sitting right next to Allendale. And it is trying to develop once again. We also have a storm down further to the south. We're getting reports now of numerous homes damaged and multiple occupants trapped in Park Place.
Now through April 14th, join a clean and spacious Planet
I'm going to
Fitness
bring up,
workout only
what is this,
$10 a month.
Bryan County, right?
Equipment and free fitness training. It's the perfect place for everybody to work out.
Yeah, Bryan County Public Safety. Bringing that up.
So I keep dozing off during
I know you guys can hear the
Specially used news.
ad.
You'll rest
Just
easier and feel fit-tacular.
almost done. Almost done.
How did you get in here?
Almost done.
PlanetFitness.com. $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime.
Wow, the Rincon cell is trying to recycle too. We've had multiple significant storms. This is, we've had so many tornadoes here today.
And power lines down to 80 and 15.
Need to turn this up.
Engine 1 to 501, 244 left for going to be the doctor's office.
I'm clear, I'm there. Engine 3, 501 out. All Pembroke units switch over to Pembroke Fireground 1. Let's leave dispatch channel open so we can talk to dispatch.
Interesting.
Fire 1, North Bryan Fire 1 from Georgia Forestry on North Bryan dispatch.
Jeez, yeah, Allendale once again. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's possibly producing another significant tornado right next to Allendale. Once again, if you live near Ulmer, Sycamore, Olar, Earhart, over here in South Carolina, all right? You guys have heard me say this over and over and over again. All right? I've said this 3 times already for you guys to get in your safe space, underground or lowest in the most part of your building. And then when you think you're out of the risk, another one forms. Another one forms. So this is another storm here, another significant cell that could potentially produce a tornado. If you guys are just tuning in, we've already had a significant tornado that has hit Allendale directly. All right, it already has went through and hit at least the eastern portion of Allendale. Now there's another storm that just passed right by it with significant amounts of rotation and potentially could produce a tornado here any second now. Any second. Let's go back up to the cell that's up near Columbia. A little bit further north. Doesn't seem as if there is a tornado in progress anymore. Looks like the rotation has died out, which is the good news. And yeah, that is the case. It looks like the rotation has died out. I see a lot of strong damaging winds behind this. I also see... not sure if that is a part of it, but there could potentially be something over there near the airport. I'll watch that very closely. I'll come back to that in a second.
I'm clear. I advise dispatch tell them to stand by for just a second. Let me get my bearings. All right, we'll head up there until you tell us further.
But my goodness. Go back over here to Rincon.
Tornado hit at 1079 Homestead, 1079.
Go back to Georgia, see.
2 injuries, third party call, unsure nature of injuries.
Numerous injuries reported in Pembroke. Pembroke. Numerous injuries.
I was actually headed to my house for 41. I'm turning around coming back now. I'm headed to Homestead. Receive what we got going on Homestead. They just said they got a tornado touchdown on Homestead. Receive, let me know what you got over there and what kind of resources we need to send over there.
Jeez. That's crazy. Trying to see if I can get any extra pictures here, trying to figure out what the tornado looks like. Don't really have a whole lot of luck, so I'm going back to the radar. Once again, 2 areas to watch here. One now approaching the Ulmer area. Potentially could be producing a tornado. So Ulmer, Olar, Govan, over here in South Carolina. If you live over here, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. With no windows, you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
caller advised their house was struck by it.
Lot of
Bullitt County line on Eldora Road.
lot of stuff is starting to come up on Twitter now.
From Bullitt County line with Aurora. 501 to Bullitt County Fire 2.
Oh, wow. This was in eastern Georgia just a moment ago. This was in eastern Georgia just a moment ago.
Age 11. Chief 1.
That's another large tornado.
Or training 1. Roger that. We'll send them that way. Mason is all clear.
Ever.
Battalion 2 to EMS 7 status update.
You don't need to be trying to open them. You don't need to get soaking wet. You don't need to be trying to open them boxes while it's raining.
Let's see. Trying to pull this up here. Wow. All right, here's some more damage. This is Allendale. I'll go back to the coverage here in a second, but more damage here in Allendale.
Brian, there's a Georgia Power truck at the
Significant damage.
power substation over by Mason Road.
Significant damage over there. Thank you guys so much for bringing in, adding me on Twitter. I'm going to continue to look at this more and more. Lot of looks at damage. My goodness. I can't believe it. It's fake. Apparently it's fake. Apparently the picture is fake. This one. Apparently this one right here is fake. Alright, so this one right here, fake tornado. Fake tornado. People love to do that for clout and stuff like that. Which is kind of disrespectful. Actually, it's really disrespectful. Oh my goodness. That's probably producing a tornado right now. That's probably producing a tornado right now. The Hardyville area, that also is trying to produce a tornado too. That thing is also trying. It's trying to recycle. Actually, I think I have a cam over here in Hardyville. Hold up.
Right, 21-113. We're just
Oh!
roadblock. It's one of the Edwards.
There it is. Look at that. Look at it on the right side. Look on the right side. Big wall cloud. Big wall cloud right over here. Big wall cloud. Huge wall cloud. Look at that right there, guys. On the right-hand side. Happening live right now. Approaching the Hardyville areas. Huge wall cloud. Just crossing the Georgia-South Carolina border. North of Savannah. Look at that.
That's 10-4. I don't think there's a way around this roadblock. We're probably going to have to hike it through.
That is a huge wall cloud right there.
Cell phones are not.
Huge wall cloud.
Advise him if he's got anything he can spare that he can send this way, we'll take it.
Go half and half screen. Go back up north. Back to the Ulmer cell. Yeah, that tornado's on the ground right now. Tornado's on the ground in Ulmer. Tornado on the ground. It is heading towards Olar. We have a strong tornado over there. We have another potential tornado that's going to try and develop near Hardyville. here soon. Gotta watch out for this both, but Ulmer on the ground right now. Significant tornado in progress. Gotta continue to get this information out to as many people as possible. All right, we gotta copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram.
I believe we have all of our entrapment.
And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, by taking just 1 second out of your time to hit that thumbs up button down below, you help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Wow. What a sight that is. I'm going to try and see.
EMS Chief to Battalion 2. On Homestead, we're on 119.
Is that a fixed cam? More than likely. My goodness. I'll full screen that again. That is a big time cam that we're looking at right there. And some people, that might even, produce a tornado. Some people may not notice what's going on there. But there is a significant tornado ongoing over here near Ulmer. And gone. Goodbye. That's the dagger. That's the lowest correlation coefficient can go on a radar.
113 to 102.
And that just blew up. That just blew up. Big debris signature over here. Right next to Ulmer. Big debris. Huge debris signature. The debris ball, as of this moment right now, the debris ball is 1.5 miles wide. The debris ball is 1.5 miles wide. The tornado is probably a little smaller than, well, it could be the same size. But I'd say it's a little smaller than that. I'd say it's about 0.5 mile wide based off of what I'm looking at here with velocities and correlation coefficient. But this thing is going... What about Hardyville? Looks like... Jeez. It's a heck of a shot that we're seeing from that camera right now. Looks like I'm not seeing too much. Yeah, go back to Ulmer. Yeah, velocities are very significant. Very significant at this time. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that just went near Ulmer. If you're near U.S. Highway 32, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this significant tornado as possible. All right, very significant tornado. Very significant tornado ongoing. We got to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And by hitting the thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Yeah, this is a significant tornado ongoing right now. I am surprised they have not issued a new warning. Now they've officially updated it, and it's a PDS. PDS. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Barnwell, Bamberg, and Orangeburg counties in South Carolina. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Ulmer, or 9 miles south of Denmark, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard, damaging tornado, source radar confirmed, as we have all seen. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So if you're near Denmark or in Bamberg, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this significant tornado as possible. Very significant tornado ongoing. Big debris ball. You can see the hook wrapping around just like this, and then the ball at the bottom of this. That is a classic supercell here with a big tornado signature. And oh my goodness, the velocities just got worse. I don't know how that happened, but it did. The normalized rotation is on the highest scale there is. It is in the pink and almost white. It actually was in the white just a moment ago. So that's a 5 out of 5 on the rotational scale. Of course, the debris ball still has some black values in here. Very significant tornado ongoing, and let's take a let's get an idea as to what this delta velocity is. 94 on top of 90. That is a 184 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within this tornado right now. That's how fast the winds are within this tornado.
Hey, I need you or need to get
So we have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued here for areas near Ulmer, Olar, Goulven, areas near Branchville and Bamberg. If you're near Bamberg, Denmark, areas north of Earnhardt, there is a significant tornado once again on the ground right now. There's another significant tornado. We gotta continue to try and get this information out. Once again, gotta continue to spread this information with as many people as possible. Very strong winds in this. You see the pinks and oranges moving away from the radar, the greens and blues moving towards. Very strong velocity couplet, gate to gate within this area. That is all consolidated. This thing is on the ground, and my goodness, that is a huge debris ball. Let's take a look. How large is this debris ball? The debris ball is still, once again, about 1.5 miles wide. Still about 1.5 miles wide. Taking it the other way. Actually, it might be even a little bit larger than 1.5 miles wide. It actually appears to be 1.75 miles wide. So again, another significant situation here ongoing at this time.
Chief 1 to Training 1 on TAC 1.
Training 1, go.
Alright. We need a place to set up command over there. We're going to bring the black.
New tornado warning.
We're going to have staging and station.
It's a tornado warning here for Ridgeland, Beaufort, and Hardyville. So new tornado warning for that area. But we have a significant tornado once again. A particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued. This is for Barnwell, Bamberg, and Orangeburg counties. And that'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 6:08 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Ulmer, or 9 miles south of Denmark, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. This also looks like this storm is producing... it actually looks like it's fanning the debris. It looks like the debris... Where is this coming from? Why is there so low correlation coefficient? Is the debris being scattered? Or is the debris falling from the sky? Or is there hail with this storm? That's not 2 tornadoes. That's 1 tornado, all right? There's only 1 tornado, and it's this one right here. That is the current ongoing tornado at this time. Up here, I don't know if that's debris or hail or not. I don't know if that's debris or hail. But there is only 1 tornado. Only 1 tornado, because if you look at the velocities, you look at where the rotation is, and you circle where the rotation is at. All right. That's located near where the bottom blue ball is. Okay. So there is
Oracle Parkway.
a tornadic debris signature right over there. I'm thinking it's debris fallout, debris falling from the sky into some of these areas. That's what my thinking is.
Go ahead. We got several large trees down here at the courthouse. Snapped off.
Yeah, there's the latest scan. Still a ongoing significant tornado in progress, heading north of Earnhardt. Or, yeah, north of Earnhardt. If you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet.
The road right there that you can park on and keep this traffic from going back and forth, that'll be great because they all trying to come up through here by the courthouse. 412 to 400. I got a.
Ooh.
Y'all requested somebody for stop.
Yeah, so still going. This thing is still going. How large, how high has the debris been slung up into the atmosphere?
We have not, but it'd be awesome to have them.
I see 14,000 feet. I see 16,000 feet potentially. So 14 to 16,000 feet. That's how high this thing has been slung up into the atmosphere.
150, 141.
Chief 1, DMS Chief 1 on
This was the tornado that was off near Pembroke over there in Georgia. This was the tornado that crossed the interstate right there. Look at that. Look at that right there.
That's sick.
Big tornado that moved on through.
That's scary. That's kind of cool though. Look at it moving. Oh my gosh.
Jeez. Some significant rotation on that. We got to continue to try and get information, as I said, to as many people as possible. There's also a new area of rotation near Holly Hill that's developing. That was near the St. George area. It was tornado warned. Now it's starting to amplify itself. Maybe a new recycling process over there. So that is something to monitor. Hampton as well. There is also some pretty significant rotation on this cell approaching the Varnville and Hampton areas.
120 Central. Forgot to advise I'm at Park Place walking.
Yeah, please be sure to send more stuff at me at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. And then I can continue to show it here. I can continue to show it on the channel. And I may be able to get more of the information out to try and get a perspective as to what's going on. This was in Ellabelle, Georgia.
Where the tornado got captured
Look at that.
on camera.
Look at how fast that thing is spinning and swirling.
Reports of baseball-sized hail that's 2.75 inches. Just to give you perspective, for a thunderstorm to be considered severe, it's 1 inch or greater. I don't even know in my 15 years of covering storms here in the coastal Empire Low Country that I've ever had a baseball-sized hail.
That is a large tornado. That is a large tornado that went through Georgia right there. And we've had a lot of them here today. We've had a lot of them.
Wilma Edwards Road until you get to Samba.
EMS 6 Central, please drop me one more car for 51 Mary Street.
Central's clear. Total of 4 cars, 51 Mary Street. Break EMSA. That's 2020 Homestead. Repeat 2020 Homestead.
Yeah, Varnville is going to get some activity here. That's going to head along I-95 here soon. Just had a report here at Ulmer. Tornado debris signature in extreme northeastern Allendale County. So that has been officially recognized. Cell now to the north of Earnhardt. Still have a tornado in progress. Still a tornado on the ground right now.
134, U-10-4.
Very concerning situation for areas near Bamberg and Branchville. If you're near there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
103, 120.
Here's another picture of the Pembroke tornado crossing Interstate 16. Look at that. Look at the debris field right around it.
I know, right?
The debris cloud right there.
Check one.
Look at how significant that is. Big debris cloud.
Not scary. Oh, is it coming this way?
Acknowledge, send them back up.
Golly.
Do you know, it looks like a gigantic uterus.
Black hole, we're going to make a command unit at the entrance to the golf course.
Golly.
Entrance to the golf course off Will Edwards Road.
10-4 received. Sorry, sit down too. I'm heading that way. I got 104 covering with folks.
I mean, this is just absolutely significant day. This is a significant day. Storm still going north of Earhart. Still going. Still tornado in progress. Still has velocities. Look at this. Still have rotation right there. And then maybe potentially a new developing rotation to the south of that. So if this shifts off to the left and this steps in, this thing would have officially recycled. We'll be talking about a new significant tornado later on, but this is still ongoing situation where we still have a tornado in progress right now. Yep, still going. South of Bamberg, heading towards Branchville. So if you know anyone who lives near Branchville, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Looks like the cell that's near Laurel Bay, Burton, and Beaufort is starting to kind of recycle. Maybe potentially trying to develop something tornadic. So that is something to make a note of as this continues to move on through. But we're going to have to really watch out for this very closely.
Get the chief officer, the staging chief there. And unit Station 7 will be staging. We have all the units coming from Savannah and Liberty Long to Station 7. We will be sending them out from there, but we need a staging officer there.
Jeez.
10-4 received.
FEM Chief 1 to Brian.
I mean, absolutely insane. Go back to the cell over here. Tornado south of Bamberg. Trying to look to see where all this... I think this is debris fanning here, guys. I think this is debris fanning. I also see debris as high as 18,000 feet, 19,000 feet. 19,000 feet over here in some spots. I do see quite a lot. This is another strong tornado, another significant tornado that just occurred. Could potentially even rival the tornado that hit just barely to the east of that a few hours before. Good news here right now, guys. Good news here right now. You see this line right here? See this line of showers and thunderstorms? This is the line that basically says we are the end of the risk. If this line passes over you for today, you guys are done with the risk, okay? So that is getting closer and closer towards the East Coast over here, to where not as many people get impacted, all right? But regardless, until then, still got to watch out. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Clarendon County in central South Carolina, east central Orangeburg County in central South Carolina.
I have no clue if that is a tornado on the ground or not. I have no clue. I have no clue if that's on the ground or not. That could be a tornado on the ground. But there's a new tornado warning that has been issued for Clarendon and Orangeburg counties. So that's near the Utahville area that we called out earlier. So if you live over there, highly recommend staying in a sturdy structure. I have no clue if this could be a tornado trying to develop right here near Varnville, heading off towards Ruffin and Walterboro. This is something to watch out for very closely. Look back at the cell near Bamberg, see if the tornado's still on the ground. It is, but it's starting to fan out, so it is starting to get weaker. You can see the correlation coefficient is a lot smaller and not as blue as it once was. So this has definitely started to weaken more and more. And that is the good news here. But yeah, this did fan debris. Look at that. It took debris and shot it north. So areas over here in Bamberg's probably seeing debris right now.
Tornado warning for Central Bamberg County in central South Carolina, Southeastern Orangeburg County in central South Carolina.
Bring it to you when it gets clear. We are almost
New tornado warning there for the cell. The same cell here near Bamberg. Confirmed tornado over here that is approaching Branchville. Alright, so if you live near Branchville, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. Alright, that's what you guys need to do. If you're in Bowman, Branchville, Roseville, St. George, need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Where is Bamberg? Bamberg right here. Bamberg is right there. So the areas that are being impacted is just to the south of it, just to the south of Bamberg. So Bamberg actually avoided this significant tornado, but this tornado did occur about 2 or 3 miles to the south of it. 2 or 3 miles to the south of it.
Go ahead, sir. David, I believe we got everybody accounted for in here, and most of the patients are being cared for. So I'm going to try to get out of here, check some other areas, and I guess go to Pembroke.
So yeah, still have a tornado in progress there. People are asking if I can take a 3D after this tornado.
Not yet, but she was advised they were seen running away from the storm.
New tornado warning with a tornado on the ground over here near Millie. So that's kind of what we knew. We figured we tried to figure out if there was actually a tornado on the ground with this one. And apparently the National Weather Service has indeed deemed it that there is a tornado over here near Millie. So if you guys live over here near the general vicinity of Ashton, Ruffin, Williams, Smokes, Candies, as well as areas near Grover, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions as well. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. And there is the tornado actually right there, due east of Varnville. Due east of Varnville. That's where the tornado is currently located. And this is moving off to the north and east. So it's right here at the bottom part of the hook, heading off towards the Ruffin general vicinity. Let's actually get a timing here to see exactly where this could track out. Yeah, that actually would head just to the south of Ruffin, just barely to the south of Ruffin, north of the Walterboro area, towards Kennedy's. So if you live anywhere over there in South Carolina, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this confirmed tornado as possible up here near Millie. Is Columbia in the clear? Columbia is just starting to get past the line here. So if you're in Western Columbia, near I-20, if you're along I-20 in Western Columbia, you guys are in the clear. If you're along I-20 in general, west of Columbia, you guys are in the clear for the rest of the night. You guys are good.
51 to 301. ASAP. Need to be moved ASAP.
The central's clear.
$51 to 301.
Yeah, there is the debris signature right there. There is indeed a tornado in progress with this. See that right there. And that's heading off towards the Ruffin area once again.
Brian, Chief 1.
It's on Hendricks Road, need to move.
Looks like the cell near Branchville is kind of deteriorating just a slight bit, but still something to make a note of as this continues to head off towards the north and east. Could potentially recycle. I do see an area of rotation on the southeastern side of this. Watch out. If this thing slings around, that'll be your new tornado. And this thing will be back to where it was before, so watch out for that. As that storm could potentially recycle, potentially produce a tornado.
You have to call 501 on the dispatch and see where he needs them. We do not need them right here at the moment, but Chief.
Oh my goodness.
PD units to Station 7. They may not have arrived.
Look at that over here. This is a tornado that was in Allendale County earlier today. This was earlier today.
Build around us.
Look at how large that tornado is.
It's Lord help the ones that are in the path of that tornado right now.
There you go. That was a large tornado right there. Huge tornado.
We watched it build around us.
My goodness, that was humongous. Porsche just keep climbing. We continue to see more and more tornado reports here.
Sir, will be staged at your Pembroke Station, 2 personnel for call response.
Looks like the cell in Branchville is recycling. Cell in Branchville seems to be recycling. Pickles with the 4 months, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. It sounds like I've been busy. How many strong tornadoes have happened today so far, Nate? I think I've lost count. I think I've actually lost count. It's more than double digits. It's more than double digits. Or, well, not more than double digits. It's more than single digits. It's double digits.
Did you copy that traffic?
But thank you, Pickles, for becoming a member for 4 months. That's the best way to support is becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. $5 a month. You guys get special perks and stuff like that. If you want to support the channel, best way to do it is by hitting that join button down below next to the subscribe button. That's the best way to do it. So thank you so much, Pickles. I want to go over some of the super chats here real quickly. Eli with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Megan with the 10, thank you so much. Scott with the 7, thank you. I appreciate it. Robert with the 10. Alex with the 4. Also, Alex with the membership. That helps a lot, too. Thank you so much for becoming a member. April Rain and Sunshine with a 10, thank you so much. Pyro with the 2. Sandra with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Mark with the 5. And then Georgia with the 2. I really do appreciate that. I think I've covered all the super chats that have happened over the past 3 hours with me going crazy there. What's the record for the most confirmed tornadoes in one day? Someday, I think it was 1974 is when that happened. It wasn't, believe it or not, it was not April 27th. Believe it or not, it was not that. Yeah, the cell near Branchville still seems to be on the ground. This seems to potentially still have a tornado in progress. So this is something to watch out for very closely. Soul Inferno with the 5. Says, is tomorrow projected to be busier than today? I have family in northern Georgia. Heard it's supposed to be dangerous. I don't think it's supposed to be busier than today, but... new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for West Central Williamsburg County in northeastern South Carolina.
280, 200 Road.
So that is over there. Yeah, that cell in Branchville is gone. It's back on the ground again. I don't even think it was off the ground, to be completely honest with you. To be completely honest with you, I don't think it was off the ground. But you're going to see here in a second the debris signature go. The velocities are insane right now. Very bright pinks and reds moving away from the radar. Greens and blues moving towards. That is very consolidated. And that is, in my opinion, a tornado in progress right now. That is north of Branchville, approaching the Roseville area. So yeah, Solar Inferno, I don't think it's going to be as impactful as it is today. I don't think it is, but I would watch out very closely. You're in Summerville. Summerville has a little bit of time. You guys are good. The storm is expected to move north of you all. So you guys are fine over there with what the confirmed tornado warning over near Ruffin. This thing has a bounded weak echo region. This thing has a bounded weak echo region. Wow. Look at that. It's wrapping the rain all the way around the entire rotation. That's absolutely insane. What do you do if you get a tornado warning? Go underground or in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. That's the best way to do it. If you are in a mobile home, you need to get out of it and go to a sturdy structure. All right? Go to some form of sturdy structure, because mobile homes will be destroyed. All right? If you have friends or if you have a neighbor that has a sturdy structure, get into it. Ask them if you can hide out over there. Because these storms have done significant damage. And it takes a sturdy structure to be able to survive through it. And oh my goodness, there it is once again. Once again, north of Branchville, very low correlation coefficient. 2011 does not have the record. 2011 does not have the record. I know for a fact, because I answered 2011 to that same question and I got it wrong. Oh no, it was 2011 with just general tornadoes 216, but actual significant tornadoes, it was 1974. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Why not the moderate risk? Because the models didn't pick it up. Models did not pick it up. Jeez. Alright, well, here we go again. Another particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued. Another particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Bamberg and Orangeburg counties. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 6:37, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Branchville, or 12 miles east of Bamberg, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard, damaging tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Complete destruction is possible. So if you're near Branchville, all right, areas near Branchville over here. If we move over, if you're near Branchville, 66, Bowman. Bowman's an area here. If you live near Bowman, Sandy Run, Lambrick, you need to take your proper precautions now. You need to go. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and this big debris signature as possible. So there is debris It is heading off towards the 66 area right now, south of Roseville, and towards the general vicinity of Lambrick, Sandy Run, and Bowman. If you live over there near the Charleston Highway, near Bowman, you need to take your proper precautions right now. If you live south of Orangeburg, near Roseville, 66 Bowman, need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Still significant tornado ongoing. Debris is starting to fan again, so the tornado is now starting to sling the debris, or it's now starting to sling the debris in all sorts of different areas. Very concerning situation here. Yep, there was very significant rotation. Now it's kind of went down a little teeny bit more, but just very significant tornado over here near Roseville. And this is approaching the I-26 corridor here soon, just to the west of the intersection of 95 and 26. Just to the west of 95 and 26. So we gotta watch out for this very closely. Very closely here as this continues to move on through. The cell near Beaufort needs to be watched as well. Cell north of Beaufort, heading towards Charleston. That needs to be watched out for.
To Station 7. Anybody at Station 7?
Yeah, there's the debris signature still. Look at that.
We're over here on Hendricks Road. They got units assigned, blocking off the road.
There, units blocking off the road. I've attempted to raise 501 multiple times. I have nothing to get him. I assume his radio's out too.
Jeez. What state is this? This is in South Carolina. So this is another significant tornado that has occurred here in South Carolina. Another significant tornado that's occurred here in South Carolina. We got to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible once again, because this is just going to continue to be the case over and over until these storms move off the coast. But Bowman, you're in immediate danger right now. If you know anyone that lives in Bowman, South Carolina, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precaution. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. We still have some pretty significant rotation here. Just crossed over the road.
Negative.
Just crossed over the road here.
This is patients that don't have a place to stay. They need a place to shelter, warm clothes, food.
Yeah, my goodness. I can't believe it. Is it going to hit North Charleston? No, North Charleston is a little too far south. There is a cell that's over here near Beaufort, however, that can head towards Charleston. That's one that I'm a bit concerned about. So we'll watch out for that. But that is heading off towards the general vicinity of Charleston. I'll watch very closely with that.
Acknowledge when you get out. Come all the way around to Wilma Edwards by the golf course.
Any possible tornadoes in Georgia? It doesn't look like it at the moment. I'm going to move some of my radars here.
Go. 41.
Go to Moody Air Force Base. Try and see if there's anything on the southern side. I don't see anything, so that's the good news there.
Check completely.
EMS 3 to command. We were just at Homestead. We got ran out by a tornado touching.
So I don't see a whole lot.
Now? Or was that earlier?
Approximately about 7 minutes ago.
line just moved through in Allendale. So Allendale is now in the clear. Allendale no longer gets any more tornadoes for tonight. For tonight, there is no more tornadic activity over there for Allendale. I want to see something over here real quickly. Trying to look here to see if I have any cameras for you all. Oh, that's going to be an interesting one. Trying to find, as I said, a camera. It is looking west. It is looking east. West. East. East. So that's really interesting. I'll see what happens as that pushes on through. And whether or not I can use those cameras. But there is still a tornado in progress over here, just to the west of Bowman. See the debris signature. You note to the debris signature here from correlation coefficient. Ooh, 911 call center in Jasper County. Funnel cloud was sighted near Interstate 95 along exit 21. So that was from the cell that was over here in Beaufort. And that cell is eventually heading off towards Charleston. Is there any sky cameras over in Charleston? Anyone know if there's any sky cameras in Charleston, South Carolina? Jeez. Look at that. Look at this damage over here. This is in Warner Robins, Georgia. All right, so there was the cell that was approaching the radar south of Macon. Look at some of the damage there. And that was the wall cloud in their area. Holy. Absolutely insane there. It's absolutely insane what they got. Wow. Here's some, the views of the damage. Jeez. Yeah, more damage of the trees down in Ulmer. Wow. That's absolutely insane. Alright, it looks like the debris signature has officially went away here for the Bowman cell. Looks like it has officially went away. That's the good news. Once again, there is a new cell that is heading... Eventually, this will eventually head towards... Eventually. This will go straight towards Charleston. So, if there is any sky cameras over in Charleston, please be sure to send them to me on Twitter so that I may be able to see what's going on there as well. Is there still a tornado on the ground? Just checked. The one that's over near Bowman, not at the moment. Looks like it just lifted. Just lifted. Still numerous tornado warnings, however. And then there's even cells that could potentially even be producing tornadoes in the future that aren't tornado warned as well. So we're watching out for that very closely. Yeah. A couple of significant tornadoes are still possible here, according to the Storm Prediction Center. So anywhere that's out in front of the line, anywhere that's out in front of that line could potentially get some tornadic rotation. Yeah, that cell in Bowman still looks like it's trying to spin up more. Actually, it still looks like, according to this radar, which looks a little bit closer to the ground, a little bit closer to the ground. This says that this is on the ground right now, over here from Columbia. So the cell in Bowman may still be on the ground. Still looks like it. Still looks like it here. So glad I found another radar here. Glad I found another radar. Because it definitely kind of looked like before that it wasn't on the ground. Now it's kind of spun up. Maybe a smaller tornado here on the southern side. So there definitely is something there. There definitely is something there that's progressing more and more. So I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all by this. Yeah, this thing still looks like it's on the ground right now. Traffic cameras of Charleston. Yeah, so this is still apparently a particularly dangerous situation. Public still reports tornado on the ground. Public still reports tornado on the ground over here near Bowman. Still going. Yeah, probably lifted for a moment and then lowered again, to be completely honest with you. Good call, Danny. That could definitely be the case. I wouldn't be surprised if that was it either. But yeah, this is tornado back on the ground near Bowman. Debris signature got a little teeny bit smaller. So that's the good news. Might be a new area of rotation here that's moving right over. Right over the interstate, though. Ooh. Let's go, let's actually go full screen here. Show you what's going on here. This is the exit. This is the closest exit to where the tornadic rotation is currently located. Closest exit. Just crossed over the interstate right here. This is the closest exit. There does look like there could have potentially been something tornadic right within there. Yeah, that cell south of Jacksonboro, that's still something to watch out for.
Tornado warning for southeastern Calhoun County in central South Carolina, southwestern Clarendon County in central South Carolina,
extension
central Orangeburg County in central South Carolina.
Still a PDS, large and extremely dangerous tornado. Still a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Wow. Another tornado warning. Yeah, they issued a new tornado warning there. South of Charleston. New tornado warning south of Charleston as well. So we'll watch out for that. Do think that was a good reason why they issued a tornado warning over there. I want to go over to Columbia, South Carolina, because they probably have the best radar on this. And they do. And they do. I don't see any tornado on the ground right now. All right. This area right here. This is no longer a tornado. You see, velocities are not within that area. Not anywhere close. So, I don't think this is it. It's this area right here that we have to watch out for. But we do have to watch out. Once again, particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning has been issued for some of these areas. In a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning means a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Bowman, or 12 miles southeast of Brookdale. So it's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Emergency management confirmed tornado southeast of Roseville at 6:47. This tornado is over I-26 moving towards I-95. And this is moving towards I-95 as well. Oh, what? They're using the camera to try and see if they can find anything. Let's see. Let's see what they find. Yeah, I'd be looking off over there. I think that might be it. Whatever it is over there. He's turning around. I don't think that's where the tornado is at. I think if I were trying to find the tornado here. If I were trying to find the tornado, it would have been up there. In that lowering. There's a pretty dark lowering that's over there. That's what I would have tried to find. But still a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. I wonder. Headed south. So that's an interesting camera. Right there. That's south as well. That's an interesting camera. That's an interesting camera. That's north. That is north as well. That's south. So there is some cameras here. All right, we could potentially see some activity here soon if this continues to go the way that it does. We have some really good cameras of what's going on. Everything's facing north for whatever reason. I have no clue why. But there's definitely something tornadic that has moved on through that general vicinity. We're going to have to watch out for it very closely. Is Florida okay? Depends upon where you are in Florida. Get some strong damaging winds. Maybe even some spotty hail. And of course the tornadoes. But if you're in like western Florida, should be fine. That was in Elabel in Georgia.
Not good. It's all over, boy.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Holy. Standing on his porch and watching this thing. Look at the trees. Wow. Look at that. Oh my.
That is not good. Not good.
This is not what you should do. This is not what you should do. Do not do that. Do not stand outside. That's one of the craziest things I've seen as footage-wise. You have your big tornado that's right in front of you, your rear flank downdraft. Look at all the debris coming off from this house. Roof gone. All that debris could be slung right into you. Don't do that, alright? But my goodness, that's... Holy crap. That's one of the craziest things I think I've ever seen. Oh my. Yeah, tornado sucks in everything. My goodness. It's one of the crazy things. That was one of the craziest things I think I've ever seen. Castle County, North Carolina. Anything to worry about? Let me check. You guys are fine for today. Castle County is good. Selling Santee is starting to develop more. I'll continue to watch this pretty closely, but my goodness. Yeah, tornadoes are things you do not want to mess with. Never ever want to mess with. Oh my goodness, they can flip on a dime and do so much. Do so much damage. Selling St. George and Grover as well as Harleyville. That's a sell to watch. Could potentially see something new off of that. Maybe a brief tornado. So that's something to make a note of. Potentially on the backside of the supercell, there could also be something over there too. But yeah, my oh my. Yeah, I'm checking the Charleston cell. There is rotation on it. It is getting closer and closer to Charleston. Half an hour until this actually gets into that area. And, yeah, my goodness. As I said, one of the craziest things I think I've ever seen. Another channel is a cam in Savannah. See, if only I knew where that camera was so I can show it to you guys. Because I have no clue where to find it. Not one clue. Oh my. Well, the good news here, guys, is that this risk is getting squished. All right, it's getting squished out. All right, what I mean by that is, look at this here, guys. Look at this. See this line right here? Everything to the right of this is what is still tornadic. Everything to the left, you're done. Everything to the left, you're done. So as this line continues to move further and further eastward, all right, this is basically creating more areas to where there isn't going to be severe weather anymore and people will be done, which is good. What time do these storms move on through, according to the HRRR? Line at about 10-ish Eastern. We've been live for 10 hours already. We've been going, doing everything we can. Covering all sorts of tornadoes and stuff like that. Still going here. Gonna hopefully even cover tomorrow. What even happens tomorrow? Let's see. Latest model says not as significant of activity as today. That is the good news. Jeez, yeah, look at that. Heavy parameters over here. Very heavy parameters. You have that on one side, that on the other. Oh. So it's just like the capping inversion alleviated. Interesting. And of course the supercells moved on through. What the heck is that over there? That doesn't make any sense either. You're gonna have a storm or two that forms over there in southeastern Oklahoma. That sounds about right. Tomorrow. Ooh, there is a threat for southern portions of Georgia once again in the afternoon. Lot of Cape there. Lot of Cape. So we'll be covering those storms live once again on the channel here. If you guys are willing to come back, feel free to do so. We probably will have a lot more sleep by then. Because, you know, if you guys were here with the channel last night, we actually had a live stream up until 3 in the morning Eastern. And then we had start up our live stream again at 9 in the morning this morning. So, there you go. David has became a member. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Once again, if you guys want to become a member to help support the channel, all right? Best way to support the channel, if you want to do so, it's clicking this join button down below. You click that join button, $5 a month. You get special perks, emotes, badges, and stuff like that. You even get exclusive content that's uploaded for you guys only. So if you want to do that, please be sure to do so. I'm actually curious as to how many members we have right now. How many memberships do we have? YouTube is not loading. So it seems as if last time we checked, we had, oh wow, there it is. We have 136 members. 136 members here on the channel. That's amazing. Yeah, we've been sitting here for 10 hours. 10 hours and 15 minutes. And we've been just trying to make sure that people continue to stay safe when these storms continue to move on through. So that's the big thing we're trying to make sure happens. Is people stay safe. Yeah, Nate did break YouTube apparently. Yeah, it looks like at 9 o'clock is when these storms finally move on through. So I think that's probably still the time frame in which we actually get off. I still think we can. Sky cameras over here. Oh yeah, this is in Charleston. There you go. So look at that. Put that there in my live camera collection. Thanks, Becca. I didn't just realize it until just now, actually. So that's pretty cool. There's only one confirmed tornado warning. But it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, so it's not in progress at the moment, which is the good news. Ooh. So that's an interesting view there that we have. Oh, yeah. Look at this, guys, here. Let's go full screen to this. This here is north of Santee. This is right in the inflow notch right here, where there could potentially be a new wall cloud developing. A lot of lightning on the backside. So that's something to watch out for. And there's also some rotation north of that. I'm probably going to cycle to the new camera over here, another camera. Looking off to the north, all right? You look off to the left side over there. Wall cloud over in that general vicinity there too. So that's something to consider. New tornado warning. Oh, look at that. Yeah, there is a new tornado warning. This is for the cell that's in Harleyville. Yeah, Harleyville. Not done yet. There is something tornadic right there. So if you live near Harleyville along I-26, actually, I want to see. Do we have a cam there? It's along I-26. It's looking up towards Harleyville. Do we? That person either slid off the road or fell off up here. That is a car accident, everyone. That is a car accident. Yeah, that's not good. That's near Harleyville, South Carolina. I'm trying to see over here. Jeez. All right, so the tornadic rotation is starting to pass right next to the area where this camera is at. Right next to this camera. You can see the visibility over here. And visibility is gone. Visibility is gone over there. Yeah, that car can no longer be seen. My goodness. Lot more rain starting to fall here. Yeah, look at this. Visibility dropping. Ooh, wind is starting to spike here. See trees starting to whirl everywhere. Looks like it just crossed the road. There's a flash of lightning. Looks like the rain is moving this way here. Oh, yeah.
Tornado warning for
Look at that.
Central Clarendon County in
Look at
central
that.
South Carolina, southeastern Orangeburg County in central South Carolina.
That's the extension for the Harleyville cell. It's the extension. Yep, this thing is starting to whirl. Look at the trees. Look at the trees on the right-hand side. Yep, here it is. This might be right next to where the tornado's at. This might be right next to where the tornado's at. Yep, tornado just crossed right in front of us. People are pulling over to the side. Tornado just crossed the interstate right there. Tornado just crossed the interstate right in front of us. And it just weakened a bit. Now the wind is not as significant now. Lot of lightning there, though. Looks like people are running hazards, for the most part, from what I can tell. Visibility is starting to become a lot easier to get a hold of now. Sheesh. Yeah, it looks like the wind is moving this way now. So the tornadic rotation is off to our right somewhere. Off to our right. Potential tornado that just moved across the interstate here. Potential tornado that just moved across the interstate. Chris with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. What did you live in Upper South Carolina? Clouds still linger. It was black outside at 3 p.m. Yeah, scary stuff. Glad you're all right. Glad you're all right. Harry Hollis with the 2, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Let's go back to our half and half screen right here. Here's the rotation in question. You can see this is where the reds and pinks move away. Greens and grays moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation will be. Just went across where our camera was just at. Our camera was right there. Camera's right there. And we saw the wind starting to whirl around to the side of it. So yeah, definitely had potentially a tornado that just crossed right in front of us with that camera. Got home from practice. What did you miss? Yeah, a lot of SIG tours. A lot of SIG tours. Evening, Destiny. This cell over here near Hollywood and Folly Beach is starting to fall apart. Folly Beach is right on the edge of the tornado warning. I would still stay indoors in the lowest innermost part of your building. I would still do so. There's also a developing rotation over here along the line. Remember, tornadoes do form along the line still. So we have to watch out for that very closely. But I would still stay in your safe space if you're near Folly Beach, Seabrook Island, Rockville, Edisto Island, Kiowa Island as well. Stay in a sturdy structure. Somerton could potentially be something tornadic over there. Let's see if we can catch that with the camera. Go up to Manning. This is looking north. Looking south. There you go. So hopefully we'll be able to see something as this crosses this general vicinity. Maybe something tornadic that's to the north of Somerton. We'll see. How much is a membership? Just $5 a month. Just $5 a month. That's the reason why I say it's the most efficient way of supporting the channel, because it's monthly. All right, that $5, you know, adds up. So, yeah, $5 a month. You get exclusive perks, stuff like that. Badges, emotes. So yeah, all sorts of cool stuff there. Yeah, just a reminder, I want to look at that footage again. I want to look at that video again. This was earlier on. The guy who's literally watching the tornado pass through.
It's all over, bull. Look at that. Crazy. Trees falling down.
Jeez. He literally just said, "There goes the roof." Yeah, that's one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I'm not gonna lie. It's also one of the boldest decisions that someone's probably gonna make, and probably one of the stupidest decisions that someone is gonna make. So, that's a thing. But my goodness, that's one of the most insane storms I've ever seen. One of the most insane storms I have ever seen. Hmm. We're gonna see here in a second. Put that on the side. We'll do half and... So display capture 2. I don't have that actually. So let's just go full right now, and I'll walk you guys through what's going on right now. Actually, let's go half and half, and then we'll go full on the camera, live camera. So there is some rotation over here near Somerton. It's now, now starting to cross over the interstate here. All right, green's moving towards, red's moving away, right in the middle. Tornadic rotation. That's where it exists. And so we're trying to watch this camera here on the top part of the screen here, and let's actually go full. here in a second, but we're trying to see if there's potentially a tornado right within there. If you're in Manning and Forreston and Alcholu, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, let's see if there is a tornado that moves on through here. Rotation starting to move over the camera. Let's see if we get something. $1933, 36. Interesting. Yeah, I don't see anything on the ground right now. From the looks of it, just seems like there's just general rotation at the moment. A lot of rain over there. Oof. A lot of strong winds over there. That's not really helping a whole lot. This is out. Ooh, new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Florence County in northeastern South Carolina, west central Horry County in northeastern South Carolina, south central Marion County in northeastern South Carolina, northeastern Williamsburg County in northeastern South Carolina.
Interesting. New tornado warning south of Florence. I'm assuming it's near the Johnsville area near Lake City. Definitely something near there. Someone in the chat wants a Discord link. Yeah, if you want to join my Discord server, all right? I talk on Discord all the time, and I try and, I try to communicate with people, newcomers. I'm in group chats I'm in the general chats. I'm in voice chats and stuff like that. So if you want to join the Discord server, we even have classes ongoing. We even have classes. Join the Discord server. It's in the chat. Charleston is currently getting showers and thunderstorms at the moment. I'll show Charleston in a bit. But there is the new tornado warning over here near Johnsville. Or Johnsonsville, I should say. And, yeah, it does have a little bit of tornadic rotation with it. You can see that you've got some greens moving towards the radar. Got some reds moving away. So you got the classic counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere, which signifies that there probably is something tornadic in this area. Let's see. Someone sent me something here. It's really interesting. What app does Ryan Hall y'all use? I think he uses Omega. He uses WSV3, which in my opinion is too flashy. WSV3 is too flashy and is not worth it compared to some of the other products. And I think he used GR level 3. GR level 3. Yeah, I use GR2. If you want the link to the radar that I use, it does cost a lot of money. So it's a 21-day free trial. But then afterwards, it's just a one-time purchase of a lot of money of $250. But if you want to do this full-time, or if you want to be like, you know, an actual weather person, with like radar and stuff like that, you want to get consistently good radar, that's the place to go with. All right. GR2 is the best radar in all of radars. Only 4 tornado warnings at this time with 3 storms. So that's interesting. There is rotation once again still near Johnsonville. So something to where if you guys live over there, need to watch out. Any changes for tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow's not supposed to be as bad as today. That is consistent. Highway Angel with the 25. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to me. Everyone say thank you to Highway. It says on here that they tipped 25. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the 25. Really does mean a lot. Yeah, there is rotation over here along Johnsonville. We are so close to this event being done, guys. So close. As soon as these storms all move off the coast, we're done. Or at least when we get to 9 o'clock Eastern, we're done. Yeah, someone sent me 100 and I was speechless. Yeah, that was early in my career when I was, I thought that it was impossible to give those type of donations, but
Tornado warning for southeastern Lee County in central South Carolina, northeastern Clarendon County in central South Carolina, east central Sumter County in central South Carolina.
That thing's producing a tornado right over Manning. That thing is producing a tornado right over Manning. Wow. Tornado in progress. Tornado in progress over Manning. Tornado in progress right now over Manning. If you're in Manning, New Zion, Turbeville, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. All right? Because this is another tornado. Another one. You need to heed the warning of the National Weather Service, because this one is a confirmed tornado warning. Confirmed tornado warning within this area. And you need to heed the warnings of the National Weather Service. Need to. Let's go half and half screen. This is right next to Manning. This is right next to where the tornado would be. It's not going to go right over the interstate, but it's going to be right next to it. There was a tornado. We could be able to see it with our top screen. Here's the velocities here. Greens are moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. Right in the middle, gate to gate, pixel to pixel. Right there is where it's consolidated. So there is where a tornado is currently ongoing, right within there. And the velocities have deteriorated, which is the good news. They have came and gone, but still, there is a big debris signature here. There is a debris signature, which tells me that there is potentially a tornado that is moving on through here. So once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. My goodness. Another PDS. Jeez. Once again, if you live near Manning and New Zion, you need to get in your safe space. We need to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by hitting that like button down below, we're so close to having 2,000 people in total today, hitting that like button down below to help get us get the information out to more and more people. By doing that, you're actually helping me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. All right, so particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning has been issued for Lee, Clarendon, and Sumter counties. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Alcolu, or near Manning, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard damaging tornado. Source radar confirmed tornado. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. That is what the National Weather Service has said on this storm right here that is currently producing a tornado. You can see right here, this is the debris signature. Everything else in the red is rain. And then you have the blue. And then, of course, if we go a couple scans before, we have the green right in this. And then a couple of scans before, we have the blue. So that is all indicating this tornado lofting debris up into the atmosphere. All right, so if you live over there, highly recommend you take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you are near Gable, Wilson Crossroads, Cypress Fork Crossroads, and areas near Sardinia, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Black River Road, underground or lowest innermost part of your building right now. Yeah, you need to take your proper precautions. Is Florence okay? Yeah, Florence is outside of a tornado warning at the moment. They are not in the immediate danger, so that is the good news. But yeah, there is yeah, there is some tornadic debris over here near Manning. It is indicating that there is a tornado off in this general area. And yeah, there is the debris signature once again, still there. Yeah, there is definitely a debris signature still. About Conway. Conway, South Carolina. They are outside of a tornado warning. The tornadic storm is heading off in their general vicinity. In their general area. Let's go back to that storm in question, see what it's doing. It looks like it might be heading off just a bit to the north of you all, so that's the good news. But there is some stuff that's heading off towards Conway, South Carolina, so I'd watch out for that. I'd definitely watch out. That sun is really starting to come out in that camera. Let's go full screen now. There is still a tornadic debris signature there. There is a tornado debris signature, TDS. Still just to the north and east of Manning, heading towards the New Zion area. Eventually, even off towards the Cypress Fork Crossroads and the Black River Road area. If you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Let's go back to the stuff that's over in Charleston. Very strong damaging winds over here with these storms approaching North Charleston now. So Charleston is now starting to kind of get into the risk. Let's see. What's happening here with the Holiday Inn cam? Ooh. Quite a bit of lightning over here. Jeez. Well, right now, luckily, there aren't any, well, there is, but there isn't at the same time. Hopefully this will update so that we can get a better idea. No, it's still on the ground. This thing is still going. It's the little tornado that could. Am I having grilled cheese? No, I'm having chicken. Well, chicken Alfredo. I think it's kind of a mix for chicken Alfredo. $29,000 subscribers. Am I really there? Yeah, look at that. 29,000 subscribers. We're getting closer to 30,000. There you go. Once again, all right, the goal is 71,008 subscribers. When we get there, that's the ultimate goal. All right. So we're getting closer. We are getting closer. Let's see. Yeah, hopefully I'll get there. Hopefully we'll get to 71,008 subscribers. When we get there, you know, or if we get there, and we'll be able to, well, I'll be able to celebrate because that number means a lot to me. There's reports of debris on Interstate 26 and debris in the air, possible tornado in Harleyville. So we may have saw, that actually probably was a tornado that we saw as it crossed the interstate. Interstate 26, about half an hour to 45 minutes ago. More than likely was a tornado over there that we just saw. Very strong damaging winds approaching Charleston now. Very strong damaging winds. The old Santee Canal park cam. Supercell near Concordia, Missouri, developing a nice hook. Come on, not already. Not already. What? Excuse me? That thing is in an amazing environment. 10 out of 10. What even is over there? What even is over there? That is not legit. That is also not tornadic. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Florence County in northeastern South Carolina, central Williamsburg County in northeastern South Carolina.
So that's a new tornado warning here for areas near Kingstree. What radar would be the closest to this? Columbia. So there is a new tornado warning here for Kingstree, the city of Kingstree. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, I do believe that these storms are heading off into your general vicinity, and you need to watch out. I do think they could be tornadic, so that is something we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. How many tornadoes so far today? A lot. Too many. Way too many. Way too many tornadoes. I'll pull this up here real quickly. On the right side. Because in the tornado that went down Fort Howard Road was trying to leave, and no message was sent to me yet. Jeez. Is everyone all right over there on Dead Drift? Everyone all right over there? Can we see it in 3D? It's really hard to see it in 3D right now. It is very hard. Ooh, reports of damage in Santee, trees down on a house. Interesting. It's very hard to see things in 3D right now because of how messy it is. How messy all the rain and velocities are. So you probably wouldn't see a whole lot, to be completely honest with you. Probably wouldn't see a whole lot. What is the magenta warning outline inside of Florence warning? Tornado emergency? No, tornado emergency is like a burgundy color. The pink line, or the pink box, is a confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado. Security guard with the 1 as well. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. This is still a PDS tornado warning. They still say that this thing is on the ground right now. They still say that this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. And they still say that this is moving off towards the north and east, so this is something to watch. Yeah, particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning still for those areas. Jeez. That is unfortunate on Dead Drift. Praying for their family. That's all I can do. Yeah, storms are now passing through Charleston now. And give or take, we are getting closer to the end of this event. We are getting closer. Now, we will have to end the live stream here in 50 minutes. In 50 minutes, the live stream will have to end, because that's how long YouTube live streams typically last. Is little under 12 hours. But yeah, there's quite a few rotations over here from Kingston, or Kingstree, over to Salters, Lane, and then areas further along. Something to watch out for as well. Did this produce a tornado? What? This produced a tornado near Anor. So if you're near Anor, yeah, this thing is still going. If you're near Anor here in South Carolina, north of Conway, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, Anor, all right? Aynor in South Carolina. There is a tornado in progress right now. So if you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them, take their proper precautions, underground, or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, once again, continue to try and share information to people who may be out in front of this. All right, Myrtle Beach is a big area. Myrtle Beach is an area that's going to get hit by these storms. Let's actually take a timing as to when Myrtle Beach can be impacted by these storms. In about an hour, give or take. So Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, Conway. You guys are all getting this severe activity that's moving through your area. Yeah, there is definitely a tornado that's near Aynor. If you know anyone that lives over near Aynor, all right, let's actually see where other places are near this. Aynor, Cool Spring, areas near Rehoboth, Gideon. Areas near Pleasant View, Play Cards. And Ketchup Town, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Because there is a tornado heading straight for you guys. Aynor. Okay, so Aynor. So if you live over here in Aynor, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, please need to watch out for this because there is a tornado heading straight for you all. So once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. In Georgia, there will be another outbreak tomorrow. There is a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale tomorrow. If you guys want to come back for the severe weather coverage tomorrow, feel free to do so because we will be live. It hopefully won't be as significant as today. I don't think it will be as significant as today. But there is the chance for tornadoes here. 5% chance for tornadoes indicated in this brown area. So that is something to watch out for. But this is north of Conway in South Carolina. North of Conway, near the Aynor areas, the Gideon, the Rehoboth, as well as the Cool Spring, Pleasant View general vicinity. There's a tornado that is moving on through this general area. If you guys live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get to your safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, there is definitely a cell there. Kingston rotation. I mean, Kingstree? Ooh. AS Normal with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Sure to take care of myself. Yeah, I will. Believe me. As soon as the stream is done, I plan to sleep. I plan to sleep. Yeah, Kingstree. There's only one tornado warning. Only one tornado warning now. There is only one. Let's hope it stays that way. Let's hope it actually shrinks. Autobot032 with the membership. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to my channel. Thank you. Thank you for putting up $5 a month. That really does mean a lot. That's the best way to support my channel is by becoming a member. And it really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much for becoming a member. If you want to become a member yourself, all right, if you want to become a member, then here is the link in the chat. Link in the chat. There it is, weather on the go. There it is. We didn't have tornadoes until they start putting in these traffic circles. Because you want to know why? When people go round and round, it causes disturbance in the atmosphere, which causes tornadoes. Good luck, Becca. Good luck, Becca. Have a nice sleep. Enjoy yourself. And I hope everything works out well for you. Is Atlanta in the highest risk for tornadoes tomorrow? Yeah, but everywhere is in the highest risk for tornadoes tomorrow, to be completely fair with you. See this entire 5% chance for tornadoes? This giant brown area? All that area is in a risk for tornadoes. So that is something to make a note of. Would I ever chase Southwest monsoon season? Possibly. I probably have to go look more in depth as to what it provides. But I mean, chasing is chasing, honestly. So I don't see why not. How's the Florida-Georgia border look? Getting pretty windy here in Hilliard, Florida, specifically about 45 minutes south of Waycross. Let me take a look here. You guys aren't in a severe thunderstorm warning. There's a lot of strong damaging winds in behind this, but nothing really too much besides that. So that's kind of the good news. Well, that was lightning. Yeah. But that's pretty much it with that. Alright, so they did issue the new mesoscale discussion. Threat for damaging winds and a few tornadoes will continue over the next couple of hours before gradually diminishing through the late evening as the squall pushes offshore. Regional imagery from the eastern Carolinas continues to show discrete to semi-discrete cells ahead of an approaching squall line. Several the more tornadic supercells have begun to interact with the line, yielding messier storm modes. Trend will continue as the line moves towards the Carolina coast over the next few hours. Until this occurs, a supportive kinematic environment ahead of the line will continue to support a tornado threat with both discrete cells ahead of the line and embedded circulations. Tornado potential may be maximized over the next couple of hours along just north of a weak warm front noted near the South Carolina-North Carolina border, where surface winds are backed to the east-southeast and low-level helicity is likely enhanced. Storms will likely continue to the east-central North Carolina coast over the next few hours, but the need for a downstream watch is uncertain and will be conditional on the degree of destabilization that can occur over the next couple of hours. That is something interesting to note. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Pettis
County
in central Missouri, south central Saline County in central Missouri.
Why?
Southwestern Cooper County in central Missouri.
Why? Why do they do this? There's a new tornado warning in Missouri. It's for Pettis, Saline, and Cooper counties here in Missouri. But yeah, it is a new tornado warning over there. Rotation is not the best. Rotation is really not the best. But yeah, there is a tornado warning over here in Missouri. So if you live near Nelson, Pilot Grove, Pleasant Green, Clifton City, guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I mean, the supercell in itself, it looks like a supercell, okay? It looks like a bona fide supercell. But don't let it fool you from the fact that the vertical wind profiles are not good within this area. They are not good. Alright, so here, let's actually see something. I want to check something here real quickly. Yeah, this thing is kind of pretty messy. Yeah, there is a tornado warning in Missouri. That is true, I can confirm. I'm trying to see why this tornado warning is what it is. It's being weird. Yeah. That's all I got there for the most part. But yeah, there is a new tornado warning over here for Pettis, Saline, and Cooper counties. And that will be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So it's basically south of I-70. And it's approaching the Columbia areas near Pilot Grove, Pleasant Green, and Clifton City. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. Celinda, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. It really does mean a lot to my channel, so thank you so much for becoming a member. And Undead Drift, once again, with a 2, says Gainesville spawns the worst storms in Georgia. That sounds about right. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support from you guys. As I said, you know, becoming a member really does help my channel a lot. So you guys, you know, we've had a lot of members here so far today, and it really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much. Got some pictures of damage over here in Manning, South Carolina. There's some damage across the board over here. Looks like a big fence that got torn down. What radar do I use? It's GR2 Analyst. It's in the description down below. 21-day free trial. And afterwards, it does cost a bit of money. $250 in total. So if you want a more affordable weather app, weather radar, go to Radar Scope or Radar Omega. That is the way to go. We have been live. All right, I just gotta say. We have been live for 11 hours and 16 minutes. That's... wow. Yep. That's long live stream. For longest live stream, Nate. Yeah, there it is. Definitely not gonna do that. Definitely not gonna break the Guinness Book of World Records. Ooh. Wind gust over here in Charleston. 67 miles per hour. 67 mile per hour wind gust over there. Definitely some strong damaging winds that have moved on through. Give me a second. Pull that up here. We're just sitting around here for the most part. Everyone's saying Missouri, so... bleh. What's happening over here? This thing is rotating, but it's super weak. Super weak. This could potentially produce a tornado heading towards Pleasant Green and Pilot Grove, but it's just right now it's super weak. Has low cape, low shear. Press X to doubt. There's some lightning with this, though. We'll say. That is not a debris signature. Not a debris signature. No. Not a tornado on the ground. I'm going to outline this here for you all. I'm going to outline it. Ready? Boom! Magic. It's all inflow. Not a tornado on the ground. Yeah, not a tornado. Yep, that's inflow. With as weak and as broad as the rotation is, wouldn't be surprised if it dropped a tornado, but you never know. Yeah, of course. Be funny. Yeah. So this tornado warning over here, Pleasant Green, Pilot Grove, as well as Clifton City, need to watch out. Need to watch out for something tornadic in that area. So Pettis and Cooper counties in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's go take a look at some of the cells that are over here. That's a cell to watch out for. Oh, the velocities are dying. That is a thing. That is indeed a thing. Radar is starting to kind of lose its marbles a little bit. Starting to lose its marbles. Still getting a bunch of reports of strong damaging winds over here in Charleston, but the big line has passed on through. So I think from Charleston and I-26 onwards, you guys are in the clear. If you're along I-26, you guys are in the clear. Storm near Conway is kind of interesting. Yeah, that thing does have rotation there. Near the Myrtle Beach general vicinity. There is something over there, so that is something to watch out for. That is something to watch out for. Go back to the storm in Missouri. Still not a tornado. Still not a tornado. It is just inflow. Just inflow. Just warm, moist air being pulled into the inflow. I have no clue if this is accurate or not, but we have 29,225 subscribers. So we are climbing. We are trucking. We're getting there. We are getting there. We're getting close to 30,000 subscribers. We're getting close to 30,000. And that's pretty cool in my honest opinion. As I said, we've been covering this for an absorbent period of time here today. What? 11 and a half hours. 11 and a half hours for us covering this. So the fact that we've been growing our channel this much over that same time period, trying to inform people of all the stuff ahead of time, you know, happy to hear that a lot of people are subscribing to the channel. Really does mean a lot to me. No, I haven't, B-Dogs. I haven't. I have not seen asphalt ripping on Twitter. Try and see if I can pull this up here on the side. Jeez. This was in Pembroke, Georgia. If you guys remember Pembroke. Look at that, guys. Big tornado right there. Look at that. Holy crap. That debris just gets picked back up. It got slung and then it got pulled back like a yo-yo. Holy crap. Gotta watch that again. That is intense. Look at that. Someone's roof getting shred apart and then it just gets flicked it back like a yo-yo. That's... And to think they didn't issue a PDS for this one. There's some damage over by Troy. Car got flipped from the storm that we were looking at earlier on. Really interesting there. Sheesh. Yeah, Morgan, you missed today. True facts. You have missed a lot of stuff today. I know you have your own life and stuff like that, but today, ow. I'll tell you all about it if you wait 30 minutes, because I'm going to end the stream here in 20. And this is something where I have to end the stream too. Alright. Of course, the actual event is starting to die out completely. Alright, look at this. Look at this. See these general showers and thunderstorms here? Not really a whole lot left over in these areas. So there is not really too much. Want to call now? Yeah, I'll bite. I'll bite. Go for it. Call me on whichever one you want. Yeah, I mean, my goodness. Today, this coverage today, probably one of the more insane days I've covered. In regards to the tornadic potential overperforming. In regards to tornadic potential overperforming. Tornadoes do damage regardless. Sure, that may do damage and stuff like that, but tornadoes do damage regardless. One may do more, but, you know, an EF2 and EF4 in some instances, you know, may just be separated by how much damage it does. You can have an EF4 strength EF2 that doesn't hit anything. So, always that. How do?
Following about today.
Yeah, you should. I actually called 4 hours in advance. I said, dude, southern South Carolina is gonna go. Areas near like Savannah and, you know, Charleston, areas north of that, they're gonna go we're probably going to see Sigtors. And lo and behold, there's like 5 of them. There's like 5 of them. Of course, there was a bunch of Sigtors over in like, you know, Georgia and Alabama, and even one in Mississippi that I missed because I didn't live stream early enough. But today was just like, so yeah, what do you want to know? Because I could tell you all you need to know.
What damage was like totaled from the tornado emergency vicinity?
Like damage?
Damage. Like that is known at the moment.
Significant damage has been reported, but there hasn't been really a lot of pictures to come from it. City of Allendale. Allendale over there. There's been reports of significant damage. And then areas north of Allendale, there was a second tornado that hit right next to Allendale, literally 2.5 hours later. Almost the same strength, maybe a little bit weaker, just a little tad bit weaker, that hit the town of Ulmer. And so there was that thing. Then it eventually continued to produce a couple extra tornadoes. There was also, obviously, the tornado in Pembroke that I'm sure you've seen. And then a couple other tornadoes that moved about. There's a lot of tornadoes that were near Macon. As a matter of fact, there was a significant tornado that was near Bonaire, which is right next to KJGX, or Robbins Air Force Base, in Macon. And that one was a significant tornado. That one actually was a bit long track, too, inside the QLCS. Yeah. That was significant. It was like 180 gate to gate.
Jesus.
And that was at like 500 feet above ground level, too.
Mm-hmm. Come on, Earth, load, you piece of crap.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I can... Oh, by the way, there's also a tornado warning in Missouri.
Yeah, why is there a tornado warning barely in a marginal risk in Missouri? I asked that.
Because they saw a supercell and they said, yes, it's going to do it.
And the supercell's about to oof itself because it's going to surge its RFD too much.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, you can't see the tornado emergency on Earth. It's too far back, but...
I'll look back someday.
Yeah, it was there. Heck, you can even go back in the live stream and find it. I actually was talking about it like a good 30, 45 minutes before it happened, too. I was just like, dude, there it is. There's that cell. It's gonna do it. So, you want to know something funny? The only tornado warning we have is in Missouri. And that's in effect for another 9 minutes. So, that's a thing.
I'm tired. Jeez.
You think you're tired. You say you're
I have
tired.
a life and I have school.
Yeah, well.
So.
Yeah, I live streamed from 8 last night all the way, or 8? 9 last night all the way over to 3 in the morning. Then I got 3-4 hours sleep. Woke back up at like 8. Went to start the live stream at 9, and now here I am. We've been live streaming for 11 hours and 37 minutes.
Can't imagine. Your stream's gonna get oofed by YouTube if you don't stop soon.
Yeah, I gotta stop at 11:55. which is the plan.
So like 850-ish?
Yeah, 850-ish. Yeah.
Weather on the go, a tornado does not need to be on the ground for a long period of time to be strong.
Yeah.
That's fairly consensual. That's a fair consensus. The stronger tornadoes are on the ground longer, but a strong tornado can occur with the tornado that was on the ground for a brief period of time.
You want to know?
Take El Reno for example. Back at the beginning of last decade, the tornado, a new tornado warning. The tornado itself was huge, but it's for the Missouri cell.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know why they
Tornado
issued another
warning
warning on
for
that. Anyway,
Central Cooper County in central Missouri.
that had mesoforts that were on the ground for brief periods and created EF4, EF5 damage.
Yeah.
In areas that it was recorded. And then you have the stuff like the
Joplin.
Then you have stuff like
you can talk about Joplin and how it went from 0 to 100 within like a minute. Went to like peak intensity.
Seconds, not even a minute.
Yeah, not even a minute. You know, you can go into all sorts of these different examples of how these tornadoes, some of these even strong tornadoes, started out strong in the beginning and then withered that way.
Mm-hmm. So saying an EF2 tornado isn't strong is A, incorrect, and B, inconsiderate. That's just my 2 cents there.
How's it looking for Gary tonight? Gary's going to get some general showers and thunderstorms for the most part. I would have to say so, at least.
This is nice. So up in northeast Missouri has fairly decent elevated rotation. So
yeah,
that's great. Block button has been super useful. This seems legit. Pea-sized tail estimated out of LaBelle, Missouri, northeast Missouri, associated with the severe thunderstorm warning that is going towards Quincy, Illinois. Just north of Quincy, actually, probably. So, folks, if you guys are in the areas north of Quincy, like directly north of Quincy in Illinois, you got a storm of pretty sizable hail moving towards your general area. So I'd advise seeking a sturdy shelter if you can.
Ooh. Interesting thing to note here.
Are you looking at the South Carolina cell that has one hell of an elf?
I'm looking at the cell that is now in North Carolina that has an elf.
Oh, well, it was in South Carolina when I looked at it.
There's actually 2 of them now.
Yeah, there's multiple.
There's just so much rain that it's kind of just like clogging the air.
Yeah, so everything's choking itself off.
Coal pooling.
EF2s are weak tornado. If you're saying they're weak tornadoes, why are you also saying they could do damage? That doesn't make sense. Whatever. I'm not going to bother. It's not worth my breath. All I'm going to say is the National Weather Service has EF2 plus labeled significant. And then there's a fair reason why for that. And if you don't get it, I'm not going to try and make you get it.
April Rain and Sunshine with the 10. Thank you so much. April Rain and Sunshine. I cannot speak because I'm tired. My God, I will never be able.
Are you streaming tomorrow too?
Yes. At least tomorrow's it starts in the afternoon.
Yeah, tomorrow is still. It's a 5 Tor 30 wind. Why are you wasting your time?
It's fine. Trust me.
What do you mean it's fine?
Southern Georgia is an area to watch.
What do you mean? Okay, I'm going to look.
Almost got tossed by the winds coming off the fjords in Iceland. Sheesh.
Jeezums crow.
Yeah, it's something to watch. It's not.
No, I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at next week's pattern. There's like 4, maybe even 5 straight days.
Yeah, I know. Did you see day 7 already?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then maybe even Friday on the coast.
Did you see day 7?
Saw 15.
Yeah, it is a 15.
Okay, I thought it was a 30. I was gonna jump.
If it was a 30, I would have flipped. I really would have just gone.
All I'm gonna say is that I hope this pattern starts to like calm itself down before the last week of the month, so that you can, have a life and make your way out here.
Hmm.
Which, speaking of which, if we are going to do that, there's some housekeeping things that I want to try and figure out if you do decide to come out here.
Mm-hmm.
We could possibly finesse our way into transportation for that, and I'll explain that later.
Okay.
Oh gosh. HRRR. What do we got?
Yeah, these storms are about to move off the coast of Myrtle Beach.
What? What? What is this New Jersey popcorn thunderstorm activity?
Yeah, that is funny.
Bruh, this is literally like what is this? There we go.
Oh, we'll get that here in a second. I'm eating my chicken Alfredo.
Ew.
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 What do you mean?
Alfredo sauce is not superior to various other red sauces that exist in Italian cuisine.
I never said they were.
What is... There's an overnight threat tomorrow across central Georgia. Blah.
I mean, it's not completely overnight.
Blah, blah. You're going to tell me 4Z isn't overnight?
Well, that's like when it ends, to be fair.
No, it shows more cells popping up in the northern Georgia vicinity, Atlanta area.
Well, yeah, that's like at 0Z. That's fine.
No, it's later than 0Z, Nathan.
What do you mean it's later than 0Z? What are you doing?
Like 2 or 3Z.
Hold up.
There's a hooking supercell north of Atlanta at 3Z.
Yeah, they start going at 1Z. Oh, that is a hooking supercell north of Atlanta, isn't it? Yeah, that is fun. Yep, that is fun. No, Ace. No. Undead Drift with the 2 says check Rincon. For me, Storm picking up fast. All right, let's take a look. See what's going on.
Is that in Missouri or no?
Georgia. It's near Savannah.
Georgia.
Yeah, you guys are fine.
For what it's worth, the cell up by cell heading north of Jefferson City might actually be starting to try again. Not like it matters all too much because you're done here in a couple minutes. Tornado warning has been updated. Continues for Cooper County. That will be until 8:15 Central.
Dude, the helicity got worse. This thing ain't doing anything.
What helicity? 67.
Yeah, it was at 88. Keyword was. Yeah, now it's not really doing a whole lot.
Some of the tornadoes in South Carolina weren't even in the hatch risk. We've seen strong tornadoes in 2s.
Yeah.
So while, yes,
we've seen strong tornadoes in 0s.
We have. That's also true. So yes, while that is a thing to note, it's really not a big deal.
Listen. All I gotta say.
That's it.
All I gotta say here, right, is hindsight's always 20/20. So, assuming that, because I've had some people who were in the chat said, "Oh, this should have been a moderate risk." Okay, Copernicus, let's see what you would have done before this event. What would you have issued? No. Definitely not a moderate risk. It definitely would have been an enhanced if you didn't know this stuff was going to happen.
I probably would have issued a larger enhanced, but not a moderate. No way.
No way. No way anyone issues a moderate. Heck, Helix forecasting.
For something like this that's so messy and uncertain to begin with, no. Enhanced, totally valid.
Yeah. There's going to be moderate risk storms and tornadoes in the enhanced risk. It just happens. It's the same thing as having high risk tornadoes and moderate risk.
There can be moderate risk storms in marginals or slights every so often. That happens.
Yeah.
We've seen it.
So, it is what it is.
And think about this, folks. Put this into perspective. And I can say this as a proud member of Northeast Severe Weather inclusion and all that. If you get a severe thunderstorm warning that verifies with 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts or higher, you technically verified for a moderate risk because you had a 100% chance at that time of seeing damaging wind gusts in excess of 58 miles per hour. Now, if it's above 70, then you verify for a significant wind risk. So you can either verify for a moderate or a high, respectively. So there. My logic is so bad.
That is, that is the most northeastern thing I've ever heard you say.
Dude, you were flipping crap the other day over penny-sized.
No, you were talking about verification. All right.
Okay, and
you're sounding like a certain person from Connecticut way back when.
No idea what you're talking about.
What do you mean, no idea what I'm talking about?
No idea what you're talking
about. There you go.
Yeah, I know. Dude, I knew.
There you go.
Wait.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is starting to kind of move ashore.
45 non, really?
Yeah, there was a 45 non.
That's great.
Good reason too. Sent a video from my cousin's house earlier. Yeah, we'll watch it. Yeah, iPyro with the 1. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then Undead Drift with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that.
It probably didn't issue moderate risk to the MCS rather than the signal for supercells and discrete storm modes. First of all, even with those, I would have stayed enhanced. And second of all, the MCS even dampens that further because you don't know if that stuff's even going to develop. So,
Oh, Morgan, do you remember seeing this? Have you seen the Snapchat video yet?
What Snapchat video yet?
Of the dude in the tornado. You haven't?
No.
Oh my goodness, I gotta show you, and then this is when we end the stream, everyone. There you go, there's the link to it.
Not good.
I'll show everyone else in chat, you guys can watch it as well with us.
What?
Oh, just wait for it, it gets better.
Why is he standing on a deck that has no cover? Okay, now he's on the cover. There you go.
Just wait for it. Jeez, this is a ridiculous video. Can't believe it actually happened.
Not good. Not good.
Excuse me?
He said, there goes the roof.
What did I just watch?
The Chad right there clearly knows what he's doing.
Crazy.
Clearly knows what he's doing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I wouldn't have done that, but I've seen smarter choices.
Yeah. Not exactly the smartest thing in the world. Alright, well, that's pretty much the conclusion of the live stream here today. On that note, I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new. We are at 29,232 subscribers. Remember, the goal is 71,008 subscribers. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Why is that the goal?
It's because it's a special meaning of importance that I'll tell you later on about.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, 71,008 subscribers. We're getting there, guys. We're starting to grow our community. So thank you guys so much for doing that. Once again, if you did enjoy it, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media. Also follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. If you want to become a member, do that as well. Becoming a member is, in my honest opinion, the best way to support the channel, and you get special perks out of it. So it's, you know, it's a win-win. But yeah, that's going to be pretty much it. I will catch you guys in tomorrow's live stream, so please be there and be square. All right?